Hello guys, welcome to the project series where you guys will be building a project alongside with me. This will be a 20 to 25 video series where I'll like you guys will build a very good project for your resume alongside with me. Okay, so this is more sort of an introductory video for this whole series. So in this video, I'm going to tell you about like what project you guys will be working on and what all features will that project particularly have. Okay, and then I'll show you guys a quick overview of how the project will look like at the end of the series, right? It will more or less look like what I'm going to show you at the end of this video. Okay, so before starting, let me give you guys a quick introduction of myself. So I am Utkarsh Dubey. I'm a BTech student from IIIT Delhi. I have recently interned at American Express and I have been into web development for last 2 years. Okay, and I'll try my best to make you guys a very good project for your resume. Okay, so yeah, so let's get started. So before giving you guys a quick introduction, I hope that some of you have somewhere or in some shape or form have used a typing website in order to like check your typing speed, right? So this project which we'll be working on is more or less a typing test website where you guys will be able to take your typing test and it will tell you guys your typing speeds, right? So at the heart of this project, it lies a typing test website. Okay. Then once we have a typing test website ready with all its feature, like we have handled every edge case and we are able to produce starts for the user. What are we gonna do? We're gonna implement some more features, right? So we are gonna implement some more features using the Firebase. So I hope, okay, so for people who are not aware about what Firebase is, so Firebase is a backend service like fully managed and provided by Google. It's a self-hosted and fully managed backend. So what do I mean by fully hosted? So like you guys don't have to host the backend. It's already hosted on Google servers by Google, and by self-managed, I mean by like you don't have to write any code. Like all the code and every functionality has been implemented by Firebase only. You get some endpoints, you get some functions which you directly call, and then you guys are able to implement some great functionality, right? So Firebase provides you with major functionalities such as authentication, database, some cloud functions, some machine learning functions. So like all the basic and very necessary functionalities of which a backend offers you, right? So that you don't have to worry about the backend thing. You can directly integrate it with your front end website and you are good to go, right? So yeah, so we'll be using Firebase in our project. Why we'll be using it? So once we are done with making our typing test website, what we'll jump on to the Firebase thing and then we'll take advantage of Firebase authentication and we'll firstly implement a login and sign up functionality in our project, right? So we'll make a login and sign up flow, and we'll also look at many different providers. So like I hope that when you guys have used any website, you guys must have seen that there is like a login with Google or like login with Facebook, or in like developer website there is like login with GitHub also, right? So we'll also be looking at those providers also, and I'll tell you guys like how easy it is to implement those providers with the help of Firebase, right? So we'll be implementing this authentication functionality in our project. Then once we have this authentication done, like we have a running typing test, then we have a running authentication like login and sign up, and you are able to log in the website. So by login, what do I have? Like I have a user, right? Like you as a person will be a user on the project, on the website, right? So once you are logged in, what we'll do to the results which we'll be producing, right? Like the words per minute or the accuracy or all the different results for typing test website, what we'll do, we'll take those results and we'll save it to a database, right? So we'll be using database functionality of Firebase also, and we'll be particularly using the Firestore, which is a NoSQL database. So what we'll do, we'll take the results and we'll save it to the database. And then after saving the results to the database of a particular user, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the user page, right? So why user page? So on that particular user page, what we'll do, we'll show every result of the user and we'll show him some kind of analysis, right? So imagine this, like you are like a user to the website and you have been like constantly coming on the website and taking typing tests for last 30 days. So what we'll have that 30 days of data So what we'll do, we'll crunch that data and we'll show the user some kind of analysis, right? So that he can see that whether he's improving his typing speed or not, right? So that we'll do that, we'll make a user page, right? So that is another functionality in the project. Then after the user page, what we're gonna do, we're gonna implement a compare functionality also, right? And how are we gonna do that? So like while sign up, we'll ask the user to make a username, right? So once we have a username, suppose you and your friend are on that particular website and you both are taking continuous tests, like daily tests. So what you can do, you can go to your friend, you can ask him like, hey, tell me your username, and then you can type in that username which your friend gave. You can type in that username in the website, and then in the compare feature, you will be able to see your results and your friend's results, right? Like whose username you have typed. Then you can compare both, like his progress and your progress. What is your typing speed? What is his typing speed, right? So that will be a little compare feature. Then apart from these major features, what we are also gonna do, we're gonna implement theme functionality, right? Like we'll be implementing several themes. So at least at the end of this project, we'll try to implement at least 10 to 15 themes, so that our website just doesn't have a normal dark and light mode. It has multiple themes, right? And I'll show you guys how easy it is to implement theme using some of the modules which I'll be talking about later on, right? So this is overall like the major project which we have, right? It has multiple functionalities and it is using decent amount of features, right? So this will be a very good addition to your resumes, right? If you guys are able to complete all it, like, and I'll be showing you like overall, like through the series, I'll be showing you guys, like I'll be explaining through all the features, and if you follow along nicely, you will be able to have this project by the end of this whole video series, okay? So apart from the features, let's discuss about like what all major focus, like what all things I'll be focusing on throughout the series. So firstly, like I think it should be clear that we'll be using React as a front-end language, right? So this project will focus on React hooks, right? We'll revise all the major React hooks which you have learned, and then I'll also try to introduce some new hooks like use memo, use ref, use context, right? I'll try to introduce those new hooks so that you guys have more knowledge about these hooks which are very rarely used, right? Then our main focus on this project will also be in the context part, like the context APIs which React offers. We'll be using that thoroughly so that you guys have a good revision, or you guys are able to put this thing also in your resume, right? Because it's a very used feature in React nowadays. Then about the CSS part, like I'll not be using any like Bootstrap or Tailwind kind of a CSS in our project. I'll be focusing on the very basic CSS, right? I'll be writing the most simple CSS possible so that you guys are able to revise your CSS concept also, right? Like all your CSS properties are also revised alongside this project, right? So I'll be using very basic CSS, which is very easy to understand, and you guys will be able to revise your CSS also, okay? So yeah, so that is about all about the project. So yeah, so I think that is pretty much what I can tell you guys at this particular time. So now if this is done, let me quickly guys show you guys what the website will look at the end of the series, right? So let me give you guys a quick demo of that. So yeah, so this is what the website's homepage is gonna look like, right? So like at the top, you will have a header kind of a component. Yeah, so at the middle of the website, you're gonna have this typing test component, which will firstly have these random words on the screen, which the user will have to type, right? Because you need some words, right, which the user can type actually. So then after the random words, you guys will see that it has a time mode and it has a word mode, right? So what do I mean by time mode? So if you are in your time mode, you will be able to select between, if you want to like type for let's say 15 seconds, or if you want to type for let's say 30 seconds, if you want to type 60 seconds, right? So you'll have these three options, right? And then for words mode, you can choose between, like if you want to type for let's say 10 words, you want to type let's just say 20 words or 30 words, right? So this you will have these modes, you will have these options, right, in order to type. Then you guys will also notice that in normal typing website, you guys have a big input box or something like that where you guys will actually have to type, right, like in a normal typing website. But this is like a very decent kind of a UI where there is no input box as such. Like you click on here and then you can start typing, right? So let me take a test and show you guys how this is gonna look like. So So let me complete this test so that you guys can see. Yeah, so once you complete the test, so once you are able to complete the test, you get these stars, like what is your typing speed, like what was your accuracy, and how many characters did you type. So by characters, like how many correct characters you typed, how many incorrect did you type, and how many missed, how many you missed, how many you typed extra, and all those kind of thing. Then you have this nice graph which will show you guys the whole progress throughout your whole typing test, right? Like throughout your whole typing test, at 1 second this was your speed, then this was your speed throughout your test, right? So this is the good representation, right? So yeah, so this is your typing test. Then you have certain features, also some small features, like suppose you are typing in the test, right? So suppose suppose you are like typing in the test and then you press tab, then you have these options, right? Like whether you want to press space to redo the test, you want to press tab again and press tab, like enter to like restart the test, right? So you have these small features, right? So and then then comes your footer kind of a section where you have some links, right? Where you can like put in your own let's say credentials, right? You can put in your own ID. So like if someone is visiting this website, he is able to find you, right? He is able to find your GitHub, or like you can also put the source code of this website in this GitHub thing, or you can put your LinkedIn here, right? So that the user can find you, right? Your own credentials. And this part is for your themes, right? Like right now, I don't think there are multiple themes implemented in the website, but we'll implement this throughout the project, right? So this is your theme part, right? So I think these themes are not really working. So yeah, so this is how your theme will really change. Cool. So this will be your theme part for this thing. Then comes in your header, there is this icon, which is like a user icon, which you have to click, and then your like a login and a sign up modal will open. So this is your sign up thing where you can put like your things and sign up. Then there is also like sign up with Google. Like so this version of this website doesn't have much providers, but I'll show you guys how you guys can include more providers like Facebook or GitHub and all those kind of thing using Firebase. So this is your sign up page and this is your login page. So let me quickly log in, right? So I think I have an account. Let me log in. Yeah. So yeah, and then we'll also show you guys like how you guys can show these messages to the user, right? So now let me show you guys the user page, how the user page of this website will look like. So suppose you are logged in, right? I just logged in, and then I can open this user page, right? So in this user page, you guys can see that there is all the information, right? Like there is some small information about the user, right? What is the user like email ID, and then when did the user really join the website, right? So this user's account was created on this day. Then this many tests the user have taken. Then this is the graph for the progress of the user, right? Like how the user has been progressing throughout the days, right? And then there is like all the results of the user. Okay, so this is more sort of like a user page, right, which we'll be building. Cool. Then apart from that, we also have this compare functionality. So in this, as I mentioned, like in the starting, right, like you guys can ask your friend, like give me a username, and then you guys can enter the username of your friend, and then here you enter the username. Firstly, it will validate if the username is valid or not, and then if the username is valid, it will go to a compare page, right? So this is also a functionality which we'll be implementing, right? So this is pretty much all the thing which we'll be working on. Cool. Throughout this video series, we'll be developing these each features, and I'll be telling you about the theory also. Like if we are using some new theory, I'll first like give you guys a brief description about the theory. I'll teach the theory a little bit, right? And then we'll implement that theory part, right? So that you are both clear with the theory and with the implementation part, right? So yeah, so that is in all like all the description which I can possibly give you guys about the particular project. Okay, so this was the brief description. Now moving on with the series, in the next video what I'll be doing, firstly we'll be initializing a React project, and then I'll talk about all the dependencies and module which we'll need in order to make this project, and then we'll quickly set up our environment and everything, and then we'll start coding after that. Okay, we'll be building this project on top of React. So we'll first initialize a basic React project, and we'll do some small changes in the boilerplate code, and then I'll be talking about the dependencies which we are gonna use throughout this project, right? Like the extra library or the extra module which we are gonna focus on, that I'll be discussing in this particular video, and we'll be installing them till the end of the video. Okay, so this is the agenda of this video. Okay, so let's get started. So starting off with initializing the project, So like we'll be solely using just React in order to build this project, right? So I don't know if you guys know how to initialize a React project, but yeah, let me show you guys if you don't know already. So yeah, let's come to this folder, and this only I'll be initializing the project. So let me get the command line here, and wait, let me increase the size for you guys. Yeah, so now I think it should be fine. So yeah, so in order to initialize any React application, we need this create React app, which you can get online. You can see if you don't already have it in your laptop or anything, you can just go ahead and Google it and get this like create React app in your application, and you can install it globally, and then you are good to go and initialize a React project. So let's do that. Let's initialize a React app, create React app, and now we need to give the name of the project. So I'm just gonna call it typing website. Cool. So then we hit enter, and now this will create as a folder, and in that folder we will be having some boiler code which will be given to us by React only. So yeah, this is all pretty much what we're gonna have. So I'll wait till okay, so let this thing go on in the background, right? Let the React application get initialized and let all the things take into picture. Till then we can go ahead and discuss our dependencies, right? Like we can discuss the extra modules which we are going to require in order to build this project, right? So if you guys remember in the previous video I showed you guys some demo what the website should really look like in terms of like visuals. So in that visual you must have seen that there was some bunch of random words on the screen, right? Like in the middle of the screen there were like a bunch of random words. So like we need those kind of random words, right? So in order to do that, we'll be using one particular module. Wait, let me show you. I have it here. Yeah. So this is the module. This is a random words module which we're gonna install in the project. This random words module, which this will return us a bunch of random words, right? Like suppose if you want 50 random English words, so we just import this module. We get this function, right? We get this random word function, and we just pass in the argument the total number of words we want, right? And it will return as a normal array. It's as simple as that. A very simple module, right? We are gonna use. So this will take care of the random word requirement which we'll have in our typing website, right? So that's one thing. That's one module which we're gonna use, the random word module, right? Then the second module which we are gonna use is the Firebase SDK, right? So I discussed in my previous video that we'll be using Firebase, right? Like as a backend service, right? Like we'll be storing our results in the Firebase thing, and we'll be also using the authentication of Firebase. So in order to connect your React application, right? Like in order to connect your front end, we need some SDK which is given to us by Firebase only, so that we can hook our front end to the main backend services of Firebase, right? So we need to install that thing also, right? So this is that module. This is that Firebase module which we install in our React project, right? Like normal npm install Firebase, and then we are good to go, right? We are good to use every functionality which Firebase has to offer, right? And right now, like this module is currently running on version 9. So there are like small changes which have happened over the course of period. So version 9 is what I'll be recommending for this particular project, right? Because there are small changes from version 8 to version 9. Cool. So that's the Firebase thing. And like, as you can see, like it's a very popular module, like it has like 1.5 million weekly downloads. So it's a very popular thing. And so why we should use like popular modules and all those kind of things? Because those have like, first of all, a great like community around it. You can get any solutions and all those kind of a thing. And they are very less to errors, right? Like they don't break easily because they are thoroughly tested by so many people. So that is like a good thing to judge a module or judge a like a library kind of a thing, right? Like just go and check how many times it has been downloaded. Cool. So one was random words. Then we have Firebase. Now coming on to talking about a little bit of styling of our application, right? Like how we'll actually style the application, right? So in order to do styling, as I discussed in the previous video also, that we'll be
using CSS, right? Like we'll try to use the most basic CSS as possible, right? So now in order to convert that CSS, right, in order to have a small little bit of room for making that CSS dynamic and like using in our React application, we'll be using this module, right? This is a module which is known as style components. Again, like it's a very, very popular module, which like will have like 1 million downloads, 1 million weekly downloads. So what this module does, this style components module does, is that you can write very basic CSS, right? Like you can write very small, like basic CSS, which you see in your normal HTML CSS project. You can write it in your React application, and then you can export that CSS in terms of a component, right? So now once that CSS is being exported in terms of a component, you can like use it normally, right? Like you can use it like any other normal React component, and you can then style your whole page or whole component just like that, right? So it allows you to use CSS and also allows you, also gives you a little bit of room to be creative and so that you can make reusable components, right? So that's the benefit of this module, and it's a very popular module again. So yeah, this is like a small example of it. Like suppose you want to make a button, right? Like you want to make a button in your application, and you want that button to be like dynamic, right? Like you can, so that you can use it again and again. So what you can simply do, you can write, these are like a bunch of CSS, right? Like this is the most basic CSS which you see out there. So you can just write that CSS and then you can export it in terms of this component, right? So this button is a component, and now you can like just import this document and attach and use it like every normal component in React, right? Like that, what we call it, like HTML tag kind of a syntax, right? For using any React component. So I'll talk about the style components like in like a little bit more depth in the next video, where I'll be showing you guys like how you can, like how we'll actually use this module to style our own application, right? So a little bit deeper conversation I'll do in the next video. So yeah, so that's one thing. So that's our third module which we are going to use. Now coming on to like how we'll be getting components, right? So like in our application, like if you remember like the website which I showed you, we are using modals, we are using dialog box, we are using text fields, buttons, right? So in order to do that, what we'll be doing, we'll not be bothering about coding that components from scratch, right? Like we'll directly use those components out of Material UI, right? I hope that you guys have heard about Material UI, or if not, then like in order to give a quick introduction, Material UI is just like a collection of many, like a lot of components which you get directly off that module, right? You can download that module, you can import that module, and then you get like a lot of components which you can directly use, so that you don't have to code them by your own, right? You don't have to code anything by scratch. You just get those components and you just use it, right, in your application. So we'll be using MUI or Material UI for our need, to fulfill our need for our components, right? Like a modal component or a dialog box component and all those kind of a thing, right? So that's we'll be using Material UI in our code. Now like we'll also need some icons, right? Some icons in our application, right? Suppose a user logo or GitHub icon or LinkedIn icon, all those kind of a thing. So in order to get icons, what we'll be doing, so how do we get icons in our front-end projects, right? So there are many ways, right? Like either you can like go, or you can use any online source, right, where they will give you a link and you can directly use that link to like render out that icon, right? Or you can download the SVG of icon also and use it in your React application. That's one way. But there is a better way to do that, like as I discussed, like Material UI, right? So Material UI offers you like a collection of icons also, right? So this is their website. Like this is known as Material icons. So this is there are like a bunch of icons which is given to you by Material UI. So you can see this is the list of all those icons. So suppose I want a user icon, right? So I can just come here, I can type user. So it will just search it out, right? It will give me so this is the icon which we'll be using in our project, right? So you can click on that icon and then it just tells you, right, like what you have to import from this module, right? You just copy this import tag and you just paste it in your React application and you're good to go. Cool. So we'll be using this Material icons for our icon needs, right? And in order to use that, you firstly like need to like download some other modules also, right? Because it has some dependencies. So it is like you can see this whole npm install statement. So these are all the modules these are like the 4 dependencies which you need to install in order to get these icon in your React project, right? So we'll be using them in our project. Cool. So we have discussed like what 4 modules here which we'll be using, and we have also discussed like why we'll be using them. So let's just quickly go through the next 2 and we'll be pretty much done with discussing the dependencies, right? So we are not we are not using a lot of things in our project, right? We are just keeping it simple. We just have 5 or 6 dependencies extra, then React, and then we'll be good to go, right? So yeah, so the next thing which I want to talk about is like when we'll be done with our typing test, we'll have to produce some results, right? Some results which we'll have to show to the user. So in order to show that result, we'll be showing the user some chart kind of output, right? So that user can get the feel that how he has coded, what was his speed during the test. So we'll be giving him a chart kind of a thing, right? Like a line chart kind of a thing. So in order to plot charts in our React application, I don't know if you have ever plotted any chart in any of your project, but the best way to plot chart in any of the project is by using chart.js, right? So chart.js is like a very, very popular, so it's like the #1 charting library which people use. It's like used like a lot. So what we'll be doing, we'll be using the React version of that, right? So this is that module. So this is known as React chart.js 2. So this is just like React components for chart.js, right? So like, yeah. So we'll be using this module in order to plot the line chart which I am talking about for our result part to show user better analysis of how he has performed. We'll be plotting chart using React chart.js 2, right? So in order to get that, you just quickly install React chart.js 2, and you also have to install the dependency which is chart.js, right? So again, like it's again like a very popular module which gets used a lot. Okay, so yeah, so we'll be using this to plot line charts. Clear? So now the final module which I want to discuss about is Toastify. So if you are not aware, like the best module in order to show some alerts, right? In order to show some feedback to the user, people use this Toastify thing to give out notifications, right? And the React version of that module is known as React Toastify, right? So you can see these kind of a demo which is present on the screen. So you get these kind of alerts, right? There are like a bunch of things. You can choose between like 20, 30 kind of alerts, and you can then show the user some feedback, some things, right? So we'll be needing this kind of a notification system so that we don't end up using the normal alerts of Windows, right? That doesn't look good as a front-end developer. You need some method in order to show good feedback to the user. So we'll be using this React Toastify to show out alerts and give feedback to the user, right? And again, this is like a very popular module too, right? So we are using every possible best of the class module in our project which can be there. And why we should do that? Because like if we are using a very popular kind of a module, right? So like if we are going in an interview and you have this project, right? And you have talked about that I have used this module and this module. So there is a very good chance that the interviewer will also know this module, right? The interviewer also might have used this module somewhere or the other. So it gives a good impression that you know what goes around in the front-end industry and you know what are the major modules which gets used in day-to-day life, right? So that's the major purpose of using these. So yeah, so this is like pretty much what we'll be doing. And then there are like some bunch of small modules which we'll be installing throughout the project, right? So we'll be installing them throughout the project. And so like, for example, like React Router DOM, that's like a very basic thing, right? Which if you have used React, you know that module, right? It's a very basic module, right? So yeah, so we'll be installing some small modules throughout our project. So yeah, these are the major ones which I wanted to discuss before we start. So yes, so now I think let's see our React application. Yeah. So our React application is pretty much installed, and what I can do, I can quickly go ahead in the folder and I can open the Visual Studio Code, and let's see. Yeah, so this is the basic boiler code which I get with React, right? You get an index.js, and you get an app.js, right? So I'm not gonna go in depth and explain the boiler code which I get from React, right? So if you are building this project, I hope that you have gone through the basics of React, right? Your fundamentals, at least you have gone through a little bit of fundamentals, right? So I'm not going to explain the basic boiler code of React, okay? So yeah, so this is what we get. Now let's just quickly install the dependencies which I talked about, right? The maximum dependencies which we can install. Let's install them right now, and then I'll end this video, and I'll talk about what we'll be doing in the next video, okay? So let's just quickly wrap this video up. So what? And now one more thing, like in order to install modules, I'll be using Yarn, right? So there are like a different package managers which you can use in your project. So you can, you feel free to use NPM also if you want that. But I'll be using Yarn because I prefer Yarn for installing applications. Cool. So I can just do Yarn add, and I need Firebase, then I need random words which I talked about. Then I need like React Toastify. Then I need style components, and I think what am I missing? I have covered this, yeah, and this chart.js. Let me copy the dependencies of this also, right? And then I need the dependencies of this icon thing also, right? So I'll just copy all the 4 module names and I'll just paste it in my install statement, right? And then I'll just quickly run it. So now this will pretty much install all the modules which I talked about, right? You can see and you can make note of it, like Firebase, random words, React Toastify, style components, React chart.js, and all the material UI things which I needed to install, right? Like one thing which I'll install later on is Material UI core for getting, so I'll talk about it, like why am I using Material UI core later on in the project series. So don't worry about that. Yeah, so this will get installed. All the modules will get installed. So now let's just quickly wrap up this video and like talk about like what are we gonna do in the next video. So in the next video, I'll be starting off with the website itself, right? Like we'll start coding. Like firstly, like we'll talk about a little bit how our website should look, a little bit of sketching, right? Like a rough sketch kind of a thing to have something for reference. So we'll be doing some rough sketching, and then we'll actually start coding the components, right? I'll talk about what component we'll be starting with.
The setup which we are going to use, right? Like how are we going to really style the components and how are we going to really do the styling part. So that is what we'll see a quick demo of and how we'll proceed throughout our project. So this video is essential from the styling perspective, like how we'll really style. And then I'll also show you guys how our home page will look like, right? Like I'll draw a rough sketch and the layout, and from the layout you guys will be able to guess like what components which we really require and how should the layout and how the display and all those things should really go about, right? So that's the main aim of this video. So if that is clear, let's get started. So like if you guys are coming from the previous video, like we really installed our React application and we did install our like all the things, right? Like all the dependencies. So from the previous video, let me first like show you guys like the package.json. So your package.json should look like this. You should all have like these dependencies, right? So yeah, make sure that it does look like that, and then we are like really good to go, right? So now, right now, like you guys can see on the screen, like we have like the boiler code played, like the boiler code which the React gives us, right? Like this is the basic thing which React gives us, right? And I have also like initialized the project, right? Like npm start or yarn start, and now it's up and running, right? So yeah, so this is the website. So this is the basic React website which we get from React, right? So it's up and running. So now the first thing which I want to do is like let's clean up the boiler code, right? Let's remove all the things which we don't really require. Cool. So let's do a little bit of cleanup, and then we'll jump into the styling part. So we don't really need these test files. We don't need logo. We don't need these. We don't need app like index.js also. So I can just go ahead and delete all those things. So now we are just left with what index.js and app.js, right? So yeah, so now like we'll have some like issues, like this thing is not present, that thing is not present, so we can just quickly clean that too also. So yeah, this is not present now. We can remove that. We can remove, okay, not that. Just the index.css part. Yeah, cool. So I think, yeah, we have pretty much removed all these things. Now all the CSS must have also gone. So yeah, let me clean this thing part also. Right, let me just write here just simple hello, right? So you're good to go. Yeah, and the project is in compiling thing right now. Wait. So we just quickly reran the project, right? Because it got like a little bit of stuck. So meanwhile that is getting started, what I wanted to tell you about, like how we'll do the styling part, right? So like in the previous video I explained you guys, like we'll be using what style components, right? Like style components, and we'll be doing the like styling of our whole project using the style component module which we have downloaded. So in this, I will show you like a quick demo kind of a thing, how we'll really go about it. I'll change the background color, I'll target the body and all those kind of thing in our basic HTML, and then you guys can get a feel like how that is really working. Cool. So yeah, let's wait for it to get started. It should be up and running in about a minute. So like if you like read about style components after a previous class, it was just simply it provides you, you can write the CSS of any of the code, or like you can write any of CSS and you can export it as a React component, right? So we'll not be like making different components as per se. Like what we'll be doing the create global styles function of that particular module, right? So that we can create a global styles throughout our application, right? So that we don't need to create new components. And I'll tell you about, and I'll let you know like what good things that will do to us, right? Like I will talk about the benefits of that. So now our website is up and running, right? So that's pretty good. That's good to go. So, and we have like cleaned our boilerplate, right? So we just have right now app.js and index.js. So now let's talk about the styling, right? Let's move to that part. So like throughout this code structure, we'll be making many folders, right? We'll be, if you have ever worked with React, you know that we generally make a component folder, we make a like styles folder and context folder and all those kind of things. So we'll like as we progress through our project, like we'll know more about how do we structure our project and all those kind of a thing. But for styles part, I'm gonna quickly come here and make this styles folder, right? And this folder, what we'll be doing, we'll be putting our styles files, right? Like whatever we are styling, we'll put it there in this styles folder, right? So this folder will contain our styling file. Cool. So in this folder, I'm gonna quickly go ahead and make a file which I'll call as global.js, right? So from this file, I'm gonna export the major portion of the CSS of this whole particular project, right? So the like the 70 to 80% of the CSS which this whole project requires will go through this particular file, right? Like global.js file. And we'll like as we progress through the project, we'll really know like why this is useful and why we are following this kind of a path, right? So now I'm gonna just do this thing like const global styles, and I'm gonna use this function like create global styles, right? And this create global styles is gonna come from your style components, right? So I'm just gonna quickly import that here, create global styles, right? And it is gonna come from style components. Cool. And now if like this is it, right? This is what we really require. This is the function which is coming out from style components. And now inside this, like you put on the baptech sign, and then inside it you are good to go, right? Now you can write the CSS inside this particular file. And now let me export this also. So now this, whatever CSS you write in here, right? Like suppose, let me give you an example, right? Like let's say we are targeting all the A tags, right? Like, so you write how. So if you want to target any A tag throughout your HTML code, so you just write like this, right? You target your A tag and then you write the CSS inside here, right? So like I can just say like color as something, right? So this is your CSS part, right? Here, this is your CSS part, and now the CSS part will get exported as a component, right? And that component will go inside this global style, right? Now this global style is the component, like any other component in React, and I have just exported it. So what I'm going to quickly do, I'm just going to go ahead and import this component in my app.js file, right? So I'm just going to quickly go in my app.js file, and at the top level only, right? Like at the top level of my app.js, I'm just going to quickly import that global styles component. Yeah, and this is gonna come from styles.global, right? We are not importing the global styles from material UI, we are importing it from styles.global, which we have made, right? So yeah, and we just put it there, right? We just close it there, and we just put this component at the top, right? So now we have like attached this part, this CSS part with our app.js, right? So now whatever CSS we write inside this particular file should go through our application, right? Should get rendered with our application. That's the goal of it, right? So now let me show you how it will really look like. So what I'm going to do in order for demo purposes, I'm just going to go ahead and target the whole poly tag, right? I'm just going to target the whole poly tag, and for like I'm going to like first like change the background, right? I'm just going to say that background, and let's say that the background should be black, right? So now what should happen in my application? Yeah, this is okay. Okay, I get it, right? So the issue which we are encountering is that by mistake I installed style component, which is not really a module. So the module which we need is style components. There is a S in the end, so I installed the wrong module. So that is why we are getting this error. So let's quickly fix it. So I'm gonna add the module which we really need. So this is this like style components. There is a S in the end. So we need to install that particular module, and so yeah, and then we will need to remove this, right? So these kind of issues like really occur while we are really coding. So yeah, that's like a good practice. So let's wait for it, let's wait for this to get installed, and then we'll proceed on. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I have fixed that particular issue. So what I did, I really like installed the real style component which we need, and then I uninstalled the style component, the previous one which we installed, right? So in order to remove any package from your project, you can just use the command yarn remove and then the package name, and then it gets removed, right? So now I have fixed the package.json, and I like so yeah, so we have now the real style component which we will really require, and we have removed the previous one, right? So now our package.json is really fixed, and we have all the correct dependencies, right? So this thing really happens when you are developing, and you should know how to debug this. You should know what is really causing the error. That's like a really good practice. Cool. So now, yeah, so now we have everything. We have create global style, which is coming from style components, and now we can write CSS inside it, and we have imported it in our app.js, right? So now, yeah, this is pretty much what we read. Now we should be able to change the CSS of our particular web page, right? So that's our pretty much the goal. So let's see. Yeah, so you can see this is our website, and this like our whole page is black, right? Because we are choosing the background color as black, and you can see this hello is there, right? So now if I say that, if I just go in my global.js file, and I just say that I want the color to be white, right? I want the color to be white of my whole body, so which will make that hello thing which is there on the screen as appear as white color, right? So yeah, this is now appearing as white. What I can clearly like do, I can just split the screen so that you guys can see the code and the screen side by side. That will be like a better thing for you guys, right? So yeah, so this is where I'll write the CSS, and this CSS will get like really applied to the screen, right? So I can just come here and say that I want the background as aqua, right? So that will also like just change my whole background to really the aqua color, right? So that is what you can see. This is the CSS which I'm writing, and this is getting applied to my real application, right? Because I'm targeting the whole body, right? So that's one way which in which like we'll really apply the CSS. And now the other thing, now the other main thing way, like other way which we'll really apply the CSS is using the class name property, right? So if you have like ever done HTML and CSS, you know that you can target any particular tag using some like three ways, right? Like you can target the whole tag, that's one way. You can target any element using the class name, that's another way. And then you can target the element using the ID, right? So there are like three ways which we can use in order to target any element in order to apply CSS, right? So the thing which we are really going to focus is the class name property. Like we will be using that class name property very intensively throughout the project. So it's very crucial to understand how the class name how you will apply CSS using the class name, right? So what I'm just gonna do here, I'll just come here in my app.js and I am just gonna write a normal div, right? I'm just gonna write a normal div and I'm just gonna give the class name as, let's say, I'm just gonna give the class name of this particular thing as let's say test, right? I'm just gonna give it a class name of test and I'm gonna write here like testing. Cool. So this is my div, right? And you can just see that testing is present here. So now I want to change the styling which is getting applied to this testing using the class name, right? So I'll just get this class name and now I'll just go in my global.js file, because there all my CSS is going through this particular file, right? Because we are using this great global style thing. So I'm just gonna come here and just gonna use the test class name, right? So in order to apply CSS using a class name, we use this dot operator, right? So we use dot for class names and then we use hash for IDs, right? So that should be pretty like the basics of CSS. So now I wanna just say, let's say this, I wanna increase the font size of this testing, right? So I'm just coming here in my global.js file, I'm targeting that class name and I'm just gonna write like font size, right? And I'm just gonna write the font size and I'm just gonna increase it by, let's say, 5 rep. Cool. And now if I save this, you can see the testing size has increased, right? So I can apply CSS to any of the element using the class name of that particular element, right? So now this property will get used intensively throughout our project. We'll be changing the styling of many components using just the class name, right? And now this global styles has been attached at the top of my app.js file. So now every element which comes inside, like inside or below this global styles, will be able to access the styling which we are writing in global styles, right? That's how just create global style and style components really work out, right? So now suppose I make a component, right? I make a component here and I import that component here, and in that component I have written some div or some span, right? And then now I can just target that div or span in some other component also in my global styles, right? In my global.js file, and this will become a little bit more clear as we progress. But I wanted to give you guys this demo of styling because it becomes a little bit important, right? To understand how we are going to apply styling throughout our project. Cool. So this is, I think, let's keep this video till here only, right? So this video was just to understand how we are going to really apply the styling, and I hope like it gave you guys some of the insights and it became like a little bit less confusing, and it will be very easy as we go throughout and you will understand more and more. So now for the next video, what we'll be doing, we'll be starting with a very important component. That component will be called as typing box component. It is like a very most crucial component of our project. So we'll start off our project from building that particular component, okay? And then we're gonna quickly make the basic layout, which I'll discuss in a bit. And then we'll be moving on to our typing box component, right? It will be the major component which this website will feature, right? So it's a very tricky and also like a very complex kind of a component, which is very important to understand, right? So then from that perspective, this is like a very important kind of a video, okay? So before getting started, I quickly wanna like draw a basic layout of how our homepage is really going to look like, right? If you remember, like I showed you guys in the introduction video how the website will finally turn out to be, but like right now here I'm gonna draw the homepage, right? So that you guys are able to understand what component will go where and how will like the layout will really look like. Cool. So yeah, so consider this to be our homepage, right? Consider this to be our homepage. In our homepage, what are we gonna really do? I'm gonna quickly divide the homepage into 3 particular portions, right? So let me do that. So the top portion, which you see, and if you are into development for a quite like a little bit also, then you will be knowing that the top portion is really known as like a header, and the top portion and like the bottom portion is like known as like a footer, right? So this is what we will be having. We'll have a header, right? We'll be having a header and then we'll be having a footer. And then in the middle portion, our typing box component will really go, right? So in this particular portion, we'll be having our typing box component, right? So I'll just call it like type box as of now, right? So in this particular portion, our type box will go, right? And like here, we'll have a bunch of random words, right? And yeah, so here we'll be having a bunch of random words which will be visible on the screen, and then the middle section will be all our typing box, right? And then in the header, what we're gonna really have, we'll be having a logo here, right? We'll be having a logo, right? We'll be designing a logo in a bit, and then we'll have like a user icon here, right? This will be our user icon. Cool. So this will be our user icon. So our header will like mainly have this logo and user icon, right? And this user icon will let you like log into the website. And if you're already logged in, it will take you to the user page, right? Where you will be able to see all the results. So that is pretty much all about the header part. And now coming to the footer, like footer, we'll reserve this part of the footer as like links, right? Here you guys can add your own links, right? Here you guys can add your own links, like your own GitHub, or maybe your own LinkedIn, or maybe your own resume, and any kind of like your self promotion kind of a thing, right? So that anyone who is opening this website is able to access all your profiles throughout the internet, right? So that is the main part of this portion, to put out your own links, right, for your particular benefit. Then on the right side of this footer, we'll be having this select button, right? It will be a select button kind of a thing. So it will be a select button, and this select button will be for the themes part, right? So we'll be implementing many themes throughout this project, right? I'll show you guys how easy it is for you guys to implement any particular theme in your project, right? So like the major themes which you might have seen in like many of the project is like basically a simple light theme and basically a simple dark theme, right? But here in this website, I'll show you guys how easy it is to implement them. And then we'll be implementing, right, like let's say 10 to 15 themes, right? It will be very easy, and it will be like just like if you want to implement one particular theme, you will just require 10 to 15 seconds, right? It will be that particular easy thing. So this part will be like a select button, like a drop down button where you click, and then the whole list of the theme opens, and then you can select any of the theme, and that whole theme will be applied throughout your website, right? So that is what like the whole homepage is going to look like. So this is just your homepage, right? This is your homepage, right? And we'll be having like different pages as we move along this project. But right now we're going to just focus on our homepage. Okay, we are going to build that, and then okay. So now this division off into 3 parts, right? So what a best way have you guys like really come across and use in order to make like this kind of a division in your whole project? So the best way to do that is by using grids, right? Like grids in your particular website allows you to align things very nicely, right? So what we'll be also doing that, we'll be using grids in order to divide our page into like horizontal portions, right? So, and in a bit like you guys will see how will that gonna like turn out, right? So keep in mind, this is gonna how like more or less our homepage is gonna look like. Cool. So now this will be like, you must be getting a little bit of idea, right? That we'll be requiring a header component, we'll be requiring a type box component, we'll be requiring a footer component, right? So these are like the 3 components which really comes to your mind, right? Like right off the bat, like right after seeing your this particular website, like this particular small layout, you will be able to understand that we'll be having 3 components, right? So that is why before coding, you guys should take some time and like really sketch out your design, right? How your design really look like. So now if you are like just designing a very basic layout, like sketching out on a rough pad or like a normal page really works out. It's like a decent practice to do it. But if you are like really want to step your game up, you can like go ahead and check out Figma also. Like you guys can design website on Figma. So that is like a more kind of a professional and a better looking way to design your UI, right? But like we don't really need that. We are just doing a rough sketch, and then we'll just straight jumping to the coding part. Clear? So yeah, if that is clear, then so right, this is where we left off in the previous video, right? Like we did a little bit of styling. I showed you guys how the styling will really look like. So now let me clean that up, right? Let me clean it a bit, and then we'll be moving on. So I'll just clean it because we don't really need it as such. Yeah, so now let me do this thing. Let me go into my styling file. So this global.js is my styling file, right? So I don't need the style now, and I can make the background. Let's keep the background for a time being as black only, right? So let's start off with the dark theme, right? And then as we move on, we'll implement different themes, right? And that is like a later part. But as of now, let's keep this thing as black and white only. And let's just give this whole page like box border kind of a thing, right? So I'm just gonna quickly go ahead and just gonna select all, and I'm gonna make the box sizing as border box. Cool. So this is just a simple thing, and then I'm gonna also remove like so if I go ahead and write here, let's just say hello, then you must be able to see that there is some small bit of a padding and margin which is being applied to this particular body, right? So I'm gonna go ahead in my body thing, and I'm gonna remove that padding and margin also. So I'm just gonna go and write like a margin as 0, and then padding is also 0. So now you will be seeing that this hello will start like just from the corner part, right? So that is one thing which I really like to start off with. And then after that, what I'm be doing, I'll be adding transition, right? So this, what this transition will really do, this transition will really allow you to smoothen out your website, right? So anything on your website which is happening will happen with a little bit of transition, right? So it's like, it gives it like a really good feel to the website. So what I'm going to do, I'll just add a very small transition, and it will just like a linear transition. So yeah, I can have like 0.25 seconds. And so now everything which happens in your website will happen with this like little bit of a small transition, right? So it will look good. Anything which loads, anything which deloads, and all those kind of thing will happen with a little bit of transition. Cool. So this is, I think, pretty much what I really wanted to write in terms of a body code. So now let's do that grid part, right? Like I discussed that we'll be dividing the whole page into grids, right? Like we'll be having 3 particular portions, right? So let's do that grid part. So what I'm going to do, instead of this app, I'm going to call this as canvas, right? So this div is known as canvas, and so now this canvas will be my whole page, right? This whole page which you see, and now the grid code will go inside this canvas only, right? So let me write the grid code for that. So canvas, and then I'll just write like display as grid, right? And then I'll just say like the minimum height of this canvas will be simply 100 view height. I want it to cover the whole screen, like, and the view height is like just 100, the whole page which you see on your screen, right? So that's like 100 view height. And then I can just write like grid auto flow as let's just say row, because I want grid to be flowing in like a row kind of a thing. So that will be like your horizontal thing, right? Then I can use some template here also, which is this simple. So I can have like one auto fr, then auto the other thing, and then yeah, so this is pretty much, and then this will pretty much handle my grid part, right? So now let me show you like how we really have grids or not, right? So now let's just test it out a little bit. So in order to test it out, I will like quickly make these 3 divs, right? And let's just say 3 wait, okay, so the autocomplete isn't really working, so let me type it out. So let's just say like 1 2 we have, then let me have like 3 here also. Cool. So now this is like, you can see like 1 2 and 3, they are like really separated among themselves only, right? Like they are not like stacked on top of each other, and that is happening because my layout is grid, right? So now if you really want to see the layout, let me go into the inspect element, and there you will be like really able to see the grid part. So yeah, so this is wait, layout, and then this is my canvas, right? So wait, let me do this on the full screen so that it becomes easy. Let me remove the phone part. Yeah, so you guys can see like this brown thing, like you guys can see like clearly like these are like 3 parts, right? Like these dotted lines are dividing the screen, right? And you can see 3 portions of the screen. So this is how your grid really works out, right? So now if I just go ahead and add one more div, right? If I just go ahead and add one more div in my code, it will automatically like handle that, right? It will automatically put it in a 4th grid, right? Now my page will be divided into 4 grids, right? 4 equal parts of the grid, right? So that happens automatically. So that is why, that is the beauty of grid, right? It allows you to align things very nicely and very easily. Cool. So now let me also add like some gap between these grids. So that was like very easy to do. So what I can just say, like gap, say like 0.5 or 0.5 rem kind of a gap. So yeah, you guys will be able to see the gap. Yeah, so this gap is like between all these portions. So yeah, so this is like our like more or less our grid part is pretty much clear. Like we can add like some padding so that it looks a little bit better, and then I can also make the width as 100 view height, right? And then like now I want my everything which happens in my website, or any component which is there in my website, is aligned perfectly in the center, right? So that is what I really like to do. I really like to prefer, like, align everything in the center. So let's do that. In order to align everything in the center, you just need two things. So what I can just say, like, align items as center, and then text align also as center. Cool. So that is like pretty much will handle the aligning part. So yeah, let's come here. Yeah, so now everything is aligned in the center, and we have like a proper grid layout, right? So everything looks good. We have, so this, like, we have created the basic layout, right? We have divided our screen into grids, and now we are good to go, right? Now we are good to proceed with our next portion, which is the next portion is coding our typing box component, right? So why am I again and again saying that this is like a very important component? So because like the user, the whole motive of the website is what? Like at the core, it is like a typing website, right? It is like a typing test thing where the user comes and he takes a typing test, right? So that like component becomes crucial because it's the center portion, it's the core of your website, right? Where the most of the user interaction is going to happen. And then apart from that, you have to handle a lot of cases, right? So if you have ever taken a typing test website, you must be knowing that there are a lot of commands or like a lot of input which you have to handle from the user, right? The first of all, the input which like he's typing, right? So you have to capture every keystroke which he is doing, and then you have to map it to the output which you are seeing on the screen. So that is one basic thing which you have to do. Then you have to handle the space thing, right? So now if the user wants to move from one word to another, he has to press space, right? So that is some of the basic thing which you have to do. Then you also have to like handle the backspace part. Like suppose the user has typed something wrong, so he wants to backspace. So that thing also happens. So you have to like understand or like implement the cursor part, right? So that you give like a correct gist of the user, like where the user is correctly present in the whole bunch of random words. So there are like lot of user input which you have to really handle. So that is why it becomes like very important. So let's get started with our typing box component. We'll start slow. So now like the first let's try to implement is like, let's try to have a bunch of random words on the screen, right? That's the first thing. Let's try to do that. Let's try to have a bunch of random words on the screen, right? Then we'll proceed how the user is going to interact with the website, right? That's the next step. So let's and yeah, so this is our styling part. So now let me remove that. This was for demo purposes, right? So let me remove that. So now let me do this. Now let me make a div, right? Now let me like make a simple div, and I'll just call that particular div as header. And now let me make a component, right? So in order to implement components, what I'm going to do in my source folder, I'm going to create a new folder, right? And I'm going to call that folder as components, right? And inside folder, every component of my website will go, right? So if I'll make a header component, it will go there. If I make a footer component, if I make a normal button component also, it will go inside this component folder. Cool. So inside this component folder, I'm gonna write this typingbox.jsx. Right? So this is my typing box component. Let's have the basic React template out here. Okay, so the autocomplete is, yeah, cool. So we have like the basic React thing. So if you don't know like what this extension is, this RAFC thing, this is like a ES6 autocomplete extension. You can find it on your VS Code extension. It's a very popular extension, and I highly recommend you guys to use it. So now we have this basic typing box component. So I'm just going to go ahead and map.js, and I'm going to include it after header. So now I'm gonna import it. I'm waiting. Yeah. So now, and then I'll have like a div which I'll call as footer. Cool. So now this is like pretty much my layout part. Let me go here and look. Yeah, so we have header, we have a typing box, and we have a footer, right? So that is what we really want. So now we'll worry about the header and footer part later on, right? We'll try to implement header and footer later on in our project, but let's now focus on our typing box, right? So our right now current goal is to show a bunch of random words on the screen in a good way, right? That's the first thing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in my typing box component. So if you remember, right, we installed a module, right, which is known as random words, which we'll be using in order to give out random words, right? So that is the module which we have done, which we have like downloaded. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna just write like our random words. So this is one way of importing any module, any function out of a module. So yeah, and I'll be importing it using the require thing, right? So if you haven't ever imported anything in React using the require keyword, so this is like another way in which you can import things, right? So so this random words module is exporting out a function, right? And that function is random words. So I just exported out in this variable. And now I'm good to go and I can use it inside this whole component. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just get the array, right? I'm just going to get the array. So I'm just going to call it like words array. Right, I'm just going to call it like words array, and it will be just like a normal state, right? So I'll be using the use state hook in order to get me a state, and this inside this hook, what I'm going to do, like I'm going to initialize it with, okay, let me have this like words array, and then also the set function for that, set words array. And then inside this, I'm going to initialize it with some initial value. So if you want to initialize it with some real value, something out of a function, you can pass a callback function inside your use state. If you don't know, this is how you initialize any state with like after performing some operation in a function kind of a thing, right? So you just pass in a callback thing. And then inside this callback, I'm going to return this random words. I'm just going to call this random words function, right? This is a function, right? You have to call it, and then inside that function, you have to pass how many random words you really need as an argument, right? So let's start it with like 50 random words, right? Let's start it with the 50 random words. So what is really going to happen in this particular line, that this function will get called, right? This random words function will get called, and we have passed in 50, right? So this random words function 50 will return me an array of 50 English random words, as simple as that. And then I'm just returning it from this particular callback which I have in my use state. And now this words array state will be set by this particular array of 50 random English words, right? So now we have our array, we have our English things, right? Now we just have to show it on the screen, right? So let's do that. So let me remove this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to, this is how the styling of my particular words is going to happen, right? And it is like a little bit important to understand how that will really go about. So let me open my drawing pad for a bit. So just understand this, right? Just understand this, how I'm going to display my words, right? So this is my, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a div, right? I'm going to make a rectangle kind of a thing. Right, and this will go between the screens, right? Remember that. So I'm going to make a rectangle and I'm going to call this thing as a type box, right? I'm going to call this as a type box, right? And inside this type box, we'll have what? We'll have words wrapper kind of a thing, right? So this so inside this bigger rectangle, we'll be having a smaller rectangle. Cool. So now inside this, what we'll be having spans of individual words, right? So what we'll be doing, we'll be having spans of individual words. And if you know about one thing about span, that spans have a display property of inline, right? So that every span gets attached like side by side, or like gets attached side by side, right? So that's the property of span. So we'll be having spans of each and individual word. So that's one thing to understand. So we'll be having this, right? Suppose this is your word. This is your one word. Let's suppose your one word is you, right? And then this is your second word, like you are something, right? So we'll be having spans of individual words, right? That's first thing to understand. Then what are we gonna next do is that we're gonna break each and every character inside its own span, right? So what I'm gonna do, this U is present inside one span, right? This rectangle thing which you are seeing is a span, right? This is like a span tag. Just keep that in mind. So this U word will be inside a span of word, and then this will be broken down into smaller spans, right? Like each character will be its own span, right? So this U will be like this, like it will be a spans of 3 characters, right? Like Y and then O and this kind of a stuff, right? So this U will be again broken down into 3 particular spans, right? So it's like a span nesting kind of a situation. So yeah, so it will be like a bigger span for a word, and then inside that one word span we'll be having individual character span, right, to hold one individual character. And so this is like the basic layout which we're gonna really use, and this is very important in terms of functionality. And when we'll move on, we'll understand why this is important. Like when I'll be doing referencing here, you will get like a clear idea. So just wait for me, just hang in there, okay? So yeah, so this was what I wanted to explain before we start actually coding. So now let me like actually code that thing out. So we'll be having a class name of what I called it like a type box, right? So this is my outer rectangle which I was talking about. Then we'll be having a rectangle of which I'll be calling as words, right? So that is my smaller kind of a rectangle inside my bigger rectangle. Cool. So yeah, and then I'm just gonna call it let's say as words only. Cool. And then inside this words, I'm gonna now actually put out the spans of words, right? So I just can quickly map over this words array which I have created. So words array dot map, and then I can get out one single word. Clear. And then I can just simply return a span, right? I want to return a span. Right, so this span, let's call it the class name, will be as word, right? Because this is one single span of one single word, right? So now inside this span, what I discussed that we'll be having individual spans of each character, right? So now we'll have to break this particular word, right? This is a word. Now we want to break this particular word into smaller spans, like smaller characters, right? So how do you break how do you break a string into its smaller pieces? By using the split operator. So that is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like call the split operator, and I'm gonna break it on like the space thing. So now I'll have each and every character inside array. So this split function returns me array, if you remember. Now I'm just gonna loop over it, and I'm just gonna call and now I'm gonna get my individual characters, right? So this is what I'm gonna return, and I'm gonna have like a span of each character. Cool. Yeah, and it will be like char, and then I'm just gonna close out the span part. Cool. Yeah, so now this is what the structure which I was talking about. We have a type box which is like a bigger rectangle. Then we have words which is like a smaller rectangle inside the type box. Then we have this words array, and we have looped over it. We have gotten out one single word, like there are 50 words present inside that. And then we have like a span of one single word, right? This is a span of one single word. And then inside that span of one single word, we want spans of characters, right? So now to get that characters, I have splitted that word into each and every character, and then I have looped over it, and I have returned the span of each and individual character, right? So this is the pretty much the layout which I really wanted to have. Now let's see if we have it on the screen. Yeah. So you can see these bunch of random words, right? Like right now, like there is no styling applied to these bunch of random words, but yeah, we have something on the screen, right? Let's keep it at that. We have something on the screen. So now let's move ahead and start applying some really like CSS to it, so that it looks good. It looks presentable. That is what we really need here. So I'm just gonna open my my CSS file, which is like again global.js. Like if now like you should be like starting to get like a feel of it, like how we'll be applying styling and all those kind of a thing. Cool. So now if I want to apply a styling to it, like this is my type box, right? And the class name is type box. So I'll be just targeting that. So I'll just go ahead and write like type box. Cool. And what I want like display of this as block, right? And like I don't really need to write this because the display of divs are block by default, right? So I don't really need to write this, but like it's a good practice to understand like what type of display is really happening out there, right? And it helps in like debugging later on also, right? So that is why it's a good practice to have it. So now I want like what I want the max width of this particular thing as 100. Let's fix it at 1000 pixel, right? Let's like fix every component which is like on the center of my screen should have like a width of 100 pixel, right? Let's fix it there, right? And then what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna have like a height of, let's say, 140 pixel. So I have like fixed my height and width in that perspective. Then I'm gonna put that thing in the center, right? So how do you put any div in the center of your particular screen? So what you can do, you can have either like you can have the margin left and margin right as auto. So if your margin left and margin right are auto, your component will be in the center of the screen, right? That is one particular way to do that. So I just put like margin right, then we have margin right, and then we have like auto. Cool. So yeah, so that is pretty much what we need for a type box. So let's see. Yeah, so you can see like it's like center here, like it's center from your left side, but it's not really center here because the words which are present inside your type box is moving, right? It's overflowing from the type box. So if I have to show you in the inspect element, let me show you in the element part. Yeah, so this is your type box, right? This is your type box, which you can see here. Wait, let me move this thing a little bit here. So this is your type box, right? So you guys can see like the blue part is your type box and it is in the center of the screen, right? But the words are overflowing it. That is why you have the words going out. So what I can do, I can make the overflow as hidden, right? I can make the overflow here as hidden so that there are no particular words which are overflowing from here. Cool. So the overflow is hidden. So now there will be no words which will be like really flowing out, right? So now this is your middle part, right? But there are still some words which you now can't really see, but there are some words which are overflowing. But this is your small rectangle, right? This is your small rectangle thing in which your words will be present, right? So now next goal is to add styling to this words div, right? This words div, and the styling which this words div will really do is that it will wrap your words around, right? Right now your words are overflowing from your type box, right? So this words div is for wrapping those words inside your smaller rectangle only, right? So we'll be doing a little bit of wrapping here. So let's go here and target our words div. And now first of all, let's increase the font size of the words, right? Because right now they are not really visible. So let's increase the font size. I just say like font size is 32 pixel. And so yeah, so they now look like a little bit bigger and you guys can really see and read what's really written out here, right? So that is one thing. Now I want to wrap it, right? I want to wrap the words inside a smaller rectangle. So if you want to wrap, you have to apply like a flex wrap property, right? That's a CSS property which wraps your words around. So you have to make your display as flex first of all, and then you have to you can write like flex wrap and you can just say as wrap, right? So this will wrap your words around, right? So now my words, yeah. So now these words were going out from here, right? These words were going out from the type box, but now they have wrapped around, right? Now they are just present inside this rectangle only and no words are flowing from the other part, right? So now if I want to like just overflow hidden, I can just remove that property also, right? If I remove that property, you guys will see that there are no words which are overflowing from here, but there are some words which are overflowing in the y-axis, right? But there are no words which are overflowing in the x-axis, right? Because we have applied that wrap property. But let's keep it here because I want to hide the y overflow also, because I'll explain it in a bit, but just keep that in mind. And then I'll just, I think this is pretty much what I really need here in terms of words. So now we have wrapped your words around, right? So now one thing which is like really remaining is like this is one word, right? Like I know taste is one word, telephone is another word, but like if someone is coming on the website, it is looking like glittered, like all of it like glittered, right? So we need some distance between each and every word, right? So there is a distance property. Let's put some distance between each and every word, right? So I'm gonna just target each individual word span, right? I'm gonna target each and individual word span. So this is this span, right? This word span, which I have a class name of word, right? I'm gonna just target that. Go ahead here and I'm just gonna write like a margin of, let's say, 5 pixel, and I'm just gonna have like give a padding of right, like because I want the distance in the right direction. So padding right, let's have it like 2 pixel, like small distance. So now you guys can see, like, now your words look much decent, right? So now you have displayed them in like a very nice kind of a way in the middle of the screen, right? So you have each and every word, and there are like a quite a decent space between them, and then you guys are able to read all the different bunch of random words, right? So these are random words which you have displayed on the screen using the random word module. Cool. So if you refresh, you will have new random words, right? These are the new things which are now being displayed on the screen, right? So every time your component or your website reloads, you will have a new set of random words, right? You will have a new set of random words to type on. Clear? So yeah, so now what we have done, we have just displayed some random word on the screen. Now our next agenda, so let's keep this video till here. Now in the next video, what we'll be doing, we'll be starting to implement the properties, right? We'll be starting to implement the properties of a typing test. What we'll be doing, firstly, we'll be monitoring the input of the user, right? What the user is entering. That is one thing. We'll know what the user is entering, and then we'll map it what the user is seeing on the screen, right? So that we'll be able to tell if the user is typing correctly or not. Clear? So that's one thing, and then we'll be implementing other features like space, backspace, and all those kind of a case, like edge cases we'll handle. So that will be in the next part, right? So we have just started building our typing box component, different kinds of time which we can choose from in order to enable our test, right? So suppose I want to take a 30-second test, right? So I want to implement that kind of a feature. So we'll be implementing that feature using what? Using context, right? So if you haven't heard about context APIs in React, so let me just give you a quick introduction, like why do we use context and why there is a need for context. So let me just open the notepad. So what really happens in React, right? So if you have been doing or coding in React, you know this property which is known as prop drilling, right? So prop drilling is like a concern, right? Which is, so like if you are designing a very complex application, right? If you are designing a very complex application, there are many states, right? There are many states to deal with, right? There are like thousands states. There can be like a lot of states, right? That's the gist. So now if you have to deal with these kind of states, right, it becomes very hard, right? Suppose you want to pass, let's say there is one component and then there is one children component from like parent to children. You have to pass, let's say 50 states, right? So it's not very feasible to keep on writing them or passing those states as a prop, right? That's not a very sufficient or a good way, right? So that is just very code wise also it's bad, and it's doesn't like it's performance wise also bad, right? So there is a concept to avoid this kind of a prop drilling. So I think if you have been coding, so in order to avoid prop drilling, there are like basically two concepts. What one is like if you can use Redux, right? So I think if you have been in front-end development, you must have heard this term, right? Like Redux. So what Redux is really, it's like a store management kind of a thing, right? So store management is what, or not really store management. I think I wrote it wrong. It's known as state management, right? So it's like a state management tool using which what you can do, you can manage all your states, right? So you can put all your states in like a store kind of a thing, right? There is one you can think it as like a small kind of a database for your states, right? For your front end states. So you can put all your states in one kind of a place, which is known as Redux, and then you can fetch it throughout your any of the component. You can fetch that state out, you can edit that state out by using something known as actions or reducers, right? So that is like a very different topic. We will not be going deep into state management or Redux kind of thing. Other option to avoid prop drilling is context, right? So context is built in React, right? It is given to you by React only. So you can avoid the concept of prop drilling using context, right? So what context is, so suppose you have, let's say these are your components, right? These are your different components which you have in your React application, right? So now what I'll be doing, suppose this kind of a wrapper, right? So this is your context, right? So what really happens, so context is like a wrapper which wraps around all your states, right? And then you can put all your states, which suppose there are many states which you want to use in all these components, right? And all these components you want to use those states. So what you will do, you will take those states out, right? And you will put them in your context, right? And then if those states are present in your context, all of these components will be able to access it, right? And edit it and do different kind of thing, right? So that using this context, you can avoid the concept of prop drilling, right? So that was like a very brisk or very like brief description of context. So now we'll move to the code part, and then it will become like a very more clear, right? And it will be like a good demo. also. So what we'll be doing, we'll be moving here to our code. And before implementing context, what I'll be doing, I'll be making a separate folder for implementing context files, right? I'll not implement context in my component folder only. So I'll make a new folder, which I'll call as context. Clear? And in this folder, I'll be making the context file. And now in a bit, like you will understand what do I mean by really context files. Clear? So in this, let me write the file name, test mode context. I'll just call it. And then this is the file, right? And what I'm going to do, suppose firstly, let's make the context, right? So how do you make a context? There is this function given, there is one function given to you by React. So let me just call it test mode context, and this will be create context, right? This is the function. It comes from React only. You call this function returns you a context, right? As simple as that. So now there is one concept of provider, right? So like I discussed about the states, right? So you have to put some state somewhere. So that provider is a way to like give out those states to the to the children component, right? That is like a way to give out your states. Simple, right? So now let me make a provider which I can export and attach to the application, right? So I'll be writing the code for that, cons, and then I'll just simply call it like a test a mode context provider. Yeah, and this will, I'll just make this a very like a simple functional component in React, right? And then what I'll be doing, I'll be fetching, so there is like a default prop which is known as children, right? So I'll be fetching that a prop inside this particular component. So this is known as a children prop. Clear? So this is by default, right? So whatever children you have it in your component state comes into this as a prop. Clear? So now what I'll be doing, I'll be returning a statement, right? So now the statement which I'm returning is the actual, is like really the actual provider, right? So this is like a pseudo provider which I have created for my own thing. And in this pseudo provider, I'll be creating all the states, right? Which I want this context to hold, right? And then this thing which I am writing here is the actual provider, right? Which is given to you by the context. So it is like test, it will be like what? Test mode context, yeah, dot provider, right? And then you have to pass in the value, right? So I'll just say that I'll passing in this values. I'll just fill this value. I'll make this values object in a bit, but just and then I'll just include the children in between of this provider, right? So now whatever children is coming here will go inside this test provider, and then this value which I'll be implementing in a while will be passed on to these children, right? This is as simple as that. Yeah, so now let me make the states. So the states which I really want, right now I just want one state, right? Later on I'll expand it, but let's just, for timing, let's just have one single state for a demo purposes. So the state which I'll call it is like test time, right? And then it will be like simple set test time, right? It will be in like a normal state, use state, and by default let's just set it to 15, right? That's the default value of it. And then now let me make a this values object which I talked about, right? This will like a normal JavaScript object, and I'll just pass in this like test time, and then also the set function. Clear? So now this values object, right, which I am passing it as a value in the provider, is having this two value, right? The test time and set test time. So all the children, right, all the children which will be wrapped around this provider will be able to access this values object, right? And in this values object, they'll get this test time, right? The state which using which they can like get the value of the test time, right? And then this set function for setting this test time, right? As simple. Clear? So now now how do you like actually fetch these values, right, in your children components? So there are two ways really. So there is one way by using like this kind of a method, right? So instead of dot provider, you have to use dot consumer, and then you can get out the values. But with the introduction of hooks, React has introduced one hook which is known as use context. So using that new hook which is use context, you can get out the value of your this value thing, this value object, right? So here what I'll be doing, I'll be making a function, right? I'll be making a self-made hook, right, which will like in actual call the use context, and then we'll get this test mode context and will give out the values, right? And I'm doing this because I don't want to export this context out, right? I don't want to export this context out of this file. So that is why I'm making this self-made kind of a hook, right? So I'll just call it like use test mode, right? Yeah, use test mode, and then in this I'll just this will be like a normal function which will in really like call this use context hook, right? This use context hook comes from React, and then in this use context hook you have to actually pass the context, clear? And the tech context here is use text mode, right? So now this function is okay, this function will really do what? When I'll call this function will really call this use context and will really give me this values, right? This is as simple as that. So now what this file is pretty much done, right? My context code is pretty much done. So now what I have to do, I have to attach this code to the actual application, right? So how do you do that? There are many ways. So whatever components you want this value to have access to, you just have to wrap those components around this text mode context provider, right? So that is simple, right? Whatever like components you want to have access to the state, you wrap that around inside this provider component which I have created, right? That's it, right? But what I'll be doing, I'll be wrapping the whole application, right? The whole this app.js to inside this test mode context, and then when I'll wrap that whole app only, so every component in the app will have access to this kind of this value, right? So that is the, so what there is two ways. So what I can do, I can like wrap these these children things inside that provider, or I can go inside the index.js file also. So this index.js file is holding this app, right? So what I can just simply do, I can come here and I can get that provider, that is like test mode context provider, clear? And then I can just simply copy my context like app here, and then I can wrap this app around here, right? So now what will really happen is this, right? What will really happen is this. So this is the app, right? This app will now become a children to this provider, right? This context provider. So now app will go as a children and will come here, right? As a children. So now what will happen? This will get returned, right? So this statement will come and be replaced here, right? So that is how React compiles and all that thing happens. So now the whole application will have access to my this values, these two values, right? This test time value and this set function, clear? So that was the introduction of like context and the code for context. So now what we'll be doing, we'll be actually implementing the mode thing which I talked about, right? Like 15 second, 30 second and 60 second options which you can choose from, and then based on that whatever you have choose, this value, this test time value will change, and based on this test time your countdown value will actually change, right? So that is what we are trying to do. So let me go here in the components folder in the upper menu. Let me make some changes here, right? So what I'll be doing is this. I'll make a div, right, which I'll call as counter, clear? And then inside that counter, firstly I'll put the countdown here, clear? And then I'll make a new div which I'll call as modes, clear? And inside this modes, what I'll be doing, I'll be making 3 modes, right? And I'll call that as time mode, clear? And yeah, so that is pretty much it. Okay, so I need what, 3 modes, right? So yeah, let me get that. So I need 3 modes as of now. Yeah, so the first mode will be what, the simply 15 second. The second will be what, 30 second, and the last one will be what, 60 second. Yeah, so these are the options which I have. So now let's just see what I have on the screen. It won't be looking very good as such, but use state is not defined. Okay, I haven't imported use state here. So yeah, let me import use state. Yeah, now it should be fine. Yeah, so now let me refresh it. Yeah, so now you can see that this is your countdown value, right? And these are all the options, right? 15 second, 30 second and 60 second, right? So now what we are left with, we just have to write a very small kind of a CSS, right? To make this thing look a little bit better and like visible kind of a thing, right? And then we'll be pretty much done with the actual part, clear? So let me do that. Let me write the CSS for it. So before writing CSS, what I'll be doing, I'll go in the upper menu and I'll name this div, right? I'll add a class name here and I'll just write like upper menu, clear? And let me just now go in my CSS file, which is like global.js, and in this I'll write the CSS. So upper menu, what I need is like display as flex first of all, right? And then I'll want the width to be what, 1000 pixel, because everything in the center has this width. And now I want to put this thing in center, right? So it's like margin left as auto and margin right also as auto. So this will pretty much put it in center. Yeah, so now let's just see. Yeah, so now we have it in the center, and now there is like this thing is, and these things are in line, right? So I have to give this thing also like a flex kind of a display, so that it comes in a row, right? And then the justify content of these two things will be what, like space between, right? So that these two things, one go here and one go here, like that will look like appealing a little bit. Yeah, and then what I can do, I can also increase the font size a little bit. Yeah, so like the font size I can have as what, let's just say has 4 rem maybe. Let's see. Okay, this thing, let's remove that and like the auto. Yeah, so now it looks, I think it looks a little bit bigger. Let me have it as 3.5. Yeah, I think so, looks fine to me. Yeah, I think that is pretty much it. And just now like the justify content part as space between. Clear? So now these two things will go, yeah, this is here and this is here. So now what I can do, I can give a little bit of padding also, so that they look a little bit of aligned with the type box. So that is what I'm going to do, a little bit of padding of 0.5 rem. Yeah, I think now it looks, now that's how I just have to attach this into like a display of flex. So let me get the name of that. It is like modes, so let me do that. Dot modes is a simply like what, display as flex. Now this thing, yeah, this thing also comes into picture, and now I just need a little bit of space between them, and then I can give a like a hover effect to make them look like a button, right? That is pretty much what is left. So now what is this is what and I think, yeah, I think, wait, let's see if the gap part really works. And time mode, yeah, dot time mode. Gap is, let's say, like 0.2 rem. Let's see if we have anything. Yeah, let's give I think we can give a little bit more space. So 0.4 rem. I think 0.4 rem. Yeah, this looks fine. And now we can just go ahead and give the hover effect. So it will be like time mode, hover, and then I just need what color to be, let's just say green. And then I can have like, I can make the cursor also as pointer, right? So they will like really look like a button. So now let's just go and hover on them. Yeah, now they look like a button, right? And the hover effect is also working. Clear? So now that was like the HTML, like the structuring part. Now let's actually go ahead and add the functionality to that, right? So now let's just make them like really work out, and let's just make them functional. So by making functional, what should really happen? By changing this, the time countdown value should really change, right? That is what should really happen. So that is what I'm going to do. Let's just go in the upper menu. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have one, wait a second. I'm going to give out, I'm going to give out ID to these things. So ID, I can give this thing ID of what, let's say I can give the ID of equal to, let's say 15, because the 15 will be what, like the value of it, and then 30, and then here let me give the ID of 60, right? And now let me just write what Yeah, so now I have 3 cursors, and I can write like on click function, which I'll just call it as update time. Clear? So now I have this on click function on all of these 3 time options. So now I just have to implement this on update function, right? Update time function. So yeah, the update time function, and I'll get an event here. Clear? So I'll just get an event here, and in this event I'll have the ID, right? So now what I have to quickly do here is this. So now what I need, if I want to update, so I really need to update the state, right, of the context. So if I have to update the state, I have to get this values object, right, which I'll get by calling this function. Clear? And then what I'll be doing, I'll be calling this set time function, and I'll set it with the value of that particular ID, right? And then this thing will really change. Clear? So that is what I really want to do. So let me go in the upper menu. So how do I get out that value object is this. So yeah, so what I need set test time, right? And then I'll just call this use test mode function, right, which is coming from your context. I'll call this. So this, when this thing gets called, that use context hook gets called, and then that returns me what? That returns me a simple values object, and then I am just destructuring that values object, and I am getting out this set test time function which I have passed in that values object. Clear? So now using this function, I'll just update the test time value. So it will be just simply like test time, and then I'll change that ID into number, right? Because sometimes it gets converted into string. So in order to avoid that thing, I'll just get that e.target.id. Clear? So now this e.target is what? Like if I click on this, then this is the ID I get, and then I'll set the test time with this particular ID, right? So this is the update time function which I really need to update. Clear? So now the one thing is remaining. I have to update the countdown value, right, based on what is getting clicked. So firstly, I'll come into this test time typing box component. I'll get that test time, right? This is the test time thing, and I'll get that by using that again that hook. Yeah, this use test mode, and then that will return me a values object, and I'll be structuring it again to get out the test time, right? So that is the value which will get updated, right? So now you can see that I am updating the test. I am updating the test time in a different component, and then using the value of test time in a different component, right? And I didn't have to do any prop drilling or anything like that, right? So this is what you are doing. You are avoiding prop drilling, and you are able to access one common state throughout many objects, right? Throughout many components using the concept of context, right? So that is why contexts are useful. Clear? So what I'll be doing here, I'll be writing a simple use effect, right? I'll be writing a simple use effect. Clear? Yeah, I'll be writing a simple use effect, and in this use effect, I'll just say whenever my test time changes, what you should really do, you should really set the countdown to the test time value, right? That should what really happen, right? So whenever the test time changes, right, this use effect will run, and then the set countdown will get changed by test time, right? And then I can also go ahead and yeah, I can change this thing also as test time. Clear? So now no longer there is one hard-coded value. It will get a select on whatever is the default value of my context. Clear? So now let's just check it out. Clear? So now let's just refresh it. Clear? So now it is 15, right? So when I click on 30, it should change to 30, right? This countdown value of 15 should change to 30, right? That is my goal. So now let's just click on 30, and you can see that it is changing to 30 and 60 and 15 and so on, right? So your test time is changing, right? So that is pretty much what I needed. Clear? So that is one thing done. So now the other thing which I really need to do is this. Like suppose I'm typing, right? Suppose I have started typing, right? So let me go here and say, yeah, so now I have started typing. So now suppose in between I decide to change the mode, right? In between I decide to change the mode. Suppose I decide to change 30. Right? You can say that the timer is still going on, but its value got updated to 30, right? That should not really happen, right? What should really happen when I am changing mode in between of a test? What should really happen? The whole thing should reset, right? The whole thing should reset, and the whole reset of the game should really happen, right? So that is what I am looking at. So what I'll be doing, I'll be implementing a reset function, right? What I'll be implementing a reset function, and I'll be resetting the whole screen. Clear? So let me implement that reset function. Clear? So reset test, right? This will be a normal function. So what do you mean by resetting a test, right? So if I say reset a test, like it's as simple as setting all the states to their initial values, right? There are many states, right? This state, this state, this state. So if I mean by resetting anything, I will just simply reset the whole screen for you guys, right? So that is what I just simply mean by resetting your particular test, right? So that is what I'm going to do here. Firstly, what I'll do, I'll set the countdown to the test time value, right? That is one state. Then I'll set the current word index to what? Current word index to 0, and then set current character index to 0. That's one thing. And then I think there are two more states for test start, which will be, again, this will be false because test will not start, wouldn't have started, and test end is again false. Clear? So I think these are all the states which I have as of now. And then what I'll be doing, I'll be introducing new sets of this word array, right? So I'll be changing the word array also. So I'll just simply that like set words array to just simply, let's just say like random words 50 again, right? So now I'll have new sets of random words. So now this is your reset function. This is pretty much how it works. And then I'll just focus on my input also, right? I'll just focus on my input also. And then what I'll do, I'll just go inside this use effect. So instead of now just simply changing the countdown value, I'll reset the test, right? Whenever my test time changes, I'll just reset the test, right? So that is what should really happen logic wise. So now let's just go and check this out. So yeah, testers are started. Now let's just change it. Yeah, so you can see that this thing worked, right? I think the words changed here, but our timer hasn't stopped, and this thing doesn't change, right? The colors are still there, the class names are still there, they are still applied. So now what two things are remaining. Firstly, I'll have to clear out the interval also, right? Firstly, I'll have to clear out the interval in order to stop the test. So what I'll be doing, I'll be making a new state for the interval, right? For storing that interval ID. Set interval ID so that I can clear it out anywhere I want in my this whole component, and it will be like null by default. Clear? And then I'll go inside here, and then whenever I have my set interval ID, I'll set it here. Set interval ID, and then this is my interval ID, which I have it from here, right? This interval ID will go here. So in the reset function, firstly I'll just clear out the interval first. So this thing will solve the issue of my counter keep on running, right? So now my counter will stop because I have cleared out the interval, right? So this solves that issue, right? The next issue which is remaining is just simply resetting my whole this thing, right? This word span ref is responsible for what? This thing is responsible for creating a reference, right? And having that reference in place. So what I'll have to do, I'll have to like reset this whole span, right? So what I'll be doing, I'll be making a function which I'll call as like reset word span ref, right? And then I'll just simply call it reset word ref class names, right? That should pretty much be it. Clear? And then if I have this function, now I just have to simply like implement this function. And what this function will really do, this will just clear out all the class names, right? And we'll set it to default, right? So now let me just write that function. So const reset word span ref class names. This will be a function. So what should really happen, I'll just loop over the like word span ref. It was like an array, right? I'll just loop over it, and then I'll just remove it. Like I'll just make the class names as null, right? So that there is no color and everything attached to it. Yeah, dot map, and then I'll just loop over it. And firstly I'll just fetch the current, and then I'll go into the array, which I'll again go through in as child nodes. Clear? So yeah, that is child node. So now there is one more small thing which you have to take care of, is that this child nodes is not array, right? it's not a JavaScript array. So now if you try to just run a loop directly on it, right? If you try to run a map on it, this will not work, right? Because map is not a function of node list, right? It is a function of array. So you have to convert this node list to an array first, and like an array of JavaScript, then only you will be able to like run a map over it, right? So how do you do that? You just call this function array.from. So now this function array.from converts this node list to array, to a JavaScript array, and now you can run a map over it. Clear? So yeah, once you have a map over it, you can just simply go ahead and you just have to do this, like class name, right? And the class name should be just empty, right? That is what I want. And then in the end, what should really happen? I want to give the cursor at the first place, right? That will make the whole thing reset, right? So I just want to give the cursor at the first place, right? That is what is remaining. So yeah, that's 0, and then dot current dot child node, child nodes dot 0 dot class name, not class list, class name will have this current tag, right? So that the cursor goes in the front, right? So now we have cleared out the interval, we have reset the word span ref. Now there will be a complete reset of your game only, right? So now that is what we were looking for. Let's refresh it, and now let's test it out. Yeah, so now let's just test it out. I have started the game, the timer has gone off. Now if I want to change mode, let's go ahead and do that. Now let me click on 30. You can see that the words have changed, the timer has stopped, and everything is back to a reset state, right? So you can feel like there is a reset which has happened, right? So now you can get these options. So suppose I want to type for 60 seconds, I can just go ahead and start typing, right? And now I'll be able to type for 60 seconds. So suppose if I want to type for 15, I can change to 15. I can go ahead and keep on typing for 15 seconds, right? And when the timer stops, there will be a test over message. Clear? So that is what we have done. We have tried implementing that. So now let's keep this video till here. Clear? So now we have our test mode kind of a thing, right? We have multiple time modes to choose from, right? Like in the previous video, like we implemented mostly all the user input feature which we can possibly implement in our typing test website. Now we'll be further moving on to a timer, right? Because timer is a very basic thing which you necessarily need in a typing website, right? And then using that timer only, we'll be able to produce results of the user. Okay. So in the previous video, I was not able to show you guys the demo of that extrovert backspace thing. So let me show you that. So now this is the extrovert, which as you can see has been put on in the word, which we created a new span and then appended it into the correct span. Now we can press space and they will go away, and only the words which were extra, which were like pushed extra, are getting removed from the screen, right? And then the words which were originally present are not getting removed from the screen, right? So that is what we did. Clear? So now next move on to the timer thing. So yeah, so let's move on to the code for that. So like before writing the code for that, what I'll be doing, let me pause and remove that. I think that got imported, I don't know, somewhere. So now what we'll be doing, I'll be making a new component, right, which I'll call upper menu, right? So it will be like a rectangle kind of a component which will sit above this type box. Clear? So it will sit above this type box, and I'll be implementing that, and we will call that as upper menu. And you will get to know why we are calling it upper menu, like in some while, right? So, but first let's focus on a timer thing, right? Let's forget about everything else. Let's focus on the timer code. So yeah. So let me come into the component folder. I'll make a new component which I'll call as upper menu, right? And then in this thing, let me get a basic template of a React component. Yeah. So yeah, so this is pretty much the upper menu, and so now what we'll be doing is pretty much this. So I'll come in this div, and on top of that, on top of our type box, what I'll be doing, I'll be implementing upper menu, right? So I'll get that component here. Yeah. Set. So now we have our upper menu, and I think you can maybe see it on the screen now. Yeah, so this is the upper menu, right? Like this is the component which I was talking about. So now in this component, let's just put a normal counter, and then we'll think of putting other things, right? So let's just let's just put a counter. So how now let's talk about the states which will go into implementing a counter, right? So what I'll be doing, I'll be making a state, right? I'll make a state which I'll call as countdown, right? Yeah, and then let's set countdown. So this will be a normal state, and then it will let's for a demo purposes, let's start it from 15, right? So by 15 I mean like 15 second, right? So yeah, so let's start it from 15 and then we can change it, right? I will see later how we can change it, right? But let's just focus on the hard-coded part, which is like 15 second. Cool. So yeah, so this is our countdown state. So now what I'll be doing, I'll be passing this countdown state in my upper menu component, right? I'll just call it this, and I'll just pass it here. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, cool. Now I can catch it in my upper menu component like this as a prop, and then I can just simply put it here in the div. Clear? So now on the screen you guys can see the 15 second countdown. Clear? So now our next goal is to just decrease this value, right? Like with every passing second, right? That's what a timer is, right? Like its value will decrease by every passing second. So how do you like naturally implement a countdown in JavaScript? What you do, you can use this functionality which is known as set interval, right? So I think you guys must have used a set countdown a lot. So what set count, like not set countdown, like set timeout. So set timeout does what? It takes your callback function, it puts it outside your call stack, and then it adds the timer to it, right? Whatever time you pass it in the second argument in millisecond. So that is a set timer. You must have used it a lot. So there is one more function which is known as set interval. What that does, you have like this arguments are same. You have to pass a callback function and then you have to set a time, right? So now what this function does really, it just keeps on calling that callback function and then again and again after the time which you have passed, right? Suppose you have passed the callback function and then you have set, right, like say 1000 millisecond, right? So what it will do, after every second it will call that function, right? Pretty simple as that. So that is what we are going to do, and then that set interval function also returns you an interval ID, right, which is unique, and then using the interval ID you can clear out that interval function, right, by calling the clear interval function, right, which is given to you by your browser, right? It's inbuilt. Cool. So we'll be using that set interval function only. So then the code for countdown function will go in your type box only. So let me make that function, right? So what I'll do, I'll call that function, I'll make a bigger function and I'll call it like a start timer kind of function. So yeah, this is the function. Yeah, so I'll call this as start timer, right? A normal function. Clear? So this is your start timer function, and in this now what I'll be doing, I'll be making that set interval function, and then I'll get like an interval ID from here, right? And this set interval, and in this I'll pass a callback function which I'll call as timer, right? I'll define the definition of this function in a bit, but yeah, I'll pass in a callback function which will be called timer, and then I'll just say that run this function again and again after like 1000 milliseconds, right? Which is just 1 second, right? Because your timer should decrease the value after 1 second, right? So now now let's define the timer function. Yeah, this is pretty much this thing only, right? So we have this timer function, right? This is as simple as that. So now in this timer function, logically what should happen, right? Like your countdown state should go to 0, like should decrease by 1, right? That is pretty much what should happen, right? So you can like just think about it, like you can just write like set countdown -1, right? That is pretty much what it, right? Like you have to decrease the countdown value by 1, right? So when I run this function, you will see that this thing doesn't really work. Clear? So when I call this function, and let me just also like call this function, right? Like let me call this start timer function. So I'll just go in the use effect, right? I have a use effect, right? In this thing, I'll just call this start timer function, right? So that you can see that the countdown is increasing. I'll just remove this function and I'll add the real functionality in a bit, but let's just focus on the demo part, right? So now let's just see that if our timer is decreasing or not. Yeah, so you can see that the timer decreased from 15, right? Let me refresh. So you can see the timer is decreasing from 15 to 14, but now after 14, it's not going anywhere, right? But what I can assure you that this timer function is again and again being called, right? But what is really happening is that the value which is fetching, right? This value, countdown value, which it is fetching, is remaining 15 only, right? It's not fetching the latest value of your countdown state. So in order to solve this kind of a issue, what you should really do, you can pass a callback function, right? You can pass a callback function inside your set functions of your state, and then that like callback function, in the argument you can fetch the latest value, right? You can fetch the latest value of your countdown. So what I'll do, I'll just call this as latest, maybe like latest countdown, right? This is the value which is like currently the value of your state, right? So I can just say that latest countdown value, and then I can just return this, like I can return like the latest countdown -1, right? Then whatever you return is now the new state, right? So that is how, if you're not able to fetch the latest value of your state, you do this kind of thing, right? And why are we doing that? Because this timer function doesn't remain in the call stack and it goes away. So that is why you have to do this kind of a callback thing in order to update your countdown state, right? So now when I'll go and see in here, this is what will happen. So yeah, so like 15, then yeah, 13, 11, and 7, and like 5. But like in this one problem which you will see is that the value is decreasing by 2, right? That is happening because like I have called the start timer function inside my use effect, right? And everything inside your use effect runs twice, right? If you are in your development mode, right? That is because of this strict mode which is written here. So because of this strict mode, everything in your use effect runs twice. That is like came in React 16, I don't know. But yeah, so that is why this value is getting decreased by 2, right? And now one more problem is there, that this value is not stopping, right? This value is not really stopping at 0, right? And it should really stop at 0. So now what we'll be doing, we'll be introducing 2 more states in our typebox component. That is like the states to know if our test has started or not, right? If our typing test is starting or not. So that using that state, we'll then start the timer, and then we'll also start the timer using that particular states. Clear? So let me go into a type box and let me introduce those 2 states, right? So what I'll just call it like maybe test start, right? The state will tell me if the test has started, right? I'll just call it like test start, and then this is like normal use state, and then by default it will be false because test hasn't started by default. And then another state is like test end, and this will also be by default, it will also be false, right? Because test hasn't ended by default, right? As simple as that. So now I'll just remove that start timer function from the use effect, right? Because I don't really want to start the timer when the page loads, right? That is not the real functionality. So when does the timer should start, right? Like really. So like when the user has opened the website and now he has started typing, right? He has interacted with the website. He is now starting to type. Then only like we should start the timer, right? That is what logically should happen. So that is what I'm going to do. So in this thing, I'll come in this function, right? This handle user input function is the function which is getting run, right? Whenever a user is pressing any key, right? As simple as that. Like whenever a user is interacting or by pressing a key, what do I mean? Like user has started typing, right? He is on the type box and he has pressed the key, and like, so now the timer should start, right? Because now he has started the test. That is what should logically happen. So what I'm going to do in this, firstly, I'm going to check, right? Firstly, I'm going to check if the test has started or not, right? Because if the test has already started, I don't want to start the timer again, right? That is not logically, that shouldn't happen. So firstly, I'll check if the test hasn't started. So I'll just say like not test start. So that will just simply tell me if the test has started or not, right? And then if the test hasn't started, then this will be true. So what I'll do, I'll just start the timer. Clear? I'll just start the timer. I'll just call this function, and then what I'll do, I'll just set that test start state as true, right? Because now this state will be true. So now I'll know that the test has started, and now this if statement will not run again, right? If the user is continuously typing. So this if statement is designed to only run once, right? As simple as that. Clear? So now this statement will start the timer when the user has started interacting with the website. So now let's refresh the website and see. Yeah, so now it is at 15. So now the timer should only decrease by 1, right? It should not decrease by 2, right? Because it's not anymore present in the use effect. Yeah, so now this timer is not started, right? I have loaded the page, but the timer has not started. It will start only when I'll start typing, right? So now let's do that. Now let's start typing, right? So I have started typing, and then you can see that it is going, right? It is decreasing from 15, 10, 9, right? So now it is like working as a normal countdown, right? So that is pretty much fine, right? So now we have implemented the functionality of a counter. Clear? So now, and then now we just have to do one more thing, is that now we have to stop the timer, right? When the timer reaches 0, we have to like pretty much stop it. Clear? So now let's focus on that also. Let's introduce the test end state also. So in this set countdown function, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a simple if condition, right? So now so when the timer will reach 0, the timer will reach 0 when this latest countdown is 1, right? Because if it is 1, then the next state is 0, right? So that means that 1 second has passed pretty much. So now what I'll be doing in this set countdown function, if my set countdown, like not set, like my latest countdown is equal to 1, what I'll be doing, I'll be just doing the set test end as true first of all, and then what I'll be doing, I have to stop the counter, right? So now in order to stop the counter, what I'll have to do, I'll have to clear out this interval, right? I have to clear out this interval which has been created. So how do you like remove that interval? You use that interval ID which is given to you by your browser. It is unique, and then using that interval ID, you clear it out by using the clear interval function. So this is the function, this clear interval function. Now you just call it and you just pass in the interval ID. Clear? As simple as that. So now your interval will be cleared out, right? There will be no more interval in your browser, and the timer will like generally stop, right? And then you have to just simply return 0, right? Because the countdown state should now just stick to 0, right? So that is what I'm going to return. Clear? So now let's just and then now let's just do one more thing also, that now let's just remove this type box, right? So now when your test is over, I'll just show a game over message as of now, and then later on I'll introduce a stats component here. Clear? So what I'll be doing is this. I'll be writing a basic ternary condition, right? So how will that go about is this. So let me first do this. So I'll write a ternary condition, basic ternary condition. It will be like if the test has ended, right? If the test has ended, like pretty much, then what I'll be doing, I'll be showing simple like h1 as of now. Let's show a simple h1, which I'll just say like as test over, right? And then later on I'll just fill it up. Let me just have this thing here, right? So what is here really happening is this. Wait, let me close this also. So here what is happening, let me format it. So what is really happening here, if I have written this basic ternary condition, right? So what is really happening here, if my test has ended, right, test end is true, then I'll just return this test over div. Otherwise, if test is not over, I'll just show that test box, right, which is having the words which you can type out, right? As simple as that. So now let's just see if this thing is working. Yeah, so now let's just yeah, we have started typing. Now the timer has started. Clear? And we can go on and type like a normal typing test, right? Like a person types. Clear? And now when like the timer reaches 0, yeah, so now it should go, yeah. So the timer reached 0 and our test is over, right? So now we are getting test over and we are not getting the test anymore, right? So now what we have done in this video, like we have implemented the timer functionality, and we have also introduced, now we are able to know when the test is starting and when the test is ending, right? Based on a time, right? What should like really happen in typing a website, right? So now we are slowly and starting getting the feel of a typing website, right? Clear? So now let's keep this video till here. So in the next video, what we'll be doing, I'll be introducing different modes, right? Different time options which you can choose from, right? And I'll be doing that using something which is known as context, right? So in the starting of the next video, I'll give a little bit of introduction to context, what context is and why do you use it, and then I'll implement the different time options, right? Like you can choose from like 15 seconds you want to type, or you want to type for 30 seconds or 60 seconds and so on. So in this video, we'll be continuing on to the previous video. If you haven't watched the previous video, go watch it before watching this one. So in this, we are continuing the typing box component, which we have built a little bit in the previous video. Like in the previous video, we have just got these random words, right? And we have just laid it on the screen and made them look beautiful, right? Using a little bit of CSS. So that is what we have done. Right now, we haven't done anything else. So in this video, what we'll be trying to do, firstly, what we'll be understanding is how do we do referencing in React, right? Like how do we get reference to particular what we have like elements in HTML, right? So if you remember JavaScript, we used to get out references to a particular element using, let's say, DOM APIs, right? Like query selector by ID and all those kind of a thing. But in React, we have some hooks, right? For doing this referencing purposes, we have some hooks. So we'll be discussing that in this video, and then we'll be moving on to actually the user input part, right? Like we'll be moving on to like fetching and getting the user input, like what the user is typing on his keyboard and all those kind of a thing, right? So we'll be doing user input thing, and then after user input, we'll be focusing on like if the user is typing correctly or not, right? Like the incorrect and correct input, if he is doing or not. So that is like pretty much the aim of this particular video. Yeah, so I think let's get started. So as I mentioned, like we'll be learning about referencing, right? So let me like give you guys like an in-depth first of all like an intro to that, like what do I really mean by when I say referencing, right? So let me open my whiteboard. Yeah, so we have this here. So now let's assume like we have HTML element, right? So if you are not familiar with HTML element, let me give you like a decent example of that. So let's assume that we have this, right? Like we have this particular div, right? And it has like a class, let's say of again like test. Let's take a test, right? And then this is the start div, right? So now in terms of HTML terminology, what do these like particular like names are? So we call this thing, right? This div thing we call as a tag, right? This thing we call as a tag. And then these and there can be like multiple more. These are known as attributes, right? So like these define the properties of what we known as the tag part, right? This is the tag. And then this whole thing, like there can be more things here, right? Like you can have nested childrens and all those kind of a thing. But this whole thing, right? This whole thing as a whole, right? As a whole is known as a HTML element, right? This whole thing is known as a HTML element. Clear? So that is what when I say HTML element, this is what I really mean. Cool. So yeah. So this is a HTML element, this is tag, this is attribute, right? So that is like a basic brush up of your HTML thing. So now let's move on to the referencing part, right? Like what do I really mean by referencing? So if you have like have been doing object oriented programming, or if you have done like DSA in Java or anything like that, so you must have like read this term, like you can have a reference of another object in some other object, right? So referencing is just pointing to one particular thing in memory using just the address of it, right? Like not really storing it as a whole, but just having a reference to it, right? Let me draw it and then let's try to understand that. So let's have again a div, right? Let's just have a div, no class, nothing much, like a simple div, just right? That's a simple div. So now let's just assume that you have written a code, right? You have written a code and it's like a very big code, like it's like 20,000 lines of just HTML code, right? Like very big HTML code, a big chunk of like it has like multiple thousands of elements, right? It has thousands of elements. So now suppose this div is like a unique div, right? It has a unique ID of let's say just one, right? It has like a unique ID of one. So you can in JavaScript, what you can just quickly do, just go ahead and get this like element out of this 20,000 line of HTML code by using the DOM APIs, right? Like you can get it out easily. But there is like a one more efficient and a quick way of doing that is by keeping the reference of it. So every tag or every element which you have in HTML has this inbuilt property or an inbuilt attribute which is known as ref, right? This thing is an inbuilt attribute in every tag which you have in HTML, and what you can do using this ref attribute, you can pass a variable, right? You can pass a referencing variable, right? Let's say that variable is known as a. Cool. So now there will be in the memory, there will be this a variable, right? This a variable, and this a variable will be pointing to this particular element, right? So this a variable will have each and every property of this particular div, right? Because you have passed this a as a reference to this particular element. Cool. So now using this a, you will be able to fetch this div and you will be able to access all of its property out of these 20,000 lines, right? So now you have this variable a which is pointing to this particular div inside this whole HTML stack. Cool. So that is known as referencing in your JavaScript or HTML terminology. Cool. So now what do we have? Like in React, we get a hook, right? And that hook is known as useref, right? We have this hook which is known as useref. So using useref hook, you get a referencing object, right? This thing returns you an object, right? And it has like a current thing inside it. And this so if you like initialize it with just, let's say, null, so this current will hold null here, right? And now if you like, this will be like, suppose a equals to this, like const a equals to this, and now if you pass this a inside a div, this current will actually hold that div, right? This current will now actually hold the reference to that particular div, and you can access it using this variable a very easily, right? So this is how referencing is very important, and we will be also using referencing very intensively in our particular project. Cool. So that was like a very quick introduction of referencing. Clear? So if that is out of the way, yeah, so I just wanted to give you guys like a quick introduction to referencing, because like it will be used heavily, right? So getting like a basic understanding of why it is there and how do we use it is very important. Clear? So if we have that out of the way, now let's move on to like the taking the input part, right? Like let's first understand how we'll actually take the input, and then I'll show you guys the referencing which I just taught you, right? Like in like a very depth kind of a field. Clear? So now let's go about and taking the input. So if you like have like ever have taken input in HTML, you know that there is like input tag, right? Like an input tag which you use to take input, right? As simple as that. So we are going to do that as well. We're going to use an input tag to take inputs. Clear? So that's one thing. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, so there we have our code. So now inside our typing box component, let's just quickly go, and outside this typing box, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write an input tag. Clear? I'm going to just write an input tag, and I just can close it. So this type will be what? This type will be just simply text, right? Because the user is going to write and is going to type something, and we just need a text, right? A simple text input. Clear? And then it's just a simple tag, and then I can just have like an on key down. So okay, so before moving on to the on key down, I think you guys must have used this event which gets triggered a lot, is like on click event, right? Like the on click is like the most famous event which gets triggered in like any of the dev or anything like that. But there is like one more, like two more events which can get triggered. Like there are multiple events, but like two events which are for our use as of now. One is on key down, right? So this is the event, like let me type it down, on key down. Clear? So like similar to on click, right? Like inside your input tag, if your input tag is in focus and somebody is typing, right? So on key down event will get triggered when he presses the keyboard, right? And the key goes down. So then this on key down event will trigger and an event will be generated, and you can pass any function to handle that event, right? Which is getting generated, right? So that's the on key down. And then similar to on key down, there is one like on key up also, which gets triggered when you release the key, right? As simple as that. So let's do that. Let me write like handle, let's say like user input, right? Let's just write that. This is like a function which will get triggered on your on key down thing, right? So let me just quickly go ahead and make this function. So like handle user input, yeah, and then I need a event, right? Like because I want to like this will generate a event, right? So I need to capture that event here. So now I'll just quickly go ahead and console this event for you guys, right? So that we can see what we are getting and what do we have to deal with. Clear? So now we have this input box, right? This is what I have introduced as of now. So let me go in the console box. And yeah, you can ignore this warning, like we can fix it later on. So yeah, this is our like an input thing. So now whenever I press any key, right, like that on key down function should get triggered. So let me press any key. Yeah, and I'm pressing some keys, and this is the event which is getting triggered, right? So you can see like this is the event, and it has a lot of properties, right? You get a lot of properties out of like your event, like which is getting triggered, right? So this is known as like a synthetic base event, and the React name is just on key down because it was getting triggered on that particular thing. And it has a lot of thing, right? Like the code is this, and the key which is pressed is H, and the key code is 72, which is unique for every key which is present on your keyboard here. And it has a lot of more thing, but the main properties which we'll be using will be this key to check what the user has actually typed, and then key code, right? Like what, so like we can identify unique keys based on the key codes which are given to us, right? So yeah, so that is pretty much it. So using this input box, we can get the input of the user. Clear? That's as simple as that. So now moving on to this particular thing, like if you remember the introduction thing, I said that we'll be making a unique thing, right? We'll be making a website which will be not like a general website which you see on internet, right? Like not a general typing website. So what do we need to do? We need to take the input, right? We need to obviously take the input of the user, and we can do it using this input box only, but we can make it like a little bit sneaky, right? Like what we can do is like we can hide this input box, right? Whichever you see on the screen, we can hide that input box, and still we'll be able to take the input, right? So now the user will get the feel that whenever he is entering the website, he is able to type right away, right? He doesn't have to find any typing box, and he doesn't have to click on that typing box and then start typing, right? So we'll give that seamless experience to the user, right? So let's do that. Let's hide this typing box, and then let's enable it when the website loads and the user is able to type, right? Let's first hide this input box, and then we'll talk about further. So hiding this input box, what I can just simply do. So there are multiple ways of hiding any element, right? You can make the display property as none, so that will just simply remove it from the HTML stack only, or we can make the visibility as hidden, right? Or like there are like we can make the opacity as 0 and all those kind of a thing. There are multiple ways of hiding a particular element. So what I'm going to do here, firstly I'm going to give a class name, right? And I'm just going to call it hidden input, right? Because using this class name only, I'll be applying the CSS for making it hide, right? So that is pretty much what I'm doing here. So I've just given it the class name of hidden input, and I'll just go into my global.js file, and I'll just write like hidden input, and I'll just make the opacity as 0. Clear? So this should pretty much hide the input box, right? Because the opacity is being 0. Yeah. So now you cannot really. So when a user is suppose like coming on the screen, right? And like the user is coming on the screen, he or she is not really able to see the input box, right? That input box feels hidden to you, right? So that's as simple as what we wanted to do. Now the input box is hidden. So now comes one more problem, right? Now comes the problem of finding that input box, right? Like you and me who are just coding right now actually know that the input box is present somewhere here, right? And we can click on it, and then we can start typing, and we'll get these events, right? These events are what is all we need, right? In order to get the user input. But suppose a user who is using the website for the first time and is entering the website will not really know where that input box is present, right? And he or she is not gonna go and like find the input box, right? Like where the input box is hidden, and then she like click on that input box and then will really start typing, right? That's not what is really gonna happen. So now comes the property of referencing, right? Now we'll actually use the referencing part, right? So let me do that, and then I'll talk about it, like what I have done and all those kind of thing. So first, let me get a reference to this input element, right? So let me first get a reference. So in order to do that, I'll make a referencing object, right? I'll make a referencing object, and I'll do that using the useRef hook, which is given to me by React. So let me get that, like input ref. I'll just call it like input ref, and it will be just like useRef. And this useRef will come from React, and then I'll initialize it with null as of now, and then I'll just go in my input tag, and I'll use the ref property, right? Like this ref is given to me by HTML, right? And I'll use the ref property, and I'll just pass in the input ref which I have just created. Clear? So now the reference of this input element will be present inside my input ref, right? As simple as that. And now I can just go ahead and let me console this ref for you, right? Let me console this reference so that you guys are able to understand what is really happening. Clear? So now, yeah. So if you guys can see, let me refresh here, and if you guys can see, like we have this reference, right? Like in the starting, this reference is an object, right? Which is like I told you, like a current key will be present, and inside that, whatever, like I have initialized with null, right? So it's present there. So now after null, so now I have assigned that reference object to an input box, right? So now you guys can see that this current is holding one input dot hidden, this input tag. And when I am opening it, it is hovering that input box, right? So that is how referencing really works. And I can expand it. I can like really expand that thing, and you guys will be able to see all these different properties, right? And if you have ever tried to console a query selector or DOM API kind of a thing, you will know that these are all the properties which you really get when you try to get a reference of any HTML element, right? These are all the properties which you can possibly expect from HTML element, right? And you can do a lot with these properties. Clear? So now we have a reference to this particular input tag. So now what I'll really be doing, let me first remove that. We don't need really the console. So now what I really will be doing is like whenever the website is being loaded, right? Whenever the website is being loaded, what I'll really do, I'll make that input tag, right? That input box come into focus. Clear? So now what do I mean by coming into focus? So every HTML element has two properties, right? One is focus, right? So whenever suppose there are 5-6 divs, right? And you click on one particular div. Now for HTML, that div is in focus, right? So that's the terminology which is used. And then when you so that let's talk about focus only as of now. Let's not go here and there. So yeah, so focus. So now what I really want, like whenever the website loads, this input box, this input element should be in focus. Why? Because the user can now start typing right away, right? As simple as that. So now that input box is in focus, the user will be able to type. Clear? And we'll be able to get events from the user. So that is what I really want. Like when the so now there is one hook, right, which we can use to do this kind of a property, right? Like whenever the website loads, this hook runs, right? And the hook which should come to your mind is use effect. Clear? So I'll just quickly use that use effect hook. Right? The first parameter is the callback function. And then the second is a dependency list, right? I'm keeping it empty because I want this to run every time the website loads. Clear? And in that, I'm just gonna do, let me make a function. Let me make a function and I'll tell you why I'm making a function for this particular thing. And I'll just call it like focus input. Clear? And I'll just call this function as focus input. And in this focus like input function, what I'll be doing, I'll be calling that reference thing and getting the current property. And then I'll be calling the focus function, right? So every HTML element has this focus function. So whenever you call that focus function, so like this input ref dot current is just giving me the reference, right, which I have just made. So now after getting that reference, I'm just calling this focus function, right? So this every HTML element has this focus function which you can call to make that element go into focus, right? As simple as that. So this function is just simply doing, when I'll call this function will make this input element come into focus, right? As simple as that. So now in the use effect, I'll just call this function, right? I'll just call this function focus input, right? And now let's go in our website. And now I'll just refresh, right? I'll refresh and you guys will see after refreshing, I will not find the input box, right? I'll not go ahead and click on the input box, but I will still be able to type, right? And you will see events here on your screen. Clear? So that is what we are trying to do. So I'll just reload the website. And after reloading, I have started typing, clear, on my keyboard. And you guys can see like we are generating events. Clear? We are getting events of the whatever the user is typing, right? Like the key and all those kind of a thing. So now we as a user didn't have to go and find the input box, right? I didn't go ahead and click on this. Why this was possible? Because whenever the thing got loaded, our input box came into focus, right? As simple as that. So now I'll be doing one more thing, and that will be just one more thing, and that will be just simply suppose this thing, like just understand this part that so now I'll just show you guys one thing, that thing was in focus, right? So now if I click somewhere else, right, suppose I click here on the screen, right? So now that focus of the input box has really gone, right? So now if I type, I'm typing on the keyboard, right? But you guys don't really see any event happening here. Clear? So now that input box has gone out of focus, right? That's one thing which you should really know. So now if I want to type, that input box should be in focus. Clear? So now if the user had suppose lost this focus, right? He wants to get that focus back. So now suppose if he clicks here, right? If he clicks on the word, that focus should come back, right? That's what I really want as a functionality. So in this, type box, what I'll do, this is type box, right? Remember that this is the whole rectangle part, right? So I'll come here, I'll call this on click thing, and I'll pass the focus input function here also, right? So now what will really happen is this. So now whenever I click on this type box div also, right, this bigger rectangle thing. So now this type box div I am calling, and then this on click function will just call this focus input function, and my input will again come into focus, right? And I'll be able to type, right? So let me demonstrate the same for you. So now I don't have any my input is not in focus, right? So I'm not able to really type, and you guys can't really see the the inputs are. So now when I come and click here, like I should be able to again type, right? Clear? So now that's what the functionality is. So now we are done with like taking the input of the user, clear? And we have understood referencing in this particular lecture. So I think let's keep it till here. Let's keep the video till here. And now what in the next video, what we'll really try to do, now in the next video, what we'll be doing a lot more referencing. First of all, now what we'll do, we'll give this each and every character on the screen, right? Like the C, this O, this U, each and every character on the screen, a single reference, right? And I'll talk about it, the importance and why we are doing that, but we'll be doing a lot more referencing. And then after that, we'll map the user input, like what the user is typing, to actually what he's seeing on the screen and whether he's typing correctly or not, right? We'll do that. We'll do the incorrect and correct input of the user, and then we'll handle much more events which get triggered, right? So in this particular video, we'll be like elaborating more on our knowledge of the references, right? We'll be doing a lot more referencing in this particular video. So if you remember in the previous video, we did the referencing for the input box, right? Like and we saw the use of how you can use a reference to like target any HTML element properties, right? So we'll be further elaborating on that. We'll be giving references to each and individual words which we have on our screen, right? So that's number one task of this particular video. And then we'll be focusing on introducing a cursor, right? So that okay, we'll discuss like what a cursor is and how we'll let the user know on which particular word he is using that cursor, right? So that's one thing. And then after that, we'll be focusing on how we give the user the feedback that he's typing correctly or incorrectly, right? So that's the whole like major aim of this particular video. Cool. So I think let's get started. Let's first start with the more referencing part, which I talked about. So let me like write it down for you guys, like what we'll actually be doing. So this is the code till now, right? This is the code for our HTML, like our typing box component. And then we are getting this, right? We have this thing, and we also are starting getting the input of the user, right? So that is what we did till now in the previous video. So now let me talk about when I say that we'll be doing more referencing, what do I mean? So first let me take a screenshot of this, right? And let me paste it here. Cool. So this is what we have till now on the screen. So now what I really want to do is this. So like if you remember that these words which we have on the screen, right? Like all the words which you are seeing are present in one particular array, right? And this is the array, right? This is the array in which all of these words are present, right? And this array is currently of length 50. Right? It has 50 random words. So what I really want to do is that I want to have somehow, right? I want to have a reference to this word. I want to have reference to this word. I want to have reference to this word, and this and so on, right? So that I have reference to all these, what we would say, like all these words, right? So how do we do that? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make an array, right? I'm going to make an array, right? I'm going to make an array like similar to, and the length of this particular array will be the same as my words array, right? Because like if I have 50 words, right, I'll need 50 references, right? If that makes sense. So what I'll be doing, I'll be making an array, and in that array I'll be putting all the reference objects, right? Like I'll have an array of the same length as my words array, and then I'll put all the references in that. Cool. So now after I'll do that. I'll have a reference to each and every individual word on the screen, right? So let me do that, and then I'll show you guys how that look like by consoling it. Okay. So let's first quickly do that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna like name this as like words span ref, right? Because that is like a span kind of attack, right? So I'm going to run like report span ref, and I'm going to initialize it using one new hook, right? I'm not sure if you have ever used this hook. So this use hook, like use memo hook, comes late into the picture, right? This use memo is like more sort of a optimization hook, right? So that is why like students are not really familiar with this kind of a hook, right? Because it comes later on when we try to optimize a React application, right? So what this use memo hook does, so like if you are performing complex like task or complex functionality, right? So what this use memo hook does, it stops your like whole, it doesn't run your function when your whole component loads, right? So it just does some kind of a caching and all those kind of stuff to optimize your further load of the page, right? So that your application doesn't get stuck in like a loop or that kind of stuff, right? So that is why what I'll be doing, I'll be initializing this particular span because it's a big array. So I'll be initializing it with the use memo hook, right? So yeah, and the for like syntax for use memo hook is same as your use effect hook. First, like we have to pass a callback function, and then we have to pass a dependency list, right? So I'll show you in a bit. Let me complete the code for it. So what I'll be doing, I'll be initializing an array, right? And the length of this array will be this words array dot length, clear. And then what I'll be having, I'll be filling it, let's just say I'll fill it with normal zeros, and then I'll just run a map over it, clear. And what I'll be doing, I'll be using this create ref function, and then yeah, just I'll be putting in a tool, and then this array will run whenever my like words array changes, clear. So now if you pay attention to it, what I have simply done here is that I am returning an array, right? I'm returning an array whose like length is same as my words array because I want that many references, and then I am filling it with 0 because I have to fill it with something, otherwise it will be an empty array, and I can't really run a map on it because I have to fill it with something. And then I'm running a map on it to like, right now that array is filled with 0, right? So I have to replace that 0 with a referencing object, clear. And then why I am not using useRef here, because this whole thing is a callback function, right? And you can't really use hooks inside a callback function, right? So that's one like hooks can only be used in a functional component. They can't be used inside a callback function, right? So in order to have a reference, I have used this create ref. So create ref also comes from React only, but there is one major difference between like use ref and create ref. It's like use ref is a hook which you cannot use inside a callback, but create ref is a function, right, which you can use inside a callback function, right? And like both the functionality is same, right? They do the same stuff only, just the one is hook and one is a function, clear. That's the only difference. And then in the second argument, we have to pass a dependency array, right? And I have passed words array. So what this is doing is just this use memo, like whatever is written inside this use memo will not run until and unless its dependency changes, right? So it will not run again and again, right, on every render. So now this variable will not get initialized again and again every time your component renders, right? So that is a small kind of optimization which happens. Clear? So we have an array. So let me console this array for you. So we have this array, and inside this array, word span ref. Yeah, let me remove that. I don't want this. So let me. Yeah, so this is the array, right? This is like of length 50 only because my words array is of 50 length. And now at every single place, I have this reference object, right? If you remember, like current, and right now it's initialized with null. Clear? As simple as that. So now what I want to do is like add 0th index, the reference of the 0th word should come, clear? And then at the first index, the reference of first word should come, right? So in order to do that, I'll be just doing this. So yeah. So inside this is my span tag, right? And I want reference to this particular span tag only. So what I'll be doing inside this map, I'll be getting the index, right? I'll be getting the index of here, and then what I'll be doing in this span tag, I'll be putting the reference, and inside this reference, I'll be putting like word span ref, right? And then of that like index, clear? So now this index, if you remember how map works, this index will go from 0 to like 49 because the length of this word array is 50. So now at every like 1 0 1 2 3 4 span, we'll have the reference of this thing inside this particular array, right? So now if I run that component again and I print that like span ref, you'll see that I'll have reference to, yeah. So now you can see that this array is now filled with references, right? It's not null anymore, right? Because I have put the reference here. So now let me show you, like at 0th index, I have the reference of the 0th word, right? So if you can see on the screen, the 0th word is getting highlighted, right? Because I have a reference of that at the 0th position inside my array. Clear? And then in the first position, I have a reference of the first word, and the second I have a reference of third word, like second word. Clear? So it goes like that, right? So now I have a reference to all the words which I have on the screen. Clear? So that's one thing is done. The referencing of all the words is pretty much done. So now let me discuss the use of it, right? So the use of it, it's just simple, right? Because this I have reference directly to what I have displayed on the screen, right? So now it's very easy for me to fetch what the user is seeing, right? Because okay, so now let me show you that. So if you remember the structuring of it, what I have done, I have like spans of each and every array, like each and every character inside the span of a word, right? So now if I want to fetch each and every character, I can have that each and every character inside my span, right? So let me expand this for you. So inside every parent span, we have its child nodes, right? We can have all the child nodes inside one particular parent tag. And how do we do that? So this is all the property, right? This is all the property which is associated with the span. Clear? So now inside this, there is this property which is known as child nodes. Clear? And this child nodes will have all the children spans, right? So now I have all the children span at one single position, right? So you can see that I can have access to all. You can see that it is getting highlighted on the screen that each and every character I'm able to have access to, right? Using that parent reference which I have right now. Clear? So this is how I'll be using it to know what the user is seeing on the screen, right? So that is our next step. Clear? So I think, yeah, that is pretty much about the referencing. So let me clear this out. Clear? So yeah, so now like you can go through this part like a couple of times so that you get a hang of it, right? Like how have I done referencing and how the statement is pretty much working. Cool. Now jumping on to the next part, like introducing a cursor, right? So now let me talk about what's the usage of introducing a cursor. So let us suppose this is my this is the typing thing, right? This is the typing thing which I am really going to do. So let me suppose that I have typed this much thing, right? Let's suppose that I have typed this much thing, and now you can see that there is this one blinking cursor, right? This one thing is blinking, just letting me know that my like typing thing is present here, right? And I can move that cursor along my particular characters, right? So now this blinking cursor which you see on the search bar is giving me the information that where am I present, right? Where I have to type. Clear? So that is the same thing I want in my application also. I want a cursor which is blinking on these characters, right? Which will tell me on which particular character I am present at currently. And then secondly, what next thing I have to type, right? So I need a blinking cursor, right? How do we do that? If I have to like implement a blinking cursor, it's very easy, right? What I can simply do, I can implement a very small animation, right? A very small blinking animation on my. So these individual characters are present in a span, right? So what I have to do, I have to just make one particular border, right? One particular border. So like if I highlight this, right, you can see this is like a rectangle box, right? That is a span, right? And it has a right border, top border, left border, and like bottom border, right? So if I like enable, like I make the color of like the left border as something, then it will appear on the screen, right? And then I just have to blink that left border, right? And I can blink that by changing its color, right? So you will see that in the CSS, and it's very easy to do. So let me write the CSS for it, right? And then you guys can also get a hang of it, right? Like how it's really working. So yeah, so let me write the CSS for it, and then I'll show you guys how it's really working. So let me come here. I'll write the CSS under the class name of current, right? Because current, like it will tell me that what the current character is. Clear? So what I'm doing, I'll just change the border left color as, let's say, like 1 pixel solid. Clear? So that's like, so that's one way of giving like a border left to something, right? So if I come here and this is my character, right? This is my character span. So suppose if I give a class name to this character span as current, clear? I give this class name as current. So now let's just see that you can see that every character, right? Every character which I have on the screen has their border left as something, right? A color has appeared, right? Because I have written border left as 1 pixel solid. So now what if I just make this line, like which you see on the screen, if I make this particular line as blinking, right? If I apply a small animation and I blink this thing, then it will appear that it will appear like a blinking cursor only, right? That is what I'm trying to do. So let me complete the CSS. So that is the border color. Now, how do we write CSS animation? We use something known as keyframe, right? We use the keyframe tag, right? At the rate keyframe to write any animation which we want, really. So let me do that. So animation. So I'll write the animation tag really, but let's just first let me create the animation for you. Then I'll implement it in the animation part. So I'll let me write the animation. So using at the rate keyframe, then I have to write any, and I can give any name to the animation which I really want. So I'll just call it like blinking, right? I'll just call it blinking, and then I have to define, right, at what particular instance of time what should really happen, right? So that is really in terms of percent. So what I can do, like add 0%, like make this thing happen, right? Something, and then add 25%, like make something happen. Then at 50%, make something happen. Okay, wait. Yeah, and then add 75%. Then again add 100%, right? Like when this animation is completed. Yeah. So now this something I have to fill, right? Like what should really happen. So now how can I make this thing blink? I can change the color of that left border, right? So now if at one particular instant the border color is like something like which is not same as the background color, right? Then it will appear on the screen obviously because it will not camouflage with the background. And then at the next moment, if I change the color of the left border as the color of my background only, right? Then it will appear that it has disappeared, right? Because you will not be able to distinguish between the border and the background color, right? So it will appear like it's not present on the screen. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play with the border left color. So that is what I'm going to do, border left color. And then let's just have it like white at the starting, right? And then let me have it. So the background color is what, black at the moment, so it will be black here. And then border left color, then let's have it again white because I want to like flip it between black and white so that it appears blinking. Again, border left color as black, and then border left clear white. So now it will appear like as if like it's blinking. So now I have like made the animation. I have defined what should happen in the animation. Now let me attach it to this particular like class name, right? Right now, like if I open this thing, you can't really see anything happening, right? Because I haven't attached that animation to the real animation part. How do you do that? You use the animation property, and then you pass in what the animation you want to use. So I'll pass in blinking, which I have currently created, and then for how long it should happen, right? So I have, right, let's say 2 seconds, and then it should go on for infinity, right? Like it should go on for infinity. So that is pretty much what we really need to do. So now like we have given the animation time as 2 seconds, right? So one animation will run for 2 seconds, right? So these two, like 0%, 25% really mean the 0th percent of 2 seconds, which is 0, like the 25% of 2 seconds, which is like point 0.5 second, right? And then 50% is 1 second. So at 1 second of that 2 second animation, what should really happen? So this is how you define animation. Now if I open this thing, you will see that the like these things will be okay. This should okay, I haven't like animation timing function timing function. Let's put it at ease, right? So yeah, so we have animation which is like 2 second infinity. Yeah, it's blinking. Okay, I think that this should pretty much work. Wait, let's see if the animation is being applied or not. So wait, let's just go into this type box. We have words, each and individual word. We have current class name. Yeah, okay. Okay, these animations are not being applied. Invalid property value. Wait, I think there is some spelling mistake. Okay, this infinite. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. So yeah, that was some small spelling mistake. Yeah, cool. So now you can see that every left border is pretty much blinking, right? So that is the aim of this particular thing, right? So now you guys can see it appears like, right, like it appears like you have a cursor, right? You have a blinking cursor, right? So that is how we have implemented it using this simply CSS. Clear? So now right now, like every left border is blinking, right? So you can't really, like the user can't really tell, right, what he's so right now the purpose of cursor is not being served, right? You can't really judge where the user is currently present. So now what we have to do, we have to like only show cursor at one signal position throughout your whole words, right? That is the purpose of your cursor, right? You should only have one cursor on the screen, right? You can't have multiple cursors. So now what we'll be doing, firstly we'll be removing it from every single character, and then like at the starting, right, when the application loads, what should really happen, the cursor should be present at this first index, right? It should be present at here, right? Only B. Clear? So that is what should happen when the application loads, because this is your first character of the first word. This is where your cursor should be present, right? Like very simple as that. So now let me remove it from every single word. So I can come here and just remove this class name because I don't really need it, right? And then it will not be present, right? So now there is no cursor on the screen. So now what I'll be doing in my use effect, right? On the use effect, what I'll be doing, I'll be putting a cursor on this particular thing, right? On this particular character. So in order to do that, what I can simply do, I have a reference to all these words, right? I have a reference to all these words. I'll just take this word, right? I'll take this word. I'll go inside the child nodes of this particular word, right? Which will be like B, O, W, and L, right? And then I'll inside the child nodes, I'll target again like the 0th index of that particular child node, which will be P, and then I'll make the class name of that as current, right? So let me write the code for that. So it will be just like word span ref, because in this array only I have my like all the characters. So at the 0th index, like at the current property, then the child nodes, right? Because I want to go into the child nodes, and then the 0th of child node, right? And then I just want to change the class name, right? And I want to give the current class name here. Clear? So what this statement is doing, this is fetch. Now this is fetching me out the first, like the 0th word, right? And then the current will like giving out me the reference of that 0th word. And then I'm accessing the child node property, right? Child nodes gives me like a node list, right? It gives me a node list of all the like the children tag, children element which is present inside the whole parent thing, right? And then I'm accessing the 0th of it, and then I'm changing the class name of that to current, right? So what should so now let me open the screen. Yeah, so now when I refresh, right, the 0th, right? So this is the 0th word, and this is the 0th child node of that particular word, right? And then that class name is changing to current, right? So now I'm having a blinking cursor on the first character, right? And that should what should really happen logically. Clear? So that is as simple as that. So on the refresh, this should happen. Clear? So now we are like pretty much done with the cursor part. So now let me also complete the correct and incorrect part. So what do I mean by correct and incorrect part? So this is let me open the inspect for you guys. So you like we were done with the like the user input part, right? So now if the user is inputting something, right, like the user want to type something. Suppose I type something on the keyboard. So let's suppose I type C only, right, on the keyboard. So I press C, right? I get this event, right? Like we discussed that in like thoroughly in the previous video. So we're getting this event, right? And then I open this event and I can just see, right? I can see the key which was pressed is C. Clear? The key which is pressed here is C, and then I can see that on the screen also I have C, right? So what that should happen, like this is like a correct input, right? The user has pressed the correct key. Clear? So now what I want to do, I want to give some feedback to the user, right? That the user is pressing correct thing, right? Like whatever he's seeing on the screen, he's pressing that. Clear? So that is what I want to do next. So before moving on to that, I want to just quickly like discuss one more thing, one key important thing. So now I want to map each and every character which you see on the screen, right? So this is so this is one character, right? This is another character, and there are like multiple characters on the screen, right? So now I want like some way to like fetch out each and every character on the screen, right? I need some way. So how can I do that? I just need two states, right? If I initialize two states, right, and those two states will be like current word index, right, and current character index, right? If I just initialize these two states, using these two states, I will be able to map out each and every character on the screen, right? And let me show you how. So suppose I want the coordinates of this particular character, right? This G, right? I want the coordinate of this G. So what I'll be doing, like how can I get that? So like this G is present in what word? It is present in like 0th and first word, right? It is present in the first word, like because this is the 0th word, like this is the 0th word, and this is the first word, right? So my G is present in the word which is present at the first index, right? So my current word index will be 1. Clear? And then my G is present inside that word at like what? 0th, this is 0th, this is first, and this is second, right? My G is present at the second index of that particular word, right? So that is how, if I just have these two states, I will be able to like map out each and every character on the screen. Clear? So now suppose if I want like exact mapping, exact coordinates of this W, right? So how will I do that, right? Like it's present at what, like 0, like 0, first, like second and third, right? So if current word index will be 3, and then W will be again what, like 0, 1, 2, right? The current word index, current character index will be just 2. Clear? Like 3, 2 will be the coordinate of W, right? And so on. I can do it for everything. So that is what I'll be doing. Using these two things, I'll be able to map out each and every character, and I will have the access of each and every character. So let me just go here and initialize those two states real quick. So it's just current word index. Clear? I can write like index and then use state, and then this will start with 0, right? Because yeah, the current word index will be obviously be 0, right? Let me have the setter of it also. Set current. Clear? So this was my first state, and the second state will be just simply character index. Set current character index. And again, this will initialize with 0, right? Because these will start from 0 and 0 only, right? So that's pretty obvious. And so now I have these two states, and using these two states, I'll be able to match out each and every character on the screen. Clear? So now, if I have to like check if the user is typing correctly or not, I need the input, right? I need the input, like what the user is typing. So that user input is coming inside this function only, right? So in this function only, I'll be able to judge if the user is writing correctly or not, right? So if I need to get out like what the user has typed, that I will get from what, like e.key, right? Like if I showed you on the screen, right? If I showed you on the screen, wait, is it still present? Yeah, I think it's still present. Yeah, so this is the event, right? So the key is what I'm pressing, right? So this is suppose like currently like a different key which I press, like alt key. But yeah, so you will get the value of the character here only, right? So e.key will give you what the user is pressing, right? And then you have to like equal it out to what the user is seeing on the screen, right? That I'll like do in a bit. Clear? So how do we do that? Let me firstly what we'll be needing the child nodes, right? We'll be needing the child nodes because in child nodes only your character is present, right? The character value is only present in the child nodes. Clear? So I need the child nodes of the current word, right? Current word with the user is present at, right? So let me get out the child nodes for you. So all chars, let me write like all chars. Clear? That will be like more sufficient, or all current char, right? So this will be present in what, like word span ref right? And then like what word I'm currently present at, that will be given to me by this particular state, right? Current word index. So this will be given to me by current like word index, right? And then dot current, then dot child nodes. Clear? So this statement, right, this word span, then current word index dot current dot child nodes will give me an array, right? Will give me a node, not array, right? It will give me a node list, right? So array and node lists are a little bit of different in terms of functionality, but yeah, like you can understand it as an array only. Clear? So it will give me out the array, right? It will give me out the child node, which is like array of spans of these individual characters, right? So I'll have like O span, like RIGIN, right? I'll have like 6 spans, right, of these individual character of the current word. Clear? And that is present inside this. Clear? So now if I want to get out the like the character value, right? Character value of the current character, right? How can I do that? Is this, right? Like if I console this, like console.log, like all current characters, right? And then the character which is present at the 0th index, right? The 0th index which is present. And then how can I get the value of any span using the inner text part, right? The inner text property is what something which gives me the text property of a span, right? Or anything, right? The inner text you must have used if you have done this thing in JavaScript, right? So this is what I'll be doing, like inner text. So right, let me show you on the screen, like if I am getting something. So let me refresh this out. Each side in the list should be okay. So not really, I'm not getting. Okay, so I haven't pressed any key, right? So this function is not running. Yeah. So now if I press the key, I'm getting this M, right? You can see that M is getting consoled on the screen, and then M is like what is present at the 0th index, right? And that is M only, right? M is what is present on the screen. Clear? So yeah, so that is what I needed. So this is what which the user is seeing, right, on the screen, which is present at the 0th index, right? So instead of 0, what should really come? My current character index, right? This is what this is the current character which I am currently present at, right? So this instead of the 0, this should be coming, because I want to make this dynamic, right? I don't want to like hard code this. So yeah, so that is what pretty much I have. So now if I have to judge incorrect, I just have to write one small if condition. So it will just simply like if e dot key is simply equal to what, right? Like all current characters, like, and then current char index dot inner text, right? If this thing happens, right? If this thing happens, right? Like e dot key is equals to like all current index, then this thing is, if this is equal, then the user has pressed correctly, right? That just simply means that what the user is seeing on the screen is what he has pressed, right? So that is as simple as possible. So now this is just what is there, right? So now I can just console on the screen that current like correct input. Clear? And then in the else condition of this, I can just write like simply that incorrect. Yeah. Clear? So now I can just come here on the screen and let me refresh it. Right, so I have like P, right? Like right now I have just done it for the first character of the first word, right? So I have P. So let me press something else on the keyboard, not P, right? So I have pressed something else, right? So you can see that I'm getting incorrect here, right? So now let me press P only on the keyboard, so you will get correct input, right? So that is how it's working really. Clear? So now in order to give feedback to the user, what I can just simply do, I can just change the color of this first character, right? This character which you see on the screen, right? Like if I change the color of this first character, which is P, to something like green, right? So it will give the feedback to the user that he has typed correctly, right? And then if I change the color of this P to, let's say, red, right? So red associates with something wrong. So the user will get a feedback that he has typed something wrong, right? He is not what he has typed something wrong, right? So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the color based on if the user is typing correctly or not. Clear? So yeah, this is what I'm going to do. So in order to change the color, I just have to give it like a class name, right? Okay, I just have to give it a class name, which is just simply this: all current characters, then current char index dot class name, and then I'll just give a class name of correct, right? right? And then simply for this, like for incorrect, I'll just give a class name of incorrect, and then using the class name, using the class, I'll give the I'll write the CSS and I'll change the color, right? By using the class name. Clear? So I've just changed the class name to correct and incorrect. Then in the CSS file, what I'll do, I'll change the color, right? I'll just change the color to like red and green and red. So for correct, what should happen? The color should be simply green, and then for incorrect, the color should be red, right? So this is simply what I'm doing, changing the color using the class name. Clear? And that has been only possible by reference, right? So this is why referencing was important. So now let's just go here and understand. So now let me type P. So I have typed P. You can see the color has changed to green, and then let me type something else. Let's say it's something else. So now the color of P has changed to something else, right? But you can see that the cursor has gone, right? The cursor is still the cursor is not present at the moment at this particular P, right? So if I type right, so I have typed this has changed to green, but the cursor is not present, right? So that is something which we'll be working on, because the class name has changed, right? That current class name which was giving the cursor has gone. Clear? So that is what we'll be dealing in the next video. So let's keep this video till here, right? So we have done a lot in this video. So to give a quick recap, we have done first referencing of each and every word on the screen, right? The referencing, then we introduce the cursor, and then we discuss how we can check the input, if the user is typing correctly or not, right? So that is what we have done in this particular video. So this was a very important kind of part. So now in the next video, what we'll be doing, we'll be firstly fixing that cursor issue, right? That small bug which we'll be fixing, and then now firstly right now what we are doing, we are just checking the first character of the first word, right? And now we just have to replicate that process to the whole word, right? To each and every character, right? So we'll be doing that. We'll be moving on to the next and next word as soon as we type, and then we'll be dealing with space. How do we deal with space input, and then how we'll be dealing with backspace input, right? So in this particular video, we'll be further continuing on building on our typing box component. Like in the previous video, we have implemented few things, like we did the referencing of all the words, then we implemented this cursor which you can see on the screen which is blinking, and then we also moved on to the incorrect and correct detection of what the user is typing, right? So all that part is pretty much done. So now what do we have to do next is we just have to replicate this process throughout this whole word, right? Like right now, let me press S, right? So you can see on the screen it's getting turned into a green thing, right? So that is what we want to do. We want to now replicate this correct and incorrect thing throughout the whole word, right? So that once the user types S, right, he should move to E, right? Then he should be able to type E. So that is what we will be trying to do. We just have to replicate this process, right? So now, if I just ask you the simple question, if I just want to move to the next word, right? I want to judge the next word, right? I have judged S, now I want to judge E. So what the simple way of doing that is I just increase that state which I have made, right? Current character index. So I just increase that by 1. Now, if I do so, my next character will be E, right? And that will be judged. So that is very simple. I just have to increase my set current state, right? So now let me just do that for you, and then you'll see that we'll be able to do that. So set current character index, and I'll just increase it by 1, right? So it will be just current character index plus 1, right? So I just increase it by 1. Now it will jump from 0 to 1, and it will now indicate that I am typing E, right? It is as simple as that. So now let me go here, and now let me try to type out the whole word, right? I can type S, then I should be able to type E, right? And then so on, right? And then I can type wrong also and correct and right also, right? So you can see that now I have replicated that correct process throughout my particular word, right? And it was just as simple as that, increasing my set character index by 1. Clear? So that is one thing. Now I am able to judge all the characters in my first word, right? I am not still not moving to the second word. We are still limited to our first word, right? Because our current word index is still 0, right? So just remember that. So now we have done, right? We have replicated that process throughout our whole particular word. Clear? So now one thing which is missing, that as soon as I'm typing first character, right? You can see that the cursor which is visible on the screen, this cursor is going away, right? So now what should really happen in terms of functionality is just if I press V, right? This cursor should move from V, and should be in the front of I, right? Like that should what should logically happen, right? So now let's try to move this cursor also along with our typing thing, right? And like in order to move our cursor, we just have to like give the next character the current keyword, right, which we have implemented that cursor to be at. Clear? So now let's just do that. So in order to do that, it is also very simple. What we will do is we will just do that like all current characters, right? And we will do like current character index and +1, and then dot class name will be just current, right? So it is just saying that like give the next character, right, which is like +1, like current character index +1, give it the class name of current, right? Because the next will only be current, right? So that is what we are trying to do. We are giving the next character index, like this one, next character index, the current class name, right? So now the cursor will also move along. Let's see if that is happening. So let me just refresh this. Yeah, so I have fired Leah. So as soon as I type F, you can see that my this cursor has moved next page, and which is like before I, right? And if I just keep on typing, it is like going away, right? Clear? So you can just see like now my cursor is also moving along with me typing, right? And that's the functionality which I like wanted to implement, right? So yeah, you can see that now the cursor is moving, right? But there is one more thing which is like missing still, is that like as soon like you can see that like till here like it's all fine, right? Like I was able to type like SEVE, right? It's all fine till now. But as soon as I go and type out the last word, right? Like as soon as I go and type out the last word, I press N, right? Let me press N. So I typed out N, right? And now the cursor has gone, like it's not visible on the screen. And why that is possible? Because I have typed N, right? And now the next character of after M doesn't exist, right? The next character after N doesn't exist. So it will give an error, right? If I open console right now, you will see some out of bound error, right? Like, yeah. So you can see that like cannot set property of undefined. So it's like a out of bound error. Why this is happening? Because like after N, there is no character which is existing in that particular word, right? So it's giving me like an error, right? That doesn't exist. So what I have to do is like as soon as I type N, right, the cursor should move from left to right of the N, right? The cursor should move from left to right of the N. That is what the functionality really goes about in a typing website, in a typing test website. So as soon as I type like N, my left, like from the left of N, the cursor should move to the right of N, right? And now it should start blinking on the right of the N, and then I should be able to press space to take that cursor from like after N to the next word, right? Like before S, like in this particular scenario, right? So that is what we are trying to implement. So now in this particular situation, I need a right blinking cursor also, right? So as of now, what I have in my code is a left blinking cursor, right? So the cursor is blinking on the left of a particular character, right? So if I want to implement the functionality like after the last character, the cursor should move from left to right. I need to implement a right cursor also, right? So let's do that. Let's quickly implement a right cursor. So in order to do that, I just need like the same CSS will go, right? This CSS is pretty much what I need. So I'll just change the name to like current to just current right, to have like a different class name. And then border left, instead of border left, what I'll be having border right. Like everywhere where I have like border left, I'll be having border right? Then my border right will be pretty much blinking, right? So let me like select all the things which I have here. Let me select all the lefts, right? And then I can just change it to like, let's say right. Clear? So now like all the border left properties have changed to border right in this particular scenario. And then let me change this function name also. Otherwise this function name will like collide with this function name, right? So it will give like error and you won't get the desired result. So let me change like blinking right, and let me change it here also, right? So now I have this new class name which will make my left cursor, like the right cursor blink, right? So that is pretty much done in the CSS point of view. So now I just want to do is I should come here, right? So now here I'll check, right? I'll check if I am at the end of a particular word or not, right? And if I am at the particular end of a particular word, what I'll just simply do, I'll give the current right class name, and if I'm not at the last word, I'll just give the current thing, right? So there I'll just require a pretty like a small if condition. So it will be just this, right? So like if current character index +1 is equals to like all current chars dot length, because you remember like all current chars is what? It's like a node list, right? So it will have a length property, and the length will be equal to how many characters it has, right? The particular word has. And if that is equal to current plus 1, I pretty much know that I am at the last particular character, right? And I have typed that out. So what I'll be doing in this particular situation, I'll be giving out the like the class name will be like not current, it will be just current, right? And now I just also have to do one more thing, is this I have to just preserve this thing also, right? So in this particular scenario, in this if condition, the what I would have typed the last character, right? Like it would have either the correct and incorrect property, right? So that would have been completed till now. So I don't want to override that, right? So instead of doing a equal to sign here, I'll just add the new class name, right? I'll add the new class name which I am giving, and I'll give a space, right? So if you are not aware of this, the every class name which you have in HTML element, right, gets splitted based on its space, right? So every class or class name which you give to an element or a div or a tag, it gets splitted based on the space thing. So make sure you give a space here before adding a new class name, right? So it will be now current, right? Clear? So that is what we have given in the CSS, and then the else condition will be this only, right? The else condition will have our current thing only. Clear? So now that situation which we had should be pretty much resolved. Let's check if that is working or not. So yeah, so we have this word. Let me refresh it. Yeah, so we have this thing, right? So let me type out, right? So now as soon as I press T, the cursor should move from my right, sorry, from my left to my particular right thing, right? So yeah, so now, okay, it's not, okay, wait. Yeah, it's not, it should not be +1, it should be like the correct character index, right? It should not be +1, right? Because +1 is moving out of bound, right? So it should be just like normal, not +1. So now let's see. Yeah, so now as soon as I press D, the cursor should move from left to right, right? And it is happening, right? So now the cursor is blinking on the right. Clear? So now if you pay attention, like we have implemented, like now we are able to check the user input for one particular word, right? Like that is pretty much sorted. Like I am able to type one particular word and correct and incorrect are working, right? And our cursor is also pretty much working the way we wanted to work. Clear? So that like one word correction and one word detection of what user is typing is pretty much done, right? So now we just have to replicate this process throughout all our particular words, right? So what do we need a mechanism? So like the user which is typing on the screen, right, will see a space here, right? So if you want to jump to the next word, he'll press space on his particular keyboard, right? So now if I want to jump from this word to this word, I have to press space, right? So now let's handle that space event which will get generated, right, by the user, right? So now using space, the user should be able to jump from like a particular word to the next of the word, right? So that is what we want. So let's go on the top, and like here, like before we are doing correct and incorrect thing, we'll be checking if the user is pressing space or not, right? So that is what we'll be doing. So I know the key code of space. So the key code for space is like 32. You can try to print out the event and check it by yourself, but I know it. The event for the key code for, so every key on your keyboard has a unique key code. So the key code for space is 32, right? So what we'll be doing in this if condition, we'll be writing the logic for space, right? So we'll be writing the logic for the space, and once we are done writing the logic for space, we'll just return from here, right? Why we'll return from here? So if the user is pressing space on his keyboard, right, we don't want to check if he is correct or not, right? Like that is not the functionality which we really want. Clear? So for space, once we are done with implementing the logic, we'll just return from that particular place. Clear? So that is what we'll be doing. So now once we have done that, so now the next thing which we really want to do is like, so now a very simple thing, right? So if you want to move from one word to another, what state will be increasing, right? So we have made two states, right? Current word index and current character index. So if you want to move from one word to another, you will just simply increase the word index, right? As simple as that. So that is pretty much what we need to do in this particular thing is this, right? Set current word index to like current word index +1, right? That is pretty much what we really want to do in this particular if statement, right? So now let's just see, and we also have to like set current char index to 0, right? Because in the next word which we have to type, the current character index will start from 0, right? As simple as that. So now let's just see. So now we haven't really cared like till now, like selected the cursor thing. We have not written the logic for cursor. So now we just want to see the logic for character and characters working if we press space, right? So let's just do that. So I have typed select, right? I'm done typing select. So now I'll just press space, right? And I should be able to type this eaten word also out, right? So let me press space. Yeah, and I am able to type this eaten word also, right? As simple as that. And then I press space and I am able to do like then again and again, like next thing and next thing also, right? So like I am able to move from one word to another, and the correct and incorrect property is pretty much working, right? So that is what we wanted to do, and we are able to do that, right? So now the next challenge like in front of us is the cursor part, right? So you can see that once I am doing, right, so once I am typing this thing out and I am pressing space, I am having no cursor on the next word, right? And then as soon as I type out the next word, right, as soon as I type S, I am getting a cursor here, right? Because that is coming from this thing. So the cursor which is coming from this line, right? Current and current right is giving out that cursor, right? But what do we have to do? If we are moving from one word to another, firstly we have to remove the cursor of the word which we are currently at, and then only we can put a cursor on the next word, right? So that is what we have to do in terms of functionality. And then there can be two possible cases in this scenario also. So suppose I am here, right? I am here, I have typed this words out, and I want to type this much only, right? And then the user presses space in between, right? In between of the typing of the word, right? So then I will move to next word, right? So now I have two conditions. Either I have to remove a cursor from in between a word, right? Or I have to remove a cursor from the last part of the word, right? So that are the only two possible cases, right? So let me write down the the condition for that also, right? This will be like a simple if condition. So we are now writing the condition for removing the cursor from a particular word. Clear? So it will be just simply like all character dot length, and if this thing is like less than or equal to like what current character index, right? So then this situation is for like this situation will handle the cursor which is at the last thing, right? So it's like just simply remove cursor from last place in a word, and then else condition will be just simply like remove cursor from in between. Clear? So that is just two conditions which I was discussing about. So now if I want to do that, I can just, so if you want to remove any any class name, right? So like removing cursor is what, right? Removing cursor for us is just removing that right current class, right, which I have given. If I remove that class from a particular element or a div, that whole cursor will be gone, right? So it's just the game of class name, right? If you are not able to catch it till now, we are just playing with class names, right, and applying different styles, and that is giving the feedback to the user, right? So if I want to remove the cursor, I'll just remove that particular class name only from the that particular word, right? So it is very simple. So if how do you remove a class name from a particular element? You can just pop that class name out from a property which is known as class list. Class list is a node. You can just simply remove that from that list only, right? Or there is like another way you can rewrite the class name again, or you can just what you can there, you can replace the class name via empty thing. So there are like multiple ways to do that. I'll be like popping it out from a class list because that is like the most easy and like the way you should do it. Clear? So it's like current character index -1, right? Because I am at the last thing, and then class list dot class list. It's like class, I think it's class list, yeah, and then you can just remove it from here, right? It's a normal node list and it gets a function of remove, right? And you can remove it. I need to remove like current right, I think that is the class name, if I'm sure. Yeah, so that is the class name current right. I have to remove that, and then in the next condition, what I have to do, I have to just simply remove it from in between, right? I just have to remove it from the in between part. So it just simply like, let me copy it, and it will be not -1, it will be just current character index, and I have to remove the current part, right? So now these two statements will pretty much remove my class names, right? Remove the cursor from the particular word. Let me test it out if this thing is working. So yeah, let me type out limited and then let me press space. Yeah, so now that cursor is gone, right? Now I'm not having multiple cursors. Clear? So now let me also remove it from in between. Let me now press space. Yeah, so now that is getting removed from in between also. Clear? So now the removal cursor is pretty much done. So now I just have to give now I have to put a cursor like on the next word, right? And that should be like before the first character of that particular word, right? So I just have to introduce a cursor in the next word, right? So that is pretty much what I need to do. Yeah, that is only the thing which is left. So it's just simply like word span ref word span ref, yeah, and then the next word is like current the word index +1 dot current, and then it's like dot child nodes, and inside child nodes I need to go to the 0th property, and then dot class name will be just simply current. Clear? So that is just simply what I did. I just went to the next word, right? I can go to the next word using current word index +1. Then I went to the reference, and then I get the child nodes, and then I targeted the 0th child node, which is a 0th character, and then I gave a class name of current, right? So the cursor will now be blinking at the next word in the starting of the next word, right? So that is what I just simply did. Clear? So now let's do that. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, so now as soon as I press space, you can just see like I'm getting a very good feedback, right? I am in between of a word, and then I press space. The cursor has gone from here and is now blinking at the next word, right? And it is giving the user feedback that now you have to type from here, right? So yeah, so now the cursor thing is pretty much working, right? And we are able to move from one word to another word, right? Clear? Yeah. So yeah, so that is pretty much what we did. So now what we have done in this particular video is that we have able to replicate that correct and incorrect process throughout our whole number of words, right? So now the user is getting a feeling of that he is seamlessly typing and going across words, and like he is getting a feedback also, like if he's typing correctly or not by the green and red color. Okay. So in this, let's keep this video till here, right? So in this video, what we have done, we have just replicated that process of incorrect and correct, and throughout the whole process, throughout the whole number of words. And we have also, like, we are moving from one word to another word using the space thing, right? And we have also managed some edge cases in our space thing. So now in the next video, what we will be doing, we'll be implementing the backspace thing, right? Right now we don't have any backspace. So like I have typed this thing incorrectly, right? This thing incorrectly. So now if I want to just backspace, like I want to just correct this thing, right? So what I'll do technically is that I'll just simply press backspace in my keyboard, and then these things should be gone, right? This incorrect should be gone, and then I should be able to correct it out, right? By typing it correctly, right? So in the next video, we'll be implementing the functionality of backspace, and then we'll be also implementing one small feature is that, like, suppose I am at the end of this particular word, right? So now if I don't press space and I keep on typing, right? So now what should happen? The new characters which I'm typing should get added, right? They should get added to this particular space, right? Like to give a feedback to the user that he hasn't pressed space and he is typing without pressing space, right? So that we'll also do. We'll introduce new character which the user is typing incorrectly, right? So that is, so now in the next particular video, should be pretty much done with all the functionality of a typing test, right? On like the basic user input thing. Clear? So in this particular video, we'll be implementing the backspace feature as I discussed in the previous video. So till now, what we have done, till now we are able to type and check the input of the user, right? Like we are able to know that if the user is typing correctly or not, right? And we are able to do it across every single word which is visible on the screen, right? So like if I show you the demo, yeah, and like the cursor is also moving as we really wanted to, right? So you are getting a feel that I am typing on the screen, right? And I am typing the correct things. Cool. So that is what we have pretty much done. So now let's move on to the next part, and which is like implementing the backspace functionality, right? Suppose if the user types something wrong and he wants to correct that. So let me just show you an example. Suppose I write this thing, right? I write ENN wrong, right? And now I want to like correct it, right? I want to go back and correct it. So what I'll be simply doing, like a common sense, what I'll be doing, I'll be pressing backspace, right? So if I press backspace once, I should be able to move to N, right? Like N should not be wrong anymore. It should be like a normal white, like a normal word. And this cursor should also move back, right? So that is what I really want to implement as a backspace functionality. Clear? So yeah, so that is what I'm talking about, and we'll be implementing that in this particular video, and we'll be also implementing a new feature for like adjusting the words which you are typing wrongly, right? After you are done typing the whole word. So that is like pretty much the agenda of this particular video. So let's get to it. So yeah, so let's implement the backspace functionality. Let me open the code. Yeah, so if you like as like similar to space, we'll be implementing the logic for backspace. And I know the key code for backspace is 8. You can go and check if you want to. E dot key code is equals to 8. Then we'll be able to like implement the logic for backspace, right? Like logic for backspace. And then similar to space, I'll be doing a return here, right? Because we don't want to proceed further in this particular thing. So now in like similar to space, what do we really need to do is we need to really just change or like play with the current character index, right? So if you want to go back, I just have to just increase, like decrease the current character index, right? And I'll be able to move to the previous character. So that is what pretty much we want to do. And then one more thing is like what I am doing in this particular thing, I'm restricting the user to one particular word only, right, for the backspace feature. So if he has typed, so suppose if he is typing, right, wait, let me refresh. Wait. So if I suppose I refresh, right, and then I have typed out this how word, right. So now what I'll be doing, I'll be restricting the user to not like backspace and go to how, right. Like he will only be able to do backspace in one particular word only, right? So that is what I will be restricting the user to. So in order to do that, what I'll be just simply doing, I'll just write this if condition, if char current index is not equal to 1, not equal to 0, right? Then do this logic, right, which I'm doing. And then if it is 0, then it will not really work, right? So now if what this statement will do, the statement will avoid or like stop the user from doing backspace when he is at the 0th index of any word, right? So he will not be able to go to the previous word. Clear? So now let's play with some class name and then just reduce the correct character index and we'll be pretty much done, right? So let me just do that and then we'll just see if this is working or not, right? So at current character index, what should really happen is simply the class name should go to null, right? So this like going to like nothing means simply that the correct and incorrect property will get removed, right? This is what I really want to do, that the current and incorrect property will just simply go away. So that is what this is doing. And then I want to provide the cursor to the previous word, right? Cursor should move to the previous particular thing. So that is what I'll be simply doing. So char current and then current character index -1 dot class name will be just simply current. Clear? So the cursor will move one step back. That is just all I need to do in terms of class names, and I'm pretty much done with the backspace functionality. Now just simply remove. I'll just set the current character index to the previous value, right? And I'll be pretty much done with the backspace thing. Clear? So let me see if this is working or not. So now I have, suppose I typed Q incorrectly. Oh, sorry, I typed it correctly. But yeah, like as you can see, like I'm able to do backspace, right? And then whatever I have typed is going away, right? And like let me type incorrectly, then also I'm able to press backspace and I'm able to go space, right? You can see that the cursor is moving back. So that is what the backspace functionality is, right? And I have done that just by you writing these three conditions, right? For removing the incorrect and correct, and for providing the cursor to the previous character, right? So that is what is all needed. Clear? So yeah, so that is what is pretty much needed. And then there is one more thing which is not handled yet. Is this situation, right? Is this use case? So suppose I have typed out the whole word, right? Like I am at the last thing, which is like I am after n, right? The current right class name has been invoked, right? So now if I do backspace, like it's not going back, right? I am pressing backspace on the keyboard, but it's not going back, right? As you can see. So this is one small edge case which we have to handle. So that this edge case is just simply this, right? So let me just show you here that this edge case is just I have to write a if condition, and that edge case will be pretty much taken care of. So all current chars, then just simply like current char, like the condition will be just simply like dot length if this is equals to like my current character index. Then the condition for removing the right part comes into picture, right? So like this is pretty much the right part is what I have to do, and yeah, and then I'll be pretty much good to go. So yeah, and then what I have to simply do, I just have to move the right cursor to the previous particular word, right? So it will just simply all current char, then it's just current character index -1 dot class name, if this should be equal to current. Yeah, and yeah, this moves one step back, and then I think we are pretty much done here. And then I think I can just also like return from here. Like I can set this thing and then I can return from here. I can set this current character index and I can return from here, right? Like I have changed this and then I have removed the cursor one step back and then I'm just returning from here, right? These statements need not really run, right? So that is what I just wanted to confirm there. Wait, let me test it out if this is working or not. Yeah, now I'm the last thing and I'm able to backspace from the last thing also, right? Yeah, so I'm able to backspace from the last particular character also, right? So this was what like pretty much what I meant by implementing the backspace thing. So now I'm able, whatever I'm writing, if I'm writing incorrectly, I'm able to correct it out, and then all the previous things are working like, and then like I'm not able to backspace like beyond a particular word, right? So that is one restriction which I'm planning on implementing, right? So now the next thing which I really want to do is this feature, right? So suppose I have typed this thing, right? I have typed this word completely out, right? So now what I'm doing, I'm as a user not pressing space, right? I'm not pressing space. I am just continuously typing, right? So I am giving some input to the screen, right? So there should be some feedback that something you are doing which is wrong, right? You have to press space to move on to the next word, right? So how will I give the feedback? Like I'll just whatever the user is writing, I'll just add that thing here, right, on the screen only, right? So let me show you guys how that will look, and then like once I show you, it will be more clear. So what I'll do, I'll write a condition here like if char correct index is equals to again like the length of the word. That means I have to simply typed out all the characters which are present in my array, right? All the characters which I have possibly. And then what I'll just simply do, I'll have a new span, right? If I want to add something, I'll add in a new span, right? So I'll make this new span thing, right? I'll have this new span. And how do we create any element in like normal JavaScript is by using DOM APIs and getting this like invoking this create element function, right? And I need a span. So this particular thing will just return me a span tag, right? And then I have to set some properties of that span, right? So first property is like what should be displayed on the screen. So that is what like the inner text property. So that is just simply e.key, right? Like what the user is pressing. So what the user is pressing on the screen, I'll just show it on the screen, and then I have to set the class names also. So dot class name, and then class name will be this, right? So firstly, like the class name will be like incorrect, right? Because he has typed incorrectly. And then I'm putting this extra keyword also, like I'll use this extra keyword when we are doing backspace, right? So when I have typed or I have did some extra words and then I want to backspace, right? Then only those extra keywords which I have inserted in the screen should get removed, right? They should get removed completely, and then the words which were present like before, like the original words, right? They should stay on the screen, right? So this is the usage of this extra class which I'm putting here. And then I'll just put this right current, right? Because the cursor should be on the right side only of this particular thing. So that is what I'm just simply doing. And now I have to just insert this into the current span thing, right? So I'll just insert it quickly. So it's just current word index dot current, and then I'll just append it here, right? So if you want to insert any element, you just append it in the main reference part, right? So I'm just appending this new span here. So now this is pretty much what, and then I'll just have to increase the set current index also, because now what is happening, the one new character has been added, so the current character index will increase obviously, right? So that is what logically should happen. And then I'll just return from here, right? I don't want to do the below part, right? Because the below part is just simply checking the correct and incorrect part, and I already know that this is incorrect, so I don't need to go down. I just simply return from here. Cool. So now let's just see if this thing is working or not. So yeah, so now I have typed this whole word out. So now suppose I'm not pressing space and I'm just typing, so you can just see that this thing is getting added here, right? So this is what I meant by this, that this is getting pretty much added. Clear? So now one thing, so now I'm able to add new things, but one thing you can see that this cursor is still here, right? Because what is happening, I haven't removed the cursor, right? So this cursor will stay here. So I will have to remove physically, like I have to remove this cursor on my own, and then the cursor will move on to the next part. Clear? And I think I have like written this thing also incorrectly. This should be current, right? And then I also have to remove the cursor which was like present beforehand. So the cursor which is present beforehand, which should be here, right? It should be like in the current character index -1 dot class list, right? And then I'll just remove the class list from there. It will just current right. Yeah. So that is what I have done. So now let's see. Yeah, so now let me, like I'm there, now let me type something. Yeah, I'm typing on the screen. You guys can see that these extra words are getting inserted on the screen, right? And that is happening because I am typing these extra words. So these are getting added and the cursor is also at the end. So now this will give a feedback to the user that you have to press space in order to go to the next particular word, right? So this is what I wanted to do. So now I can press space and now I'm going to the next word. Clear? So this is what this extra insertion of these words is what I wanted to do. Clear? So yeah, so this is pretty much what. So now with this there comes one more thing, that like if you are able to add these words, you should be also able to remove them, right? So if I suppose I'm here and I want to press backspace, right? So what should happen in the backspace functionality? So in the backspace thing, these things should get removed, right? These things should get removed from the screen, and then the cursor should start moving back, right? So let's do that. Let's implement this extra thing in the backspace thing also. So what I'll be doing, this backspace functionality will get triggered on this situation only, right? When the length is equal to the current character index. So I'll come here and I'll just write it here that all character, not this, all character index and then like current character index -1 dot class name, or like class name, yeah, class name dot includes, right? Class name dot includes, and then if it has the extra keyword, right, that means that this keyword has been added by my own, right? So I have to remove it, right? And not to remove any particular span from your HTML tree, you just do this, right? Char current -1, and then you just call this remove function, right? And it will get pretty much removed. And then you have to move your cursor also to the like the next part. So yeah, let me remove the cursor also. And it will present as a -2, and the class name will be just, I'll just add this thing, that current right. So this is for the extra part, and then this will go in the else condition. This statement will go in the else condition pretty much. Clear? So this is how I have compensated that extra thing which I am added in the backspace functionality, right? So yeah, so like everything which I'm doing is just a small play of the indexes and the class name, right? So now you should be starting to get a hang of it, right? So these indexes are very crucial, right? Like -1, -2, and like visualizing what I'm really doing in terms of indexes is very important. So yeah, so now let's try to wait, the server is loading, I guess. Okay. Yeah, server is loading. Wait, I think it's stopped. But yeah, so like till now, like let me like till the server is starting, let me discuss like what we have done in the video and what we'll be doing after this thing. So now we have done is like we have implemented two features in this particular video. One is the backspace functionality, and the other is like we have added new span, like if you are adding like typing after like ending the word, and though you will be adding new spans on the screen, right? So that user will get a feedback that you have to press space in order to go to the next particular word, right? So that is what we have done. And so like after this, what will be remaining, so now we are like pretty much done with the functionality of our typing box, right? We are pretty much done with that. So now the next thing which we'll pretty much move on is implementing a timer, right? So why do we need a timer is because like every typing test is like you will have to present some stats in the end, right? Like you will have to show the words per minute speed of the user, the accuracy or whatever like stats you want to present. So for that particular stat, you need a timer, right? Every typing test has a timer ticking, right? So we'll be implementing a timer in the next video, and then after like implementing a timer, what we'll be doing, we'll be dealing off with a very different concept. Like you, like any website or anything which you have seen on the internet will give you a typing test of like hardly like fixed 30, like a fixed 60 second, right? Like you go and type for 60 seconds and you will get your speed, right? But what we'll be doing, we'll be playing off with different modes. We'll be implementing different times which the user can choose from to type. Like he can choose from, like he want to type only for 15 seconds, or you want to type for 30 seconds and 60 seconds. So that is what we'll be implementing further. So now I think it is starting to get loading. Let's see. Yeah, so this should load in like 1, 2, 3 seconds. So yeah, so that is what we are doing. So yeah, this is pretty much done. And then once we are done, like with the timer and everything, we'll start producing starts, right? We like, because this is the typing test, right? So we want, like we really want to do is like we really want to just present some starts to the user, right? So once we have our typing test ready functionality wise and we have a timer running, we'll just simply go and just try to implement whatever results we are getting, right? We'll generate all the results. So the results which we'll be generating will be just like words per minute, that is the speed of the user, then accuracy, then how many characters he has typed correctly or not, that part. And then we are also doing with the chart part, right? We'll be plotting a chart, so we'll be doing a chart plotting also. Why this is taking longer time than expected? Okay, no. Okay, so yeah, so like I'll show the demo of what we have done in the next video when the server starts. I don't know why it's not starting. So I'll show in the next video starting. I'll show the demo of that Backspace thing which I have done, right? Or the new span, right? So in this particular video, we'll be trying to implement themes, right? So in the like previous video, we discussed in depth what context is and how we can use context, and we also like saw the functionality and implication of context, right? We used it to implement different test or time modes, right? So in this particular video, what we'll be doing, we will be expanding on that knowledge of context, and using that knowledge, we'll be trying to implement themes, right? As simple as that. So what I'm gonna do, like there are like a couple of steps which we have to follow. First of all is like we need themes, right? Like we need some colors through which we can play with, right? That's number one. And then once we have those color themes and palette kind of a thing, so palette is like a collection of different colors. So once we have that, we can just go ahead and then we can make like an input select button, right? So that the user can select between or toggle between different switches, right? That's the next thing. So once we have the input ready, like the user can give the input, and the input based on the input, we are able to change the color palette. We'll then move on to implement that color theme, right? And how we'll be doing that? We'll be implementing it through the change in CSS, right? Like the CSS is only what is like applying the colors, right, on your website. So we just have to modify the CSS based on what input or what the color theme the user has choose, right? So those are like the pretty much steps which we have to follow. Cool. So in order to get started, the first thing, as I discussed, is that we'll be moving on and we'll be implementing the different color palettes, right? So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to quickly make a folder, right? I'm going to quickly make a folder and I'm going to call it like utils, right? So utils like is a short form from utilities. So in this kind of a folder, you can put any of your hard-coded files, right? Like suppose you want to do some mapping, or suppose you want to make some hard-coded or static files, right? So you can call to so that you can use those files in order to implement some functionality, right? So they are acting as like a utility kind of a thing. So that is why I have made this folder. Inside this folder, I'll be making a file which will be exporting all the color themes which the website has implemented, right? So yeah. So in this, I'm gonna just quickly go ahead, and in this, I'm gonna make like, let's say I'm gonna make a file which I'm gonna call it like theme options, and then yeah. So in this file, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make different objects, right? I'm gonna make different objects or different colors, right? And then I'm gonna export that object as an array, right? So let's move on and let's like firstly like let me type some things down, and then I'll quickly go over it and explain like why is this like really the way it is. Cool. So let's try to implement, let's say, a dark theme, right? Yeah, let's try to implement a dark theme, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make an object, right? And in this object, we'll have some key information, right, about that particular theme. And the key information about particular theme is nothing. It just I just want to tell the website that this color is built, like this type of component should have this color, and this part of website should have this color, right? That is all I mean when I am saying I want to like hard code some color palettes, right? That is what I really mean. So let's do that. So firstly, I'm gonna give a title, right? Firstly, I'm gonna give a okay, not like title. Let's give let's say like theme name, right? Let's say name, right? That's in name. So the theme name, let's have it like as dark, right? And like it's not equal to, right? So the first like theme name is dark, right? And then I want to divide, like I want to have colors now, right? So firstly for the dark theme, I want my background color to be what, black, right? So the background color will be black, right? Then I want my text color, right? I want my text color to be, let's say, white. Cool. So this is like, I'm just giving an example, right? Like I'm just giving an example of a theme. Then we'll try to see how this theme is getting implemented, right? And then once we have that flow ready with us, it's very easy to just play around with colors, right? But let's first get the flow sorted and understand how it is really working, and then we can quickly implement new and beautiful themes, right? So text color, let's say white, and then let's give a new field for the color which like you have random ones on the screen, right? So let's give a different color to those random colors, right? So that it looks better. So I can just say like type box text, maybe, yeah, type box text as, let's say, as gray, right? Cool. I think that let's keep it till here, right? Let's keep it till here till now. And then let me make one more object, right? So this one object really tells me what like what theme it is, right? Like what name of the theme it is, right? So this one object constitutes one particular theme, right? It has all the information, it has all the different colors which I really need. Then let's try to implement like a light theme, right? So I can, or let's say let's try to implement red theme, right? Let's try to implement a red theme, right? So I can, so instead of name, let's type label, and I'll tell you why in a bit, but let's keep it like label. So label of red, like it's like red. Background of red theme, let's make it as red only. And then text color I can have as, maybe let's have like purple, right? I'm just playing around with color. Like right now our goal is not to make things beautiful, but to understand how things are really being implemented, right? So then the next is like type box test, let's have it as maybe pink, right? So yeah, so now at this particular moment I have two themes, right? I have two themes on my particular website, right? So one is like a dark theme and the other is like a red theme, right? And those are like individual objects or different palettes, right? So that is pretty much what I have done. Cool. So once I have my color palettes ready, now the other things is that I want to export these, right? I want to export this as an array, right? And I'll tell you in a why I'm exporting this as an array. It has like a very good use case. So const, then I'll just call it like theme options, right? And this will be array, right? And what I'll be doing, it will be like a array, and inside that array I'll have objects, right? And that object will have two information. Firstly will be label, right? Label will tell me what the name of the theme is, like it will be like matching with this label, right? So the label for first is, let's say, dark, right? And the other property will be value, right? And the value will be whatever I have this object will be my value, right? So I'll just write like dark theme here. Cool. And then let me populate the other object also. So it's like red, and then value will be red theme. Cool. So yeah, so now I have these, so I have made this theme options array, right? It's an array, and inside that array I have objects, right? It's like a object inside array, and one particular object has two properties. One is like a label and the other is like a key, right? Like not property, like keys, right? Key values is like, one is label and the other is value, right? So the label is the name of the theme and the value is this object which we have created, right? And yeah, so this is pretty much your theme options.js file. So in this particular file, you will be hard coding all your different theme colors, right? And I'll show you how in a bit, like how easy will it be to add new themes, right? It will be very easy to add as much theme as you really want. Cool. So now what I'll be doing is that I have now colors, right? So the next aim of my part is to have a user input, right? So we will have to give some kind of a select button or like a toggle or something like that, so that the user can select between different theme options, right? So that is the next goal which we will be focusing on, is to getting the user input, right? So in order to get a user input, what I have done, I have installed one module, which is this module. It is like React Select, right? React Select. So what you can do. So let me go ahead and get that. So I can just like React Select. So let's see this module. So I have installed this because like what I didn't want to like get a select button from MUI, because that becomes a little bit tricky. So what I'm doing is like we are using this React Select. It's a very popular module for your different select buttons, right? So it's a very popular module. I'll show you in a bit. Yeah, so it has like 4 million downloads, weekly downloads. So it's like these like very popular. So what you can do, you can just quickly, if you want to install it, you have to install it in your project. So just quickly write yarn add React Select and then restart your server, right? And you'll be good to go. And then why it is very easy is that you can just see, right, like options, right? What you just have to do in order to use this module, you have to create one option, right? And it's like an array. And inside that array, you have different objects, right? And you can see that I have created the same, right? I have created this theme options, right? And it's an array, and inside that array I have one label and one value key, right? And it also requires the same format, right? And then once you have your options, you just have to get that select button, right? You just have to get that select button and you just have to pass in the values, right? You just have to pass in the values and you are good to go, right? That is pretty much what you have to do. Clear? So yeah, so you just get that button and you just do that particular thing. Clear? So yeah, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just quickly go ahead and go ahead and get that particular thing ready, right? I'll just copy this thing here. And what I'm gonna do now is like I need the select button here, right? On my website, I need the select button in my footer, right? But as of now, I have not created any footer component, right? So let's go ahead quickly and create a footer component first of all, right? So in like for footer right now, I just have a div, right? So now let's go ahead and quickly create a footer component. And in that footer component, I'll be placing my React select button. Cool. So I'll make this component and I'll call it like footer. Clear? So yeah, I'm using like RAFC, so that's like a very shortcut to get this component. But what I'll like promote is like if you guys are new to React, like you guys are fairly new to React, so try to write this whole component on your own, right? Try to like write all these statements on your own, so that it becomes a good practice and you are very familiar with the syntax, right? So that in your interviews you guys don't have to like really, you guys don't forget about the syntax if the autocomplete is not allowed, right? So yeah, that's a good practice. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this div, and instead of this div, I'm gonna import the component which I have just created. Yep. Yeah, so there is the component. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just quickly go ahead and firstly, I'm going to give a class name, top class name of footer. And then inside this footer, what I'm going to really do, I'm going to like divide it into two parts, right? The left portion of the footer will contain links, right? As we discussed in the starting, like the homepage layout. So the left part of the footer will contain your social media handles, right? Your resume or anything. It can contain any link, whatever you want. And the left and the right part will have a select button, right? So that is what I'm going to do. So this will be your links div, right? Inside this, your links will go, right? And then here will be your like theme button. Cool. Yeah. So that is what is going to happen. So now let me go ahead and quickly write the CSS for this also, right? This footer thing, and we have links and theme button. So let me go ahead and write the CSS for that. So the CSS will be like pretty much the same which we have been writing for the middle components. Is like width will be simply 1000 pixel and display will be flex, and then we have like justify content as space between, and then let's put it in center, so it will be like margin left being auto and margin right being auto, right? So that will like pretty much put it in center. Yeah, so we have this link here, and then we have to put like a button here, right? So let's we have copied that component, that select component. Let's get that here. Yeah, so this is a component which I have copied from their official page, right? And then let's go ahead and import that component, right? So it will come from React Select. Cool. Clear. So like I've just imported the select component, and if you like, this code is coming from the like official npm like example, right? So yeah, so now what I have to do, I have to like firstly like selected option, I have to change that, and for that I can create a state. So yeah, it will be like empty thing in the start. Let's keep it to here. Then handle change, and then options will be just theme options, right? Options will be theme options, and these theme options will be coming from tutors like / theme options, right? This is the array which we have created, right? So yeah, so the options will be theme options, which is coming from the array which I have created, right? So yeah, so this is your select button, right? Let's go ahead and see our select button if we have it on the screen. Use state is not defined, handle state is not defined. Okay, let's first define the handle change function. Handle change, it was like a normal function, and then let's also import like use state, right? So yeah, so now it should be pretty much fine. Yeah, so now we have our thing, right? Like this is your select button, right? And I think, okay, you can't really see it as of now, but yeah, so one thing is also we can do is like right now what you can see that when I'm clicking on it, the button, like the menu thing is opening on the like the bottom direction, right? So what I can do, I can like change it to open it at the top position also, right? So that I can do using this property, which is like menu placement, right? And I can say that it like put it on the top, right? So now when I click on it, the menu will open at the top, right? And you can't really see it right now, but if I like zoom in, the options are there, right? They have like, let me okay, so yeah, so the options, if you, I think you can't really see it, but the options are there, right? So let's first try and go ahead and write the handle change function, right? That is what is handling the user input, right? So let's go ahead and write that handle change function. So what I'm going to do, let's get the two things here, like let's get the event, right? So if I just console the event, right? If I just console the event, it will be pretty much like it will give me the value, right? So let me go ahead and show you that. Yeah, so yeah, let me go ahead and change the option. Yeah, so you can see that when I am changing the event which is getting generated, so I changed to red, right? So now the label is red, and this is the value, right? This is the value, and this is what we really require, right? This is our main part, right? Like e dot value is the main thing which we really need, right? It has all the color information which I really care about, right? So that is what I just need, e dot value, and then we are good to go, right? So now how will this really work is this, right? So now we have like also coded the user input part, right? The next part about is now how we will like really connect this input, and now how we will really connect this input with the CSS part of our website, right? And once we are able to do that, we will be observing that colors are changing, and that will imply that themes are changing, right? So now in order to do that, what I'll be doing, I'll be creating a context. I'll be creating a context for theme, right? So that what I'll be doing, I'll be setting my theme from this particular component, right? This footer component, I'll be setting the theme, and then that theme will be applied in the CSS, right? So there from like from your this footer component, your theme will flow to your CSS, right? So that for in order to do that, I will be using context, right? So let me make the context. So I'll just call it like theme context .js, right? And I think I can call it like JSX for just the similarity thing. And then firstly, like I need to create a context. So what I'll be doing, like const theme context is like create a context. So this is like pretty much the same code which we have written for the test mode context also. So it's like so I'll quickly go through it, right? So because I have explained this code in the previous video, right? So if you are getting confusion what this code is really doing, like go and like first watch the previous video and then it will be like fairly clear, right? Because everything is pretty much same. Clear? So now what I'll be doing, I'll be making a provider, right? I'll make a provider which I'll be exporting. So I'll just call it like theme context provider, right? And it will be like a functional component, right? And I'll be returning here this theme context dot provider, right? And I'll be having value, and that will be like values. I'll just make this values object in a bit, right? And in this particular thing, I'll be having the children. Cool. And this children will come here in as a prop. Cool. So now I think I can capitalize it so it looks better. Cool. So now in the inside my provider, I'll have one state only, which will be my theme state, right? So I'll make this theme state and I'll just say like set theme. So it will be like a theme use state and like let's by default as of now, let's keep it like the 0th index theme which we have in our theme options, right? Let's keep it by default that. Cool. So it's like theme options 0th dot value, right? So that is like your by default theme, right? So it's like theme option 0 is what right now it's dark theme and the 0th index, and then the value is the actual array, which like the actual object which we really care about, right? It has all the color information. Cool. So that is your by default theme, right? So now I'll just make a values object and I'll then just quickly export it. And then I'll just need like set theme thing also, right? So yeah, values, yeah. So this provider is pretty much done. So now I'll be also making one like hook to use like to get the values out of it, to use the use context part, which I'll call it like use theme, right? And this, yeah, this can be this use context, and then we have like theme context will go on here. Cool. So now this by pretty much is your context part, right? So your context part is pretty much done. So now I'll just quickly go ahead and attach it in my main index.js file so that this thing like hooks onto my application, right? So theme context provider, and it should be coming from your context part. Cool. And then I'll just quickly copy it and put it in the theme context part. Yeah, so now your theme context is pretty much hooked with your application. So now you're good to go. Now we can quickly go ahead and use our theme context. Cool. So now first we have to like set that theme state, right? So what I'll doing, I'll just first get that set theme function out, right? And then using that set theme function, I'll set it using in my footer component, right? So it will be like set theme and like use theme. Clear? And it is coming from your context, right? Don't import the use theme of any other module. Get your use theme which you have created, right? And that use theme is coming from your context theme part. Cool. So yeah, so we now have our set theme and now we are good to go, right? Once we have a set theme thing, so now we are very good to go to like change our theme state, right? So what I'll do, I'll just come here in the handle change function, and firstly I'll just change the value also, right? I'll change the value I'll change the value also with this thing. So set value with like e dot value, and then I'll also set the theme, right? I'll set the theme with e.value. Clear? So yeah, so now let me remove this. So now what we'll be doing, so now once I have done like set theme with e.value, this the like state in my context is set, right? This thing is set. So now I just have to propagate this theme towards my CSS, right? That is only thing which is remaining, and once we are able to do that, we are pretty much done, right? Once we'll then click on like we'll change the theme, the value will change, and then the CSS will react accordingly, right? So that is pretty much is remaining, right? The propagation is remaining. So let's go ahead and so what I'll be doing, I'll be using this one one component which is given to us by style component only, and that is known as theme provider, right? So if you have worked with modules or like libraries, you know, so there is this concept of theme provider. So what that theme provider really does, it propagates the theme value, right, throughout your components, and then you are able to use that theme wherever you really want to. Clear? So I'll be doing that only. So what I'll be doing, I'll be including all of this inside this theme provider, right? This theme provider will really come from style components only, right? So you should not like import theme provider from other libraries. Import theme provider from style components, right? Because style components is where our CSS is written, right? So we'll have to use the theme provider of that only, right? Otherwise it will not really work, right? So we have our theme provider, and let's pass all these components inside the theme provider, right? And this theme provider has one mandatory prop which is known as theme, right? So this is the mandatory prop which you have to pass, otherwise this theme provider will not work and you will get error, right? So it's known as like a mandatory prop. Clear? So now where this theme will come from really, so this theme will just easily come from your context, right? So let's get that out. So we have like a theme and it is coming from use theme, right? And use theme is from your context. Clear? So yeah, and let's import it from context. Clear? So this theme is coming from your context, and I just have to now pass it here, right? So now what the theme provider will really do, theme provider will pass on this theme, right, through your style components, right? And in this particular scenario, your style components is what? Your style components is your global styles component, right? Your global style components is made from your style component, right? So this global style component will in short get this theme, right, through this theme provider, right? So that is what will really happen behind the scenes. Yeah, so wow, in your global styles, so let me go here. So this is my global styles component, right? It has all the CSS written, right? So now if I want to change, right, if I want to change the background, right, if I want to change the background of this particular website, what do I really need, right? What do I really should do? If I go ahead and in this body tag, if I just change this background color, right, then the whole background changes, right? That is our aim. Clear? So now we, instead of hard coding this background, I want this background to change dynamically, right? I want this background to change when my theme is changing, right? That theme state and my context is changing, right? So that is pretty much is all it's remaining. That's that hooking part is remaining. Otherwise, everything is done pretty much. Okay. So now we have this theme which is flowing through your theme provider to your global size. So now just let's change our let's make our colors to dynamic, right? Instead of being hard coded, right? So how do we do that? So we just write here like normal JavaScript, right? Because if you notice that all this CSS is written inside this Baptec notation, right? So if you want to write JavaScript in your Baptec notation, what do? You use $sign, right? And then in that you invoke your like JavaScript, right? So what we have to do in short, we have to make a very small functional, we have to make a very small function which will in short catch your theme, right? Which is coming from your theme provider, right? So, and that will be as a prop, right? So that is why I'm destructuring that prop. And then this will return this theme dot background, right? Because if you remember that theme is nothing, theme right now is nothing, it's just an object, right? It's just an object which we have made, and it is an object of colors, right? And in that object we have like theme dot background. So background will be this, right? This background will come into picture, right? So now here the value which was hard coded, which was black, now will get replaced from theme dot background, which will be dynamic, right? And it will change. And let's change this color to the text color which we have made. Clear? So now let's change it to the text color. So it again, like it's like function theme. So now it will be like theme dot let's see what I name it. So it was like text color, right? So it's just simply text color. Yeah, so that is the color here, and then I have made one more color which was my type box, right? So type box having, okay, so let's give a color property in the type box, or I can give it in my words also. So let's give a color property here, and I'll just call it this theme, and then it will be like theme dot type box color. Yeah, so now let's see if we get it there or not. Right, so by default our theme is what, dark only, right? So we have this thing in picture, so like by default it should be this. So now let's try it and change the theme, right? Let's try and change the theme if anything changes, right? So now, right, as soon as we change the theme, we can see that our thing is changing, right? You can see that I am changing, right? This is my toggle button, right? So I'm changing it to, let's say, next thing, right? Right now you are not able to see it. We'll style it in a bit, but let's focus on the functionality, right? Now let's change it to red, and you can see that the background is changing to red, and then the color is also being it is also like changing, and it is coming into picture, right? I think this thing is not getting applied. Wait, let's see. So it was like type box text. Okay, it's not type box text, not type box color. So it's like type box text, right? So now it should come into picture. Yeah. So yeah, so let's change it to dark, and yeah, you can see that it's white and this is as gray, right? So it's giving a little contrast. And then let's change it to red. Yeah, and this is like, yeah, and this is like, right? So you guys can see, like, by just toggling the states, we are able to what? We are able to change the colors, right? And then whole color is changing, right? So you're getting a feel that the theme of the website is changing, right? So now we just have to fine tune the colors and whatever we are looking into, and then once we fine tune it, we are pretty much done, right? So let's keep this video till here, right? So in this video we understood the whole flow of the theme, right? And how we can quickly like add the themes, right? So now in the next particular video, what we'll be doing, we'll be firstly like making a little bit of adjustment in terms of styling, right? We'll style that select button, and then we'll also like so now and then in the next video only, like I'll show you very quickly how easy it will be to add very new and unique themes, right? And I'll also give you idea from where you can get the theme creativity or theme ideas, right? I'll also show you that, and you'll see that how easy it is, right? So in this particular video, we'll be further working on our themes, right? The themes which we tried to implement in the previous video. So in the previous video, we have gone through the whole flow and how we have integrated context with implementing themes, right? So in this particular video, what I'll be showing you guys, first of all, is like how quickly can you integrate new themes in the website, right? So that will be our first motto. And then after that, what I'll be doing, I'll be storing the theme in the local storage, right? So that once you refresh the screen, the theme which you have on the website doesn't go away, right? It stays. So that is what we're going to do in this particular video. Okay, so I think let's get started. So right now, like as you can see on the website, we have like a very fake kind of a theme, right? Like it doesn't look good, doesn't make sense, and all those kind of a thing, right? It's like it's bad, right? So what we are gonna do is like we are gonna go first of all, right? So like in the previous video, we were like over the concept, like how we are like actually changing the colors, right? So if you paid attention, you guys should now be aware with like only these objects are responsible for like changing your themes, right? So you guys can be as much creative as possible, right? You guys can choose to change whatever thing you really like, right? So let's say like I want to introduce like a lot of colors, right? I want this thing to appear in this color. I want to change the color of this thing also and this thing also. So you can be as creative as possible, and you can target whatever fields you like, right? So like if I go in the CSS file, you guys can see that there are like a lot of things, right? You can change the blinking of the cursor also, and like there are a lot of things, right, which you guys can target and change. So yeah, so that is like totally depend on the creativity. But like right now, what I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna quickly show you how you can adapt the theme, right? Like from where you can go and like quickly adapt the theme. So that is what I'm gonna show you guys, right? So like if you remember, like we were trying to make a clone of this website, right? Like monkey type, we were trying to make a clone of this. So in this particular website, when you come, you guys will see that there is like a lot of themes which this website offers, right? So this is like, yeah, this is whatever, like, so it has like a bunch of different themes which you can toggle and change from, right? So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna just like, I like this theme, right? Like I want this theme to be present in my website also, right? So what I'm gonna do, like there are like multiple options to fetch color or like color codes out of a particular website, right? There are like many extensions and all this kind of a thing, but I like to keep it like very simple, right? So what I'm gonna do, like show, like it will be very easy for you guys to replicate, right? So what I'm going to quickly do, I'm going to quickly take a screenshot of it, right? I'm going to quickly take the screenshot of this particular website, right? And I'm going to quickly open Paint in my laptop. So once the Paint opens, what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly paste the screenshot which I copied, right? So now in your Paint, which you have on your Windows, right? So if you are using Windows, that would be very fast and very easy. But if you are using some other like Linux or Mac, if you don't have if you don't have Paint, you just need this tool which is known as color picker. You can get like extension of it on like Google extensions and all those kind of a thing, and from there you can get color codes of any website, right? So I'm gonna show you a demo using Paint. So there we have a color picker. So suppose this is the background color, right? I want this color, so I go ahead and so this is the code, right? So this is the code of this particular background color which I've selected, right? So I'll just go ahead and copy this code, right? And firstly, let me go and see the name of this theme. The name of this theme is like fledging. So let's quickly go ahead and make this theme, right? And our theme options. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to make this theme. So this is like fledging, and then so I'm going to label it as fledging only. And then the background color is the color code which I just copied, right? So yeah, this is the color code of the background. Now I want the color code of the text, right? So let me go ahead and color pick that. So let's keep the color of the text as like this dark pink color, right? Which I see here, right? You can be creative. You can choose whatever color you want. You can choose whatever combination you really like, right? But I'm just going to go ahead and copy the codes which I get. So yeah, now let's say the text color which I want is this code which I just copied, right? And then like, let me get the type box color also, right? So it's like a little bit faded in a different color, right? It's a little bit faded color. Let me get that color also. Yeah, and this is the code, right? So it's like type box text, and this is the color. Yeah, so now I have made my color object, right? I call this color object. I have made this, and now I just have to export it, right? That's it. That's all I have to do. I just have to export it from my theme options in the array, and then everything will be handled automatically, right? It will automatically appear in the menu, in the select menu, and then I'll be able to choose from it, right? That is just what I have to do. So the name label is fledging, the value is just that fledging object. Cool. So that is all I had to do, and I just have to add new themes in my theme options.js, right? And now it will appear on my website, right? So now if I go ahead, I have 3 options to select from, right? So let me select the last option. You can see like the color is like same, right? It's like the background is same and the text is same, and all those kind of things are pretty much same, right? So I was able to quickly implement that color. Clear? I think I haven't really gotten this color, I think. Wait. Yeah, I think this is that color, and this is the code for that. So right now I'm just literally like copying the color codes, right, from that different website. But what you guys can do, you guys can be creative and you guys can make your own colors there. You guys can like experiment what color goes with what color and what color really looks good on your website, right? Yeah, so by default it says, yeah, so let me change. Yeah, so now this is the color. Like you guys can see, like I'm able to change between all the different themes, right now I have 3 themes, right? So what I'll encourage you guys to, at least like using this practice, at least introduce 10 to 15 themes in your website, right? Introduce 10 to 15 good themes in your website, right? And now what I'm gonna do, let's also like change. So right now in my CSS file, what I'm changing the background color. I'm changing all that color. Let me also change a couple of more colors, right? So that it looks better. So the couple of more colors which I want to target. Firstly, I want to target this color, right? I want to target my blinker, like the cursor color, right? Which I want to target it. So yeah, let me target that color. So yeah, let me target that color. So how do you get multiple cursors on your screen? If you are using VS Code, you just press Ctrl D and you get your multiple cursors, right? So yeah, I can just remove that, and yeah, so theme, and then I want to return like theme dot I think it was text color, yeah, and then here I need like the background color, right, in the black part. So theme, and then like theme dot background, so that the cursor goes away, right? So that is the time. Now the cursor will also be dynamic, and it will like behave like, yeah, you can see that the cursor is behaving like the color of the theme, right? So if I have red theme, the cursor will be like based on my theme, right? So the cursor is also based on my theme. Now next thing which I want to change is the correct color, right now it's green. I want to change it based on the theme, right? So I can just go ahead and, so this is how you can target different CSS properties and change different colors to give a sense of theme kind of a feel, right? I think you might be getting what I'm trying to say here. Yeah, theme dot, and I'll change the color to the text color, right? Because it will give a like a contrast field. So let me test it out. Yeah, so let me change this theme. Yeah, so if I am typing now, wait, yeah, if I am typing, you guys can see that I am getting this field, right, that I am typing this word out, right? So it's like, it's also like getting blended with the theme, right? So I think, yeah, that let's keep with that. I think I have changed like decent amount of color. Now I'll just leave it up to you guys to change how many things you can, right? So like, if like, this is the part where your creativity get outshine, right? And you can make your project different from other people, right, by implementing unique themes or by targeting as many properties as you can in the CSS part, right? But I like showed you guys the basic skeleton of implementing theme, right? And I think you guys should be able to build on that. Cool. So now let's move on to the next part, which I wanted to discuss in this was to, like, right now, if you guys can see, like, this is the website, right? So let me change the theme, right? Let me change the theme to this, right? Like, this is a theme. Now if I refresh, right, this theme will go away, right? It will reset to the default theme which I've set it, which is the dark theme, right? So if I want to like keep this like theme intact when the refresh is happening, what I have to do, I have to store this theme somewhere, right? So I'll be using local storage for storing that. So if you don't know what local storage is, your browser provides you with some kind of storage, right? So if I go open the application folder, you guys can see that in the storage part, you have your local storage, you have your session storage, and you have your cookies, right? Don't worry about all these parts. But like, your local storage is like a storage which is like based on your domain, right? Like, one domain gets one different local storage, and that local storage doesn't get erased when you refresh the website, right? So it persists, right? If you close the tab or if you refresh the website, your local storage will stay there, right? And it is mapped to your domain name, right? So if a particular domain name will have some local storage assigned to it, right? So that is local storage. It stays, like, even the website reloads or all this kind of a thing, right? And then session storage is like a storage which only remains for one particular session, right? So if you refresh or if you like close your tab, then that session storage gets deleted, right? So that is like a major difference between your local and session storage. So we'll not be using session storage because that is not any use for it. We'll be using local storage, right? Because we want our theme to stay there. Clear? So now if that was like very quick introduction for the local storage part, so now let's quickly go ahead and really store something in our local storage. Cool. So yeah, so here is our footer, right? Here is where we are setting the value, right? Here is where we are setting the value. So what I'm gonna quickly do is, here only I'll be storing the theme which is getting changed in the local storage, right? And how can I do that? I can use this local storage object which I get from my browser only, and I can like, if you now want to set anything, so now local storage works on this principle. If you have used hashmap or something like that, so local storage works on this principle, that it stores some value correspond to some key, right? So it's like a key value pair. So that is how you have to like store item in your local storage. So the function to store something in your local storage is known as set item, right? And the first thing is you have to pass in the key, right? So the key which I am giving is like theme, and then the second is the value, right? Whatever item you want to, whatever value you want to set corresponding to this particular theme, right? So that is how your set item works. And then one thing which you should keep in mind, you should always stringify your JSON file, right? So if this value is nothing, this value is what? It's an object, right? It's a JSON object, like JavaScript object notation is what JSON stands for. So it's like a JavaScript object. So when you want to store it in your local storage, you want to convert it, you want to stringify it, right? So in order to do that, there is this function which is known as json.stringify, right? And then in this you pass in your e.value, right? So now at this value will get, now this line will help you to store data in your local storage, right? You call in the local storage object, you use the set item function, and then you pass in the key and the value which you want to store corresponding to that particular key, right? So now using this, you will be able to store your item in your local storage. Clear? So now whenever we are changing any theme, we are storing it in our local storage. So the storage part is done. So now we just have to, so in our context file here, we are setting it the default value, right? So what I'm quickly going to do, I'm quickly going to just do this one thing. What I'm going to do is that now in this particular context file only, I'm going to like fetch the value, right? Which is stored in the local storage, right? So I'm going to make this default value, and I'm gonna get this from local storage, right? So local storage. So now how do you get any item from your local storage? You use this get item function, right? Like set item, you use this get item for getting out the item, and then you pass in the key, right? So our theme was theme, right? So it will like give out the like that particular theme to us, right? So now suppose like what I will do, so now if you remember, like when we are storing it, we stringify it, like we wrote like json.stringify. So now we have to parse that string value into like a normal JavaScript object, right? So that is what I'm going to do. So I'll be using this function like json.parse, and then this will give me like parsed out a JSON like JavaScript object, right? And then I'll be also writing a or condition. So why this will be there? So now suppose you are a new user to the website, right? You are a very new user to the website and you have never used my website. So there will be no local storage corresponding to my particular website if you open it for the first time in your browser, right? So this statement will essentially return null, right? This statement will essentially return null. So I don't want my default value to be null, right? So what I'll be doing, if this thing it is null, then I want some other value to be as my default value, right? And this will be my default value, right? The first theme which I have, which is the dark theme, I will set it as default if you haven't used my website at all, right? And you have no preferences. So I'll just give this theme option .0 as a default value, right? And then I'll initialize this as a default value. Clear? And then I'll be also doing this particular thing that I'll be passing. Okay, I think let's keep it till here only. Yeah, I think, yeah. So yeah, this, let's see. So if this is working or not, like we are able to preserve a theme. Wait, first let me do a hard refresh. I think you are seeing this color theme which I haven't implemented because of my like already existing local storage. So wait, let me like remove my local storage for this particular website, because like I am in my development mode, right? So it's like localhost 3000. So it's like a very frequent and used domain name. So that is why I must be having like a lot of, yeah. So this is like unnecessary data which I already have for corresponding to my development server. This should not happen with your production server, right? So don't worry about that. So I just deleted my theme thing, and now let me refresh it. So now it is like I am mimicking that I am opening the website for the first time, right? So you can see that the dark theme got implemented, right? Because I opened the website for the first time and I have no preference in my local storage. But now let's get a preference, right? Now I change the theme, right? So now this theme should get stored in the local storage, right? That is how it should work out, right? So now let me refresh it and see that this theme sticks or not, right? So let me refresh it. So I refresh and you guys can see that this theme is pretty much here intact, right? Like this theme got implemented. Cool. So it's like it's pretty much working. Now you are refreshing and your themes are staying, right? So that is a good sign. Cool. So now I think one more thing is remaining, is that this thing doesn't have a default value, right? You guys can see that it's having these values, but it doesn't have a default value, right? It should have a default value which should show here, right? So let's get that default value also. So this is the footer. Yeah, so the default value I have to pass in, I think, a label, right? I have to pass in the whole object. So in the label part, what I'll be giving is like theme dot label, and then in the value I'll be passing the whole theme only, right? I think this should pretty much yeah, so this should be my default option. Let's see, theme is not defined. Okay, let me get the theme also out here. Yep. Now let me refresh it. Okay, it's not pretty much coming here. Theme dot label, I think is this not how I have coded it. Theme option, theme dot label. Yeah, label should be there, and then the value is the whole value only. Yeah, I think this should have worked. Default, I think. Default value is the parameter. We have label. Okay, it's not really working. Okay, so I think, yeah, so the error was like I was, so in the previous code what I was doing really, like this value was like hard coded with this empty thing, right? So what was really happening when this website was loading, the value was like empty, right? So there was nothing to show here, right? So what I did, like I just removed it in the empty box, right? So now the value will be set by this default thing, right? But like we don't like really even need this value thing, right? We can just remove this value state altogether, and we just don't really need it, right? So I'm just gonna remove that value thing altogether, right? Because it's not really gonna work as such. We just have this default value, right? So that we have something when the website loads, right? So now let's just see that if we have something on here or not. Yeah, so now when the website is loading, we have some value, right? And then this value is changing based on whatever we are selecting, right? So it's pretty much working, right? So yeah, that is like, so now the only thing which is remaining is to style this select button a little bit so that it blends with the website, right? Right now it's not blending in the website very well. So let's make this thing blend a little bit. So now how do you style this component, right? Like every component which you get, like which you use external component, you have to use some kind of a method to style that component, right? And like most of the well documented libraries or well documented components will have like a way to like to style them, right? So this is the style. How do you style this react comp? So I have just opened this reactselect.com, and I have just gone to the styles documentation of that. And if you want to style, like if you want to style that, you have to target specific parts of it, right? So this is like if you want to style the control part, you have to write the style, and then you have to target that control thing, right? And then that takes like a function, and that in the function you have like two basic arguments. One is like your base style. So base style like really means the style which is already implemented, right? And you can overwrite it if you want to, right? So that is your base style. And then this is your state, right? This is the state. So by state, like this react select component offers you a couple of states, right? Like is focused is a state, right? So is focused is right if that option is that like select button is in focus, or there is like multiple thing, like there are like some states like is selected, is focused, is disabled, and all those kind of a thing, right? So what we'll be doing, so we have to, if you want to change the control thing, you can just go ahead and do that. You can just go ahead and change it, right? Like this. There are like multiple ways to like really change the styling. So but what we'll be doing, we'll be just focusing on with this particular type, right? We can just directly go ahead and target our styles, right? So I'm just gonna do that only. So we'll just come into the styles component, and I'll just target the styles thing, right? So firstly I want to target control, right? So control is something which you see, right? The control is like really the component which you like see, right? So I just want to, firstly I want to change the color of that, right now. You can see that this is okay. If I remove that, you guys can see that this is like white color, like this is like a white thing which is not really blending in the website, right? So I'll just change this color to the background color so that it blends a little bit, right? So let's do that only. So I'm just gonna go here, and in the control part I like the same way which we have done is this, right? Like we have to write a function. So like this is like styles. So this styles means the base style, right? This base style. So this base style, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and write that function. Yeah, and then firstly I wanna like make the basic style stay the same, right? But I just want to like I want to just target some specific properties, right? Like I want to target like the background color, right? I want to target the background color property, and I want to change it with this. I want to change it with theme dot background so that it blends with the background of my theme, right? So let's just see if it really works or not. Yeah, so now you guys can see that the background is like really blending in with the background, right? It's like not like what we have, like not like very white right now, right? So if I change it to red, it's like blending with my particular theme, right? So that is what I needed to do. Let's target the menu, right? This white thing which is opening is known as the menu of this particular component. So let's go ahead and target the menu. So after control, I will target the menu in the same way, right? Like I'll go ahead and target the styles, and then here like firstly I want to keep the all the basic styles same, but I want to just override some of the things, right? Like the background color in the same thing here, right? Like I want to target the background color, and I want to change it with like theme dot background, right? So that it blends in with my theme. Clear? So now let's see, the menu should also, yeah, so the menu is now also like changing it with the theme, right? Yeah. So yeah, so now the menu is also blended with the theme part, right? But like now one thing which is like really looking a little bit off is this like a selected thing, right? Like this thing is blue, right? The selected part is blue. I just want to change it to like a background color so that it will look better, right? Like now it's like it's not looking like blue thing is not looking good. So for changing that, I'll have to make use of these states, right? So I told you, right, there is like is focus, and there are like a lot of states, right? Like is focus is selected. So those are like states, right? So I'll be making use of the states with, so using, so states is nothing, it's just like a boolean, right? So the I can write like ternary conditions, or I can write ternary condition to change the color based on the logic, right? So this is like is selected, so I will make use of the is selected and will like really change the color of this, right? So let's do that. So that part will come under my option, right? Because that is the option, and then I have to write like the first one is styles, and the second. So now I can destructure my states, right? I can destructure, and I can get it out, like I can get out the like the state which I really want. So I really want the focus state, right? I just can get it out, and then what I can do, I can just go ahead and quickly return the style which I really want, right? So firstly, I'll just destructure the already implemented styles so that I don't change much of the style. Then I'll just override some of the styles, right? So background color, let's change it to like if it is focus, then I think I can change it to the background color. Otherwise, I can keep it like white. Yeah, I think I can keep it to wait, let's see. So if it is not focus, then I think I can have it as my background color only, theme dot background. And then if it is not, if it is focused, then I can have it like theme dot maybe text color. Let's see how this looks, right? So that was my background color. Then I think I can change the color also, right? I can change the color to what? I can change it to the text color maybe. Yeah, I think let's change it to the text color, theme dot text color. Yeah, and then I think I can make the cursor also as pointer maybe to make it like a little bit better. Let's see if this thing works. Yeah, let's see. So that was for my options. Yeah, so okay, so its pointer is working. I think I just have to work on the coloring a little bit. Okay, the background makes sense. I think then the color should also like really work on this focus part, I think. Yeah, wait, so let me go ahead and swap these things so that it appears on the screen. So if it is focus, then I'll just do the opposite of my background so that it appears, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna change it here to text color, and I'm just gonna change it here to the background, right? So that I can see something on the screen, right? So I'm doing a little bit of crisscross thing there. Yeah. So now it's like looking a little bit better, right? So yeah, so the styling can be a little bit tricky, right? But yeah, you guys. So I think I can also change the color of this as theme dot text color. Yeah. Okay, the color property is not really working out here. Okay, I think then it should be. I think I have to target some other part. Okay, I think I have to target some other thing. Wait, let's leave it till here only. Right. So yeah, so that was like a little bit of styling for my particular themes, right? So that was a little bit styling for my component, and you guys like saw how you guys can like style different components, right? So in order to like style different components, it can be like a little bit tricky, but if you go through the documentation really nicely, you will like find a way, right? So yeah, so going through documentation is like very important to understand how like different components really work underneath, like, and how you guys can style them, right? So I think the style part is pretty much done. So like we saw that how easy it is to add style. We can just quickly go ahead and add as many themes as possible in my theme options file, and then those will reflect on the website, right? And then you also use local storage to store those themes, right? So I think we are like pretty much done with the theme part, and now you guys can add as many themes as you want in your website to make it unique. So in the next video, what we'll be doing, we'll be starting off with the result generation, right? So now we have our test ready. We have our test ready and it's fully working, and we have our themes also ready. So now we can go ahead and quickly generate all our results, right? Like words per minute, accuracy, characters, and all those kind. So till now, what we have done, we have like completed our typing test, right? Like it's fully functional and it's just working. And now like our aim is to go to the test result generation part, right? So now we need to get out the key information about what the user has done, right? Like how he has performed in the test, right? That's our next particular move in this particular thing. So in this video only, we'll be trying to figuring out that part only. Like we'll try to target how many stats we can get, right? Like words per minute, accuracy, and how many characters did he type correctly or incorrectly, and all those kind of a thing. So we'll deep dive into the result generation part, right? Like in this particular video. And then in the next video we'll be generating the component to display those particular results, right? So let's get into it. So this video can be like a little bit technical, so like I'll try to explain, like I'll try to break down the formulas, right, involved in like calculation of those particular stats, right? So like pay a little bit attention. Okay. So yeah, so now if you hear about typing test, the first thing which comes to your mind is like words per minute, right? Like it's the how much is my typing speed, right? Like how many words am I typing per minute, right? That's the most standard stats or most standard result which a user can get out of a typing test website, right? So there is one standard formula, right? There is like one international standard formula for typing test, right, which tells you what is your gross words per minute speed, right? So that is what we are going to use. So the formula for this is like all typed entries, right, divided by 5, and then like divided by times in minute, right? So like in short, what we can assume is, so this is like your gross, right? This is like, that doesn't like really cover if you have like typed correct or incorrect, but like what we are like really looking for is like the net words, like net for like words per minute formula, right? So let me break it down. Let me write it down here. So what the formula which we'll be focusing on is this, right? So it will be like words per minute for us will be just simply correct characters, right? Correct characters divided by 5. Why do we divide by 5? In order to take like an average, right? Like we assume that a word is like a 5 character, right? That's like the average international standard which we rely on, right? So it's like how many correct characters we have typed divided by 5, and then the whole divided by time, right? And the time should be in minutes, right? Because we are calculating words per minute, right? So that's why the time should be in minutes, right? So if you have paid attention that we are the countdown value which we are using is in second, right? Like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, like 60 seconds. So we will have to convert it into minutes, right? By dividing by 60, right? So, and yeah, so that is our words per minute formula, right? So that is number one, right? Just keep this thing in mind. Like we'll fill these values in a bit, right? But let's just keep this thing a little bit in mind, right? Then the second thing which we'll be like deriving is accuracy, right? The second thing which we'll be deriving is accuracy, right? Like what is your accuracy? Like with how much accuracy did you like really type, right? So the accuracy is like very straightforward. It's like correct words, right? Correct words typed divided by total words typed, right? And then multiply it by 100, right? Because accuracy is like a percentage kind of a term. So suppose if you have, suppose you have typed total of 2 words and you were only able to type 1 word correctly, then your accuracy is 50%, right? As simple as that. And what do I mean by correct words typed is that the whole word which you are typing, right, should like each character in the whole word. Suppose your word is this, right? Like suppose your word is you, and then you typed y also correctly, o also correctly, and u also correctly, then you type the whole word correctly, right? Otherwise, if you type like u y correctly, then o incorrectly, and then u correctly, then you have typed this word incorrectly, like this word is not correctly typed, so your accuracy will go down, right? So that is what the aim of accuracy is, right? So this is the very straightforward formula for accuracy. Then what we'll be focusing on the screen, we'll be focusing on the number of terms, right? So we'll be focusing on correct characters, right? Like how many correct characters were you able to type, right? Correct characters. Then we will be calculating incorrect characters, right? Like how many incorrect characters did you type, right? Like how many reds did you get on the screen, right? And then we will also be calculating how many characters did you missed, right? So how can you miss a character? So suppose you are typing a word and then you press space in between, right? Then the whole half chunk of the word gets missed out, right? So those are the missed characters, right? And then the last thing is the extra characters, right? Because we in our typing test, we have this capability that you can add extra words to your test, right? Like suppose like you are typing and then you forget to press space, then we were adding new span and those extra characters were getting added, right? So those were the extra characters. So we will be calculating this also, right? So this is the like this all this thing is like the basic data which we need to generate after a test has ended, right? So yeah, so let's get started. Let's first focus on generating our words per minute, right? And in order to generate words per minute, we need our correct characters, right? Like how many characters we were able to type. So what do I mean by correct characters? Again, like suppose this is your word, right? This is your word and you typed u correctly, or you have typed it correctly, and you have typed u correctly, right? So your total correct characters will be how much? It will be 2, right? Like because you were able to type y correctly and u correctly, right? So it will be 2, right? So your correct characters will be 2. And then your time, we have already a time state, right? So calculating time will not be difficult. We just have to calculate this characters in order to calculate our words per minute, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll just open the code here and we'll go back into our typing box component, because in this component we have all our states, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new state which I'm going to call as correct characters, right? And then correct characters, set correct characters, then it's like use state, and by default it will be 0, right? Because you haven't really typed out in correct characters, right? So it will be 0 by default. Okay, yeah. So now how do I calculate correct characters? So if you remember, like in our handle user input function, we already have a if condition, right? We already have a if condition which tells us that we have typed this word correctly, right? We already have this if condition, right? So this is our correct so here we are calculating that this character has been typed correctly. So here I can just quickly go ahead and increase my correct character counter, right? It's very easy, right? Very simple. So I'll just go ahead and I'll just do this. So I'll just increase the correct characters plus 1, right? I'll just increase it by 1. Clear? So this state will now get increased by 1, so that it will tell me that I have typed this word correctly, because in this if condition that logic was being implemented, right? So yeah, so this is how you are calculating your correct characters, right? So we have our correct characters. So now what I'll be doing, I'll create a function, right? I'll write a function to calculate words per minute, right? I'll create a function which I'll call like calculate words per minute, and in this function I'll just return my words per minute only, right? I'll just return my words per minute, which will be what, as I discussed, like it is my correct characters, right? Correct characters which I have in my state, right? I have increased this value as I have moved on, divided by 5, and then I divide that whole by time, right? And how much time do I have? What is the test time? Like how much time have you taken the test, right? So it will be equal to test time only, right? Like it will be equal to how much time you have taken, it will be equal to the test time. Clear? So it will be just simple. If I go ahead and come like here, it will be like test time, right? Because this is the total test time which I have taken. Test time divided by what? Divided by 60, right? Because this test time is in seconds. So I want to convert it into minutes, so I'll just divide it by 60, right? And then I can, what I can do, I can take like I can round it off, right? I can just take approx figure. So I'll just round it off by using mat.round, and so that I get like a very good figure, right? Like 36, 39, all those like kind of words per minute speed, right? So this is my words per minute function, which returns me just what I really want, right? This calculates my words per minute. So now my words per minute is pretty much done. So now let's quickly go ahead and, like, before calculating accuracy, I want to calculate my these values, right? Like incorrect characters, missed characters, and extra characters, right? So like as similar to this, right? Like similar to my correct characters, I'll just quickly go ahead and make that state, make those states like incorrect characters, right? And it will again initialize with 0. Then I'll make like missed characters, set missed characters, and then I'll just need like my I think extra character, right? Yeah, so now similar to correct, I can calculate incorrect. It's like similar to, like, it will be in the else condition, right? Like in the if condition here, I'm calculating the correct character. So in the else condition, I'll have my incorrect character. So I can just increase that incorrect character state by 1, right? Plus 1, like it will get increased by 1. And now for the extra characters part, this is the if condition, right? Which is adding your new span. So if you remember, I created a span and then I pushed it into my main word span ref, right? So this is my so this is where my extra character is getting into picture, right? So I can just quickly go ahead and increase my counter here only, right? Like set extra characters like extra characters plus 1, right? So those were like pretty straightforward because I have already written the if condition for those particular scenarios. So calculating them was like fairly easy, right? Now coming on to the little bit of tricky part is like to calculate how many characters you have missed, right? So I discussed this scenario with you, like when will you like really miss any character, right? So let me go ahead and like give you a scenario here. So suppose you have to type this word, right? Like this is a word. Let's assume that this is a word, right? This one is like one particular word. Suppose you are typing, right? You typed A correctly, B correctly, C correctly, and then you press space on your keyboard, right? So what will happen? Your cursor from here will move on to the next particular word, right? And then these 3 characters will be missed, right? You will not be able to type them again, right? So these characters will be missed. Clear? So I have to count the number of these characters only, right? So how can I do that? Firstly, what I can do, I can count how many characters are there in the word, right? And how can I do that? So if I want to count how many characters are there in one particular word, so yeah, so this is your all current characters array, right? This is your array. So if I get a length of this array, what I can get how many characters are present in that particular word, right? So that part is solved. So now so this is the length, right? This is the length, which is what, 6 right now, right? And I have to subtract the current character index, right? So this will be my current character index, right? Okay, I think this thing will be my correct character index, right? So if I subtract like my total length with my correct character index, I will get how many characters are left, right? Because right now, what will be my correct character index? It will be like what, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? It will be 3, right? It will be 3. So if I subtract like length minus current character index, which is 3, I'll get 3, right? So it will tell me that 3 characters are left, right? So that is what I'm going to use in order to calculate how many characters have I missed, right? And if you have paid attention, you would know that I have written a condition for space, right? And in that condition, I have also this condition present, right? Which is like remove cursor from in between of the word, right? And this is the only condition where I will be able to miss characters, right? So the calculation will come into this else condition only, right? And how will that go is will be like set set missed characters, and it will be like missed characters plus 1 lot missed characters plus, and it will be just what the other thing will be like my all current characters dot length. This will give me how many characters are present in one particular word minus the current character index, right? Like current character index, right? Minus current index. So this will return me how many characters have I missed, right? If I am pressing space in between of my particular word, right? So now this will set my best character state, right? So now I will be able to calculate like my correct characters, incorrect, missed, and extra characters, right? So those properties I am able to get, right? So now let's also calculate accuracy real quick. So now to calculate accuracy, I need how many words I have typed correctly, right? So I'll make a state for that also, which will be what correct words, and then it will like set correct. Yeah, so it is 0. So now how do I get it at this, right? So this is my set correct word state. So if I have like, as I discussed, that how will I count if I have typed the word correctly, is that I have to type every single character of that particular word correctly, right? So how can I calculate that? So it's very simple. So whenever I am pressing space, right? Whenever I am pressing space, can I quickly check if I can like quickly fetch how many correct spans are present, right? And then if the length of those particular span correct spans is equal to the length of how many characters I have in the word, that will simply mean like if I have typed all characters correctly, right? So let me first get this thing. Let me first get all the correct characters, right? So how can I get that? I will get it in the same fashion as I have fetched my okay. So in order to do that, I'll be using the like query selector all property. So it will be just thing like let correct characters in word, right? It will be just simply this word span ref current word index dot current, because this will give me the reference to correct particular span, and then I have to run the query selector property on this, which will be like query selector all, right? And then I will get out the class of correct, right? So if you remember, like this is like a DOM API, right? And then this query selector all will just return me all the spans which have this particular class inside this particular span, right? So this will return me an array. So this correct word in like correct characters in word will be an array. So I just have to check the length of this, right? And if correct character in words dot length is equals to all character char dot length, which means that there are how many characters are there in the word. If that is equal, then I can just simply say that I have typed the whole word correctly, and then I am ready to move on to the next word. So in this particular scenario, I'll set my correct correct words as correct words plus 1, right? So in this scenario, I'll increase the counter by 1, right? As simple as that. So this will calculate my correct words part, right? And now let's move on. So now similar to my calculated words per minute, I'll make a function to calculate my accuracy. Okay, so I'll write this as calculate accuracy, and then I'll make this function, and I'll just return in the same fashion as math dot round, and then it will be what correct words divided by. So now how many total word have I typed? How can I get that? How can I get that information very easily? So in order to get that information, I can look at the correct word index, right? So if the correct word index is 2, that will just simply means that I have typed out 2 words, right? How is that possible? Because if the current word index is 2, that means I have typed the 0th word and I have typed the first word, right? So that just simply means that I have typed 2 words, right? So that is like the total words I have attempted to type, right? So I've just divided by current word index, right? And then correct word index can also be 0. So we'll handle that case later on. But yeah, let's keep this thing here, right? So we'll handle that later on. And then I'll just multiply it with 100 and then I'll just round it off, right? So this function will pretty much calculate my accuracy, okay? So yeah, so I think this is pretty much like we have calculated like all the aspects, right? Just one aspect is remaining, which is of graph, right? So when I'll be starting with graph, then I'll discuss that how we can generate the graph data. That's like a later discussion. But now till now, like what we have done, we have calculated words per minute accuracy and then certain like small states, which is like correct character state, incorrect, mischaracters, and extra characters, right? So we have like a bunch of data now, which we can show on the screen as a result, right? So let's keep this video till here. Like this video was all about the result generation part, like how much formula we use and what indexes and how we can get the data. So that was very like, so you can go through this video once to understand what all things are really happening and how we are actually generating the data, right? So yeah, so we are done with this particular video. In the next video, what I'll be doing, I'll be creating a component which will show these results on the screen, right? So right now I have what right now on the screen, you guys can only see like a test over message, right? So instead of test over message, I will show the result of the user, right? What the user has typed.
So in this particular video, what we'll be trying to do, we'll be like in the previous video, we generated test results, right? Like we have all the results now, except like the graph part, we'll discuss it about later, but we have like majority of the results, right? So now let's make a component which will get rendered out instead of this test over, right? Like right now we just have this text which is getting rendered out once the test is over. So instead of this just simple text, we want a proper component to render out and to give out like proper information, right? Give out the test results which we generated. So this project, like in this video, we'll be generating that stats component only, okay? So let's get right into it. So I'm going to open the code, right? And the code, what I'm going to do first, I'm going to make a component, right? Which I'll call as stats component. So I'll just call it like stats, right? So in this component, what I'll be having like all the stats, like this component will render out after my test is over, right? So let's have like the basic component. And then what I'm going to do in this component, I'm going to catch all the like the main important results, right? So let's do that. So the first result is like words per minute, right? That is our main result. Then we have accuracy, right? And then after accuracy, what we have after accuracy we have what correct words, like correct characters. Then we have incorrect characters, okay? And then we have, I think we calculated mischaracters also in the previous video. Then we will be getting extra characters also, right? So these are like the majority of the things which we calculated, right? These are the actual results, right? So we have it in the prop, and I'll code out the stats component a bit, but let's just pass these props from a typing box to the stats component, right? Let's do that. Let's connect the component. Yeah, so as you can see, this is where our test over result is getting rendered out, right? So this is where I'm gonna do. So like when my test is over, like right now what I was having, just a simple test over message. So instead of this place, what I'll be having, I will be rendering out the stats component, right? This is where our stats component will probably go. Cool. So I'm just gonna remove this h1 tag, and I'm just gonna like place our stats component here, right? And it will come from there, right? So now this I have my stats component here. Now what I'm just gonna do, I'm gonna quickly go ahead and wait, I have forgot a bracket. So yeah, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass the parameters, like I'm gonna pass the props which will really get rendered out, right? And then we'll code out the structure of the stats component, right? So let's do that. So words per minute is the first thing. So what I'm going to do, I made a function, right? I made a function for calculating words per minute. So I'm just going to call this function, and then this function is going to return me a value, and that value will just get passed in my stats component, right? So I'm just going to call that function here. Yeah, calculate words per minute. Yeah, this is the function, and then I'm just going to call it, right? You have to call it, then only you will get out the value, right? I don't want to pass the function only, I want to pass the value, right? So I'll call the function, and then the value will get passed, right? The next thing is the accuracy, right? So accuracy is simple, like similar, like I made a function for calculating accuracy, and this is the function. So this function, I'll just call it and pass it here. Yeah, this is a function, I'll call it and pass it. And then after that, I need to pass in all the character stats, right? Like the correct characters, the missed characters, the incorrect characters, and all those things, right? So let's quickly do that. Wait, first let's format it. Yeah, we have like a better formatting here. So we have like correct characters, we have the state. Yeah, this is the state. Then we have incorrect characters. Then we have the state for this also. This is this incorrect cast. Let me format it a little bit. Yeah, so now we can a little bit more readable, right? So like missed characters, right? So now we are just mainly passing the correct the states which we made in order to calculate these results. Cool. So now we have passed all the states to our stats component, right? So now our linking part is pretty much done. Now we just have to make the structure and render these out, right? So what I'm going to do, like for structure wise, I'm going to divide the stats component into two parts, a left portion and a right portion. So for the right portion, the main graph component will go, which I will talk about in the next video. But let's code out the left part, right? The left part will have the result, which is like words per minute, accuracy, and characters, right? So let's create the structure for it. So I'm going to make a outer div, which I'll just call it like div.stats box. Cool. And then in the start, inside it, as I said, I'll divide into two parts. So I'll just say like left stats, and then I will have another div which I'll call as right stats, right? So in this right stat, what will really happen? The graph component will go, like graph will go here, right? So this left stats will hold the graph, right? Which we will discuss and make. Cool. Then in the left start, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make I'm going to display it like words per minute, like heading, then like the value, then heading, then the value. So like a title, subtitle kind of a situation. So let's do that. So I will be having like 3 title, right? So let's get 3 title divs. Yeah. So the first title will be like words per minute. The second title will be just accuracy. Then the third title will be just characters, right? So yeah, this is pretty much it. Then let's make the subtitle also. So for we have like subtitle. Then inside it, I'll just place the words per minute value, which I will get from the prop, right? And then let's fill the other things also. So we will be having accuracy here, and then let's put the characters, all right? So div dot subtitle. Then we have the simple correct characters. Then we put a slash, right? We'll add a tooltip later to tell the user that what these value represent. But yeah, let's put it here like incorrect characters. Then we have let's write missed characters. Then we can have finally extra characters, right? Yeah, so that is pretty much our left part. So now we structure wise we are pretty much done, right? A little bit of styling will be remaining. Let's see if we have it on the screen or not. So let's give a test real quick, and let's see. Yeah, let's see if we have results or not. Okay, there's something wrong with the component. Let's see what error we are getting. So object not valid and React child, object with keys, characters, if you want to render out. Okay, wait, let's see. So this is the component we have, simple. Then the type box component, we have the stats component, and we are passing in the props. So let's see. We have starts coming out from there. Is it? Let's see. Okay, we are getting some errors here. Okay. So let me make the test time a little less. I have hard coded 15 second start time, right? Let's make it 2 for the debugging purposes, right? Let's see what we're getting. Yeah, so now we have a test for 2 seconds. So this should be over real quick. Yeah, we are getting the errors, which is object not valid as a React child. Keys. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put curly brackets here, right? So I have to destructure the props, right? So these are the props, right? So I have to restructure it. So I forgot to put these curly brackets. So that was the issue. Now it should work fine. Let's see if we have our so we pretty much have it, right? So now we have the result, right? Like right now it's not looking good, but we have it, right? We have our word per minute, which is something like accuracy and characters, right? I'll talk about like why we are getting nan, because I was not able to type a single word also, right? So that is why I'm getting nan. So let's see. Then if I type like one word correctly, the accuracy will increase, right? Because I'll discuss it about in a bit. But yeah, this is like we are getting results. Now let's just add the styling for it, right? Let's just make it look better, so that the styling part, let's hook the styling part into it, and then we'll be good to go, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do real quick is go to my global.js file, right? And I'm going to write the styling for my stats box and the left stat and the right stat box. So I'm going to target like stats box, right? And then what I'm going to do, firstly, I'm going to make a display as flex, because I want my left and right to be in a row, right? So display is flex. Then I can just simply go ahead and write, like I can make it in the center first of all, right? So that is one thing which I'll be doing, putting it in center. And then I think that is pretty much it. So I can give like the width as 1000 pixels first of all, then height I can just have it as auto right now, right? And then like margin left as auto and margin right is also auto, right? Pretty much in the center. Yeah, that is pretty much it for the test box, like stats box. Yeah, so we have it here. Now there's one more thing which we can do is specify some width to our left stat and the right stat. So what this is, I'm going to do this like left stats is like I will specify the width, like this left stat will take the width of 30%, right? So like the total of like 100%, which is 1000 pixels, so it will take like 30% of it, which will be like 300 pixels, right? So it will take 30% of the total stats box, right? And then I can give like a padding of also like, let's say 30 pixels, right? So that is pretty much my left box, right? So yeah, this is my left box. And now I'll I'll increase the size also a little bit, right? But yeah, let's also write like the width of left stats. So it will be just simple like width of 70%. But if I don't even specify it, it will automatically take 70%, but let's just keep it there, right? Then let's just increase the font size. So for title, I'm going to go with the font size of, so here what I'm going to do, I'm going to increase, like I'm going to make the font of like title a little bit smaller, and then the font of subtitle a little bit bigger, because I want the main focus to be on my actual result, right? Which is the actual numbers. So yeah, so this is what I'm going to do, like 20, let's give it like 20 pixel. And then like dot subtitle, let's give it as font size as let's say 30 pixel, right? So yeah, so now we have like pretty decent like words per minute, and then we have accuracy also, and then we have characters, right? So we have it pretty much ready. Then I think the one thing we can do is like give a distinct color, the title to be a different color and accuracy to be a different color. That is what we can do. So I made the the actual title color a little bit dim, so that the main focus again goes to my actual result, right? So let's do that. So yeah, so what I can just simply do, like color of my title to be just simple. Like I have these results, right? This is what I'm gonna just copy here real quick, and this is what I'm gonna paste in my title. And text color, so I have text color option and I have title also, right? So let me go ahead and see what are the main things I defined, which is like text color and type box color. So this is what I'm gonna put here. So this if I want it to be dim, it can be the normal type box color, right? Yeah, so if this will be like, this is like a dimmer color, right? Yeah, so this is now my words per minute and accuracy are a little bit dim, and these are a little bit like stronger color, right? So that is what I wanted to do. So yeah, so this is my result part. Pretty much my left part is pretty much done. Now the next part is to develop our graph, right? The next part is to develop our graph, where the starts component go, yeah, this part, right? Like graph component. So like in the next video, what we'll be trying to do, we'll first like see the code for graph, like how to plot a graph, right? We'll understand that component real quick. So we'll be using chart.js. So we'll quickly understand that component, and after that, I'll generate the data, right? Which we will actually have to plot, right? So in this particular video, we'll be trying to see how we can have graph components in React, right? Like how can we plot graphs in React, right? So that is the main aim of this video. So yeah, let's get started. So in order to like plot graph in React, there is like a very popular module which is known as chart.js, right? So chart.js is like the most popular charting library out there, right? And what we'll be using chart.js, right? But we'll be using a module which is based on chart.js, like which is known as React chart.js 2. So it provides different components and it works basically on top of your chart.js, right? So yeah, we'll be using React chart.js 2. So let me show you React chart.js 2. Yeah. So this is React chart.js 2. It runs on top of chart.js. So when you will go, you will see that when we'll have to install like both the modules, right? We have to install React chart.js 2 as well as chart.js, right? Because it has a dependency on that. Okay, so without further ado, wait, let's see if we have already installed it. I don't think, okay, so we have chart.js 2 and we have React chart.js 2, right? So we have already installed these modules, so we don't need to install them. But if you don't have them in your project, you can just go ahead and just install these two modules, which is like React chart.js 2 and chart.js, right? So now if we have it, now let's go ahead and see how we can plot. So for our particular case scenario, what we'll be doing, we'll be using this module to plot line chart, right? We'll be plotting line chart because we have to plot what? We have to plot words per minute on y-axis, and then on x-axis we have to plot time, right? So we want like something which looks like a line kind of a chart, right? So we'll be using line chart component from this particular module, right? So if you have that clear, let's go ahead and look at the code, right? So I'm going to go in the components folder and I'm going to make a graph.jsx file, right? This is the component which will be exporting a graph, right? This component will give us the graph. So now for this particular video, let's quickly look how the component works and what are the like the main things of the component, and then we can move ahead and generate our own data, right? But let's now for this particular video, let's see the component and let's play with some dummy data so that we know how the like component really renders out and works, right? So I'm gonna have like a component, right? I'm gonna have a basic component, and before we move ahead like to actually like working on with this particular React like charting component, we need to register some dependencies, right? This is like some dependencies which you need to register, otherwise your components which are coming out of React chart.js 2 will not really work, right? So what dependencies am I talking about? So let me import those dependencies. So we need first of all we need chart, right? And I'll export it as like chart.js, right? Like if you chart.js, so if you guys go into the documentation of chart.js, like React chart.js 2, you will see that these are the things which you really need to install, right? So these are something which you need to register, otherwise you won't be able to use those components. So like then we need category scale, right? Then we need category scale, we need linear scale, then we need point element, right? Then we need line element, and I think we need a title, tooltip, and I think finally we need legend, right? And all these are coming from chart.js, right? All these are coming to us from chart.js, right? And after we have installed these things, we need to register them. So how do you register them? You register it using this, right? Like chart.js dot register. Then in register, you pass in all these modules, right? So I'm just going to copy these, right? I'm just going to copy these and paste it here, right? So you need to register all these things in the chart.js, right? So once you register them, once you install those dependencies and you register them, now you are good to go, right? Now you can go ahead and use the component which you get out of React.js 2, right? So now, as I said, what we'll be needing, we'll be registering, like we'll be returning out a component from this particular module, and the component which I'm talking about is line chart. Like, so this is line chart, right? This line chart, this is a line component, right, which helps you plot a line chart, and this line component is coming from like React chart JS2, right? So we'll be using this particular component from this particular module. Okay, so now let me talk about like what are the important props or important data which you have to feed in this component in order to plot it. So let's go ahead and do that. So this line component takes a prop which is known as data, right? So it takes a prop which is known as data, and inside the data prop you have to pass an object, right? You have to pass an object, and that object contains your data, right? That object contains your data. So what data, like how do we represent that data? So we have to give this chart like two key information, like what should go on the x-axis, that's number one, and then what should go on the y-axis, right? So because every chart like has like y and x-axis, so we need to feed that data, right? What should go where? So for like data which is present on your x-axis, you need to pass it in labels, right? You have to pass in labels. Yeah, so you need to pass in labels, and it should be a array, right? Like you have to pass
the data in an array, right? Because it will map that array to your x-axis, and similar to you will have to pass an array for your y-axis data, and it will map those things accordingly, right? Like it will map it automatically. So you have to pass in the labels. For demo purposes, I'll just write like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I need 1, 2, 3, 4 on my x-axis, right? So that is how you feed data for your x-axis. Now let's talk about your data for y-axis. For feeding your data for y-axis, you have to feed it in this thing, data sets, right? And you have to feed it like this, right? You have to give an array, right? And inside those array, you have to pass objects, right? You have to pass objects. So suppose I am sure that you guys have gone through this scenario, that you know that you can plot multiple graphs for same x-axis, right? Like if I take an example of cos and sine graph, you can plot those cos and sine graphs like on the same graph using the same x-axis, right? Just your values on y-axis differ, right? And you can color those two graphs using different colors, right? That is how you like plot two graphs, right? In one particular x-axis only, right? So this is dataset is similarly doing that only. Datasets is like you can feed as much as data you want. So you have to give it an array, and then you have to pass objects, right? You have to pass objects. So suppose I will give a demo of plotting two graphs on the same x-axis, so that you get a gist that why this data set is like this, right? So let me make two objects, right? Two objects means two data, right? Two kind of data. So inside one object, you have to feed data like this, right? You have to give like data, right? And data should be array, right? So I'll give like, let's say, like 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? But make sure you have like equal array of equal length for your x-axis also, and for your y-axis, like for your x-axis and for your y-axis also, right? So you have the same kind of thing, right? And then I can give a label, right? Like what this data is. So let me write like graph 1, right? For demo purposes, I'll say that this data is representing graph 1. Then I can also specify the color of this by changing the border color, right? I want this to be, let's say, red, right? I want this to be, let's say, red. And then I want to give another data, so I'll just make another object and I'll pass in the same data. So I'll just say that this thing should be like, let's say, 5, 6, 7, and 8, right? And then I need the label to say that this is graph 2, okay? And then border color for this, let's have it as green, right? Let's have it as green. Cool. So now this is how you feed the data in this particular component, right? You pass in, you use the data prop and you pass in object, right? And then you use labels for your x-axis data, and then you use data sets for your all the data which can go on your x-axis, right? And then you specify each and individual graph using these, you pass in as an object, right? Individual object in your data set, right? So now this thing is pretty much done. This chart component is pretty much done and is ready to get plotted. Let's see and let's try to plot it, right? Let's
try to plot it. So I'm gonna go in my stats component, right? I'm gonna go in my stats component and I am gonna import my graph here, right? This is where the graph should go. So I'll just import the graph component here, right? And I'll just keep it there, right? Now let's see if the graph component is really working or not. So I'll come here and let me take a test. So this is like a demo graph, right? So you can see that the graph is coming now. And on your x-axis, you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Which was your labels, right? This was your labels, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then on your y-axis, you have two graphs, right? One graph is your red color and green color because you fed two objects. And then you can click on these to also interact with this particular. Like you can click on graph 1, you can click on graph, like you can do this kind of things, right? So these are managed by the component itself, right? So yeah, so this is how you plot like a chart using React Chart.js 2 and Chart.js, right? So we have used line chart, right? So the major thing which you need to understand is how to feed the data, right? So now if we are clear with how the component works with the dummy data, in the next video, let's like generate our own data, which is like a legit data which we have generated from the test which the user has taken, right? So once we generate that, we'll feed that data into this component and we'll have our own generated graph which will give the analysis to the user, right? So in this particular video, we'll be generating our own data, right? Like in the previous video, we learned about the chart component, like how do we plot chart in React. Now we're gonna move towards generating the data for that chart, right? So we are taking a test, so we'll generate the data corresponding to that particular test only, right? So now let's go ahead and focus on that particular thing. Yeah, so now let's go ahead and focus on that. So I'm gonna open this whiteboard, and now firstly I'm gonna explain you the structure, right? Like how that data should look like and what data are we really aiming for, right? So what are we gonna plot is like we need a plot for like words per minute versus time, right? This is the plot which we are really aiming for, right? Like words per minute versus time. Why is that? Like suppose right now I take a test of, let's say, 15 seconds, right? I take a test of 15 seconds. So what do I really want to have? Like I want to have at each and every single second, I need to know what was my speed, right? So if I am taking like a 15-second test, I might type like very fast in the starting, then I might slow down at the end, or vice versa, right? I start slow, then I catch up in the end, and my speed increases, right? So what I want to really do is I want to know, right? I want to know like throughout the test what was my speed and how was I going, right? So that is what I want to plot. So I want a graph for like words per minute versus time, right? So for on my y-axis, I'll have my words per minute. On my x-axis, I'll have my time, right? And for a 15-second test, the time should start from 1 and go till 15, right? To like 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth, right? And then I'll have like this kind of a graph, like depending on how am I performing. Cool. So now that was the graph which I am aiming for. Now let's see what kind of a data, right? How should I store that data, and how should I store that data and plot it, right? So how will I store it? I'll make a state, right? I'll make a simple state which I'll call as graph data, right? I'll make a state, I'll call it as graph data. Okay. And now how the graph data is going to look like? This graph data will be an array, right? This graph data will be an array, and inside that array I'll have smaller arrays, right? I'll have smaller arrays, and then each and every array will be of length 2, right? Will be only of length 2, each and every smaller array inside the graph data array. Cool. So that is the main structure. So now what will be inside those smaller arrays? So at the 0th index, I'll have my time, right? At the 0th index, I'll have my time, and at my first index, I'll be having my words per minute. Cool. So that will be the structure of my graph data, right? So the smaller array will have the time and words per minute, right? So it will be like a mapping, right? So at the 0 and whatever time is corresponding to whatever is present on my like words per minute on my first index, right? So that will be like a little bit of plot, like a mapping kind of a situation. Cool. So that is what my graph data will look like after it gets filled. Okay. So now let's talk about how are we gonna get the time, right? So let's talk about how we can get out the time. So time will go from where, right? Time will go something like from 1. Time will move till what? 15, right? If I have a 15-second test, I'm taking a base case of 15, and it will just become a little bit larger for 13 and 60 seconds, right? So it's just pretty much the same, but I'm just taking the base case, right? Which is like a 15-second test. So for 15 seconds, the time should move from 1 to 2, 3, 4, and 15, right? So that is how my time should move. So now if I want to get that, how can I do that? I can do that by using countdown, right? I can do that by using countdown. So I have the state already present with me, which is known as countdown, which is moving what? It is going the opposite direction, right? Similar, like it is going from 15 to 1 for a 15-second test, or like till 0 also, like till 0, right? So what can I do? How can I get time? I can just use the test time state, right? I have a state which is known as test time, which is telling me what is the total time, right? What is the total time of test? So I can just use test time and I can subtract countdown from it, right? Because test time is a state which is like remaining constant, right? So I can just use test time and subtract countdown from it. So I'll get this like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to subtract test time minus countdown in order to get my time, right? So that is how I'm going to get time. So now what about the words per minute? So we have already discussed the formula for words per minute. It is just simple like correct characters, right? Correct characters, then divided by 5, then this whole thing divided by time, right? So for the corresponding words per minute at a corresponding time, we have already calculated the time, right? And time can directly come from here and will be placed there, right? So this is the time we have already calculated, right? Now for in terms of correct characters, what do we really need? It is just simple, right? Like we are calculating correct characters, right? As soon as we start typing, we have a state which is monitoring our total correct characters count, right? So we can just directly use that state in order to know how many characters we have typed correctly for that particular time, right? Whatever time has passed, right? So we can directly place that thing into here, right? So that is how I'm going to use it. Cool. So now we know how to generate the data, right? So now which part of the code, like and throughout the code, where should I place this kind of a logic, right? So do you like if you know that we have a function which is running at every second, right? We already have a function which is known as timer, which is present inside that start timer function, which is running every second, right? We know that, right? So let's use that function which is running every second, and let's place our what we have. Let's place our logic there, right? Because it is like what we need, right? So now let's go ahead and look at the code. How are we really gonna write the code? Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go in my typing box component, right? And I'm gonna make a state, right? I'm gonna make a state first. Okay, I'm going to make a state and I'm going to call it like graph data, right? So that will be my graph data state. And I'm going to go like set graph data. Cool. And this will be empty array by start. Okay, because that's the initial value. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in my start timer. So this is where my countdown is happening, right? So I need the countdown value also. Then what I'm going to do, I'm like in the similar fashion, I have gotten out my countdown. I'll get out my set characters also, right? I'll get the select character like correct characters, right? So and then so then I'll just simply I don't want to modify my current characters, right? I just want the value of it. So I'll just return like correct characters from here, right? I'll just return it so that I don't modify it. And then I will get out my graph data, right? I'll get out the graph data and I'll get out the graph data. And then what I'll return array, right? I'll return an array. Firstly, I'll destructure all the existing values of graph data because I don't want to lose the like calculated data. Then I'll insert like a new array, right? I'll insert a new array, and like the 0th index is what? Time, right? And we know that how we can calculate time. We can calculate it using like test time minus countdown, like our countdown value is like latest countdown, right? And then I can add 1 to it, right? Why am I adding 1 to it? Because the test time will start from 15 and countdown will also have like the starting value of 15. So I am adding 1 because I want my time to start from 1, right? That is why I'm adding 1. Then in order to calculate like correct characters, what I am going to do, like correct characters divided by 5, right? And then this whole thing divided by like my time value, which is what? Test time minus latest countdown, right? Plus 1. Cool. And then I need to subtract this whole thing also by like 60, right? Because I need this value in a minute, right? So I'll just divide it by 60. So I'll just have this value in a minute. Okay. So this is how I am going to calculate words per minute. Okay. So yeah, this is pretty much what this will pretty much set my graph data and will generate the graph data for me. Okay. But like this, the method which I am using is a little bit like heavy on renders computation. Why? Because like what is happening, right? Like when I will start coding, what will really happen? So let's understand this like small thing which we are doing, like which is not really very ideal to do, but like it is getting the job done, right? And like it's not taking a lot of usage out of our application. So what will really happen is like as soon as we start typing, right? So what will happen that this correct characters we are increasing somewhere, right? In our code, we are increasing this state, right? So what will really happen whenever I change the state, right? This callback function is going to run again, right? It will run again. It will cause a re-render, right? It will cause a render. So every time like what happens in React, right? Like whenever you change the state, right, the component renders, right? The component renders again. So that is what really happens behind the hood. So whenever I am changing this correct character, right, and it is changing somewhere in my like handle type key down function, right? Like whenever I'm typing, I'm changing the correct characters value because it's updating. So what will really happen, that this function will run, right? This function will run again, right? Whenever I am causing that change to happen. And then that will cause this thing to run again, and that will in short make my graph data have multiple redundant values, right? It will cause my graph data to have multiple redundant values, right? So that is like small thing which we are doing, which is not which is causing these re-renders to happen, right? So it's very like important to understand why. So when I'll like console this graph data to you, you will see that we'll have multiple redundant values, right? And we can remove it by using something. So I'll remove it, like I'll write the logic how to remove it, but it's like important to understand why we are getting those redundant values, right? So that is why we are getting, because correct characters is rendering again. Cool. So yeah, so now we have our graph data, right? We have a graph data in our graph state. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass that into the stats component, right? I'm going to pass the graph data into stats component. So graph data, then I'm just simply going to pass it in my, I'm going to pass it in my here, graph data. Cool. So now let's catch that in our graph, like stats component, graph data, and then I'm just going to pass it to my graph also, right? Like graph data passed to my graph thing, right? So now I'll go into my graph component, right? I'll go into my graph component and catch that graph data, and then instead of having a dummy data, I'll actually plot the data, right? Which is which I am generating, right? So now for my x-axis, what should really happen? My x-axis value is time, right? And it is present at the 0th index of every array in which is present inside this graph data, right? So I can do a simple mapping. So this will be like simple graph data dot map, and then I being mapped to I.0, right? So that is like a simple mapping which I will do, like because like every inside a smaller array which is I want my x-axis to be mapped towards I.0 value, right? So that is like a small mapping for my time, right? For my x-axis, right? Similarly to my for my y-axis, I'm gonna map it to the first value, right? Like graph data dot map, and then I can map it to like the first value, right? So yes, that is like the little mapping which is happening, and then I can add like a label of words per minute, and then let's keep the color nil now. Let's see if it's really working or not, and then we can go ahead, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and type here, and yeah, so you can see that I am getting a graph, right? I'm getting some graph which is like right now my test was very short, which was like for 2 seconds, so I'm getting like a very small data. But yeah, we are getting different data, and it is auto-generated, like it's not hard-coded data. But like as I talked about, like we are getting redundant data, right? So you can see that for first like 1 second, I have like 3 data entries, right? And they are same, right? So that is like a redundant data which I'm getting because my correct characters is rendering, right? It is rendering again and again. So that is why I'm getting multiple data, right? So how can I solve that? I can just quickly go and remove those values using a set, right? So let's go ahead and use that use a set to remove those values. So if you don't know what a set is, so set is like a data structure which holds only unique values, right? Which holds only unique values. So if I like try to make a set of array, right, which have like 1 2 3, like 1 1 1 2 2 2, so the set of that a particular array is just 1 2, right? So that is a set that is known as set structure. So I'll be using set to know like if I already have that entry present, if I already got that entry or not, right? So set gives you like constant lookup or all those kind of things, right? So I'm going to use a set. So how can I get a set in my like JavaScript? I get a set using this, like time set is equals to new set, right? So set is like a class which is like pre-existing in my JavaScript, so I can call that class and make an object out of it to get a set, right? To get a set data structure. So now what I just have to do, I have to just filter out all the redundant values, right? I just have to filter out all the redundant values, then I'll have the graph data array which will be unique, right? So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this new graph variable, and then I'm going to just filter out the graph data, right? So I can use the filter property, right? And how I'm going to filter it out, I'm going to filter it out like this, right? Like if my time set, right, if my time set already has, right, if my time set already doesn't already have, right, so I'll also apply like a not. So if my graph time set doesn't have my time value, right? So this like I.0, right? I.0 is the time value, right? At the 0th index, I have the time value. If my time set doesn't already have that, so what I'm going to do, firstly, I'm going to add that time thing into my set, right? I'm going to add it into my set, and then I will return that I, right? I will return that I thing. So what this add thing will do, like once, so suppose, for example, if I have to try run it, right? Right now in my graph data, I have 3 1 values, right? I have 3 1 values. So what I'm going to do, so in this filtering, what will really happen is just simple, right? Like whenever I will filter it out, like first of all, this time set will be empty, right? So it will check that do I have 1 inside my time set? So it will say no, right? Then this if condition will be true. So then as soon as this if statement is true, I'm just adding that 1 to my time set, right? I'm adding that 1 to my time set, so that for the next iteration, this statement will be false, right? For if I encounter a 1, right? So I will in short filter that out using this small set kind of operation, right? Which I'm doing, okay? So yeah, so this I will filter out all the redundant values. So now what can I do? I now can just simply go ahead and take this new graph data and pass it into my particular graph component, right? Instead of like new graph, I will pass this new graph into my graph component, right? Instead of the old redundant data, right? Which I was getting. So now let's see if I have only unique values or not. So let's go ahead and take a 15-second test. Okay, let's change the hard-coded value for the total time, which is 2. I'll change it to 15 so that everything works fine. Yeah, so after a 15-second test, let's see, let's take it. Okay, so I must be having enough data. Let's see if I have enough data or not. Let's see, let's wait for it to end. As soon as it ends, I have a graph, and you can see I have multiple data points for my particular graph, and then you can see I also have only unique data, right? I don't have redundant data, right? Each and every like second value is unique. I only have one instance of one particular time, right? And yeah, I have a graph, right? So that was the need. So now also let's change the color of this graph to our own theme, right? Right now it's just red. Let's change it to our theme. So I'll go into my graph state and I will get out the theme, right? I'll get out the theme object, right? I'll get out the theme object using my context. So theme, use theme. Yeah, okay, not the styled component theme. I will have to get it out from the theme which I have made. Okay, I have it, use theme. Okay, I am not getting it in the export. Yeah, so I have it use theme, which is coming out of from my context, right? Yeah, just coming out from my context. So make sure you install, like import proper things, right? You don't import any other library, otherwise you will see that it's not working and it will be like very hard to debug, right? So now let's go ahead and change the border color to just simple like theme dot let's change it to text color, right? Like whatever I have. So text color, I think it's a value. Yeah, so text color it is. Let's see. Yeah, text color, cool. So now I have my theme changed to the text color. So you can see now my graph value is encoded with my particular theme, right? So I now have a graph which is corresponding, like its value is equal to the theme, right? So if I change, yeah, it's changing based on my theme, right? Cool. So now I have an integrated graph and I have a data for the user to get, right? I have a unique analysis of his test. Okay. So now once we have, I think we are now pretty much done with our test, right? We have completed the test. We have implemented the test. We have everything running. We have now a stats component. Now let's just, from the next video onwards, I will introduce Firebase, right? I'll talk about the setting up of Firebase and how to integrate Firebase with your React application. And then we will start the authentication part first, right? Like we'll see how we can create a user and how we can authenticate using Firebase, right? So that is, let's start that Firebase part. So in this particular video, I'll be talking about Firebase and how we can initialize Firebase and integrate it with our React application. Okay. So yeah, let's get started. So what is Firebase, right? Let's first understand that, like what is Firebase. So if I open like for Google, firebase.google.com. So Firebase is nothing. It is like a backend service which is provided to you by Google, right? It is like fully managed and fully hosted by Google itself, right? And it like implements everything on its own. You just have to take the SDK of it. You just have to take the code or the module of Firebase, and then you can have all the functionality, all the major functionalities of a backend, right? And you don't have to code really anything, right? And it is very easy and fast to integrate. Cool. So that is what Firebase is and what we'll be using it for. Like Firebase provides you with many different with many different functionalities. For example, it provides a whole suite of authentication services. Like it provides various providers. Like you must, if you have used the website, you must have seen that on those websites they have like sign in with Google or log in with GitHub or log in with Facebook or different kind of providers, right? So Firebase implements them like on its own, and it is like already implemented. You just have to import some functions and integrate it with your website. Okay, so we'll be using Firebase for authentication for making user in our platforms, right? So that's number one use of Firebase which we'll be doing, and then we'll also be using the database service of the Firebase, right? So Firebase gives you like two types of databases. It gives like a real-time database, which is like a big JSON object, a big JSON collection, right? So that is one type of database which Firebase offers, but now it also has integrated a new database which is a fully NoSQL kind of a database, right? So which is known as Firestore. We'll be using Firestore for storing our results, right? Like we have generated result in the previous videos, but in this, like when we move forward, we'll store that data after creating a particular user. If a user is logged in, we'll store that data into his Firebase, into the Firestore, and then we will have the data of like test results of like a user stored with us, right? And then we can curate a user page for them, right? So yeah, so that is what we are using Firebase for. So this is like the whole main function, like main doc of Firebase. So what, like if you have to get started with Firebase, what do you have to do? We'll go to console, right? We'll go to console of Firebase, and then when you move to console of Firebase, you click on go to Fire console. Then your console of Firebase opens. Then what you have to do, you have to click on add a project, right? And then you can give any project, right? I'll just give like AccioJob project, right? I'll give this name to this. You can give any name, whatever you want. Then you will hit continue. You can keep all these things at default. You hit continue. You can like select your default service account. Like when you will have paid accounts, it will appear there, but you can select default as of now, right? And then it will take like half a minute to register all those things to prepare your whole project. And then once you have your prepared, it will take you to the console page, right? So let's wait for it to complete, right? Let's wait for it to complete. And I think till then it is completing, what we can do, we can open our application, right? We can open an application and then we can install Firebase SDK, right? If it is not already installed, let's see in our project if we already have Firebase installed or not. Okay, so we have Firebase installed, right? So we already have Firebase installed. So if you don't already have Firebase in your application, you can add it. You can write like npm install Firebase or like yarn add Firebase, right? To install Firebase SDK. Clear? So yeah, we have our project ready. We can hit continue. So if you want to install Firebase, you can just go to like npm Firebase, and this is the module which you want to install. Right now it is currently running at version 9. So yeah, you need to install version 9. We'll be using that only. Clear? So yeah, so this is your this is what you have to install if you don't already have it in your project. Cool. So now let's go and see the console of Firebase. So here, when you will go to the build section, you will see all the major functionality which Firebase offers, right? So there is authentication, which I was talking about. There are app checks. If you are like publishing apps, you can perform various checks. Like then you have Firestore database, which we'll be using. Then you have real-time database. You have storage, hosting function, machine learning, and remote, like a lot of functionality, right? We don't need to go into the depth of all the functionality which Firebase offers. We just need authentication and Firestore database. Clear? So this is what the console of Firebase looks like, right? And then once you have your project ready, you have to register a project. Like when you have your project registered, you have to add an app, right? So Firebase offers three kind of applications right off the start, like major application, which is like iOS application, like which runs on your iPhone. Then you have your Android application, right, which runs on your Android phone. Then we have a web application, right? So for our particular use case, we are building a web application only, right? So what I'll go and click on this web icon and register a web app, right? So it will ask me to enter a name for my web app. So I'll just go ahead and write like AccioJob project and then web app, right? Something like that. We don't need to really set up Firebase hosting. We can host it. We don't need Firebase hosting. We can host it using some other services, right? So you can leave this as unchecked. Then we can register the app. then it will take some time and it will give you your API keys, right? Now it will give you the credentials which you really require. Okay, so now once you have this, it will tell you that you need to install Firebase SDK first of all in your project, which we already have. Then it will give you a basic template, right, to in order to register, like in order to connect your React application to Firebase, right? But here the main and major important thing which we need is this config file, right? So this is the config file. This is like a config object which has a major like API keys or domain, like it has all the like secret information which you require in order to connect your own Firebase to your own application, right? And it is unique for everyone, right? So go ahead and generate it in your Firebase and get this object, right? This is the object which we need. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to come to my code, right? I'm going to come to my project. So what I'm going to do in my source folder only, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a file, right, which I'm going to call as Firebase config, right? I'll Firebase config.js and I'll be using this file to configure my application, right? So what I'm going to write here, like firstly, I'm going to import Firebase, right? I'm going to import Firebase from like Firebase, okay, like from Firebase /app, right? So I have my Firebase, then I need I will import two more things. I'm registering my authentication and database like right here only. So I need the authentication file of Firebase, which is like Firebase /authentication auth, right? And then I also need like Firebase Firestore, right? So these are all the things which I need to import. And once I have this, I can paste my config file, right? This is my Firebase config file, which I got from my Firebase console. Then I need to initialize my app, right? Now I need to initialize my app in my React project. So how do I do that? I will write like Firebase app, and then I can write like Firebase.initialize app, right? Initialize app, and then I have to pass in the Firebase config file, right? So yeah, so this is how you initialize your Firebase application and you connect your Firebase to your React application, right? By using this initialize function application, right? And then I'll also initialize the two object, which is known as auth and db object, which I'll discuss that what are the major use of those objects, right? But let me first initialize them. So auth is equals to like firebase.auth, right? And then you call this function. And then you have like const.db, which is like Firebase app.firestore, not like Firestore. Yeah, so this is how you initialize your like auth object and Firestore object, right? So now what are these objects? So when you call these functions, right, like Firebase takes your config file, does all the authentication and checks if the application is valid or not, if it has like valid credentials or not, and all those kind of a thing. And then it returns your object which has all the functionalities, right? Which has all the functionalities which you can go ahead and use in your application, right? It has all the functionalities and you can go ahead. This has like, when we'll be like doing this authentication flow, then we'll see that how these functions this object has and how we can use them, right? But just initialize them as of now, right? And then we can just go ahead and export these objects because we'll be needing those objects throughout our whole project, right? So I'll just export db like auth object and db object, which I will be using throughout my project, right? So when we'll actually implement authentication in database, we'll see how we are using these objects, okay? But this is how you connect your Firestore with your React application, okay? And then if you want to check if everything works fine or not, you can just go in your console and just refresh it, right? Just refresh your application, and if you don't get any Firebase error, then it just simply means that your React application has been connected to your Firebase and you are ready to use all the Firebase functionality, right? So this is how you do it. You make a project, you register an application, you get the config files, and then you have your you register it in this Firebase config like JS file, okay? So now what I'm going to do last in this video, I'm just going to go ahead into the console and I'm just going to also enable authentication and Firestore, right? Which I need in my project. So I'm just going to go into authentication through build. I'm going to click get started, right? I'm going to click on get started. It will take like a couple of seconds to register, right? So now it will give me all the different providers, right? Which I can use with Firestore. Like it has like email/password, it has phone number. You enter a phone number, Firebase sends you a OTP on your phone and you can log in through that. You have like a Google provider, you have login with Facebook, login with GitHub, all those different kind of providers. what are we gonna use in our application? We are gonna use email and password first of all. So I'm just gonna click on that and enable it, and I'm gonna save it. So it will enable email and email slash for a password provider. Then I'm also gonna add Google, right? I'm just gonna also add Google, and then support email. I can just put my basic default email. Then I will just register it and save it, and then it will just open register, it will enable Google authentication also in my project, right? So yeah, so that is what I have done, enable these two things in form authentication department because I'll be using it in my project. Then I'll go into my Firestore similarly, and similarly I'll just click on let's wait for it to open. I'll just simply click on create database. Then I'll just simply create database. So I'll just create it in test mode. So there's a difference between production and test mode. So test mode is simply, it has a limit, right? Like it is like request.time. This is the rules, right? These are the rules of database. Using those rules, you can know who is accessing your data, and you can restrict the permissions and all those kind of stuff. Right now in your test mode, it is just simply request.time is less than timestamp.date to the date, which is 30 days after. So it's like 2023 4/24. So it's like 1 month later, right? So right now, like it's March, so it's like a date of like next month, right? So it just only allows you to access data for database for next 30 days if you enable it in test mode. Then if you enable it in production mode, it is just simply if false. So you have to go and write like if true here, right? So those are, so I'll just enable it in test mode for this thing because we are in development mode right now. And then I'll just enable it, keeping all the things default. And then it will create your Firestore database, which is a NoSQL kind of a database, right? And we'll be using it to save our test results. So let's wait for it to get ready. Yeah, so now we have all the collection, like we have our database ready, right? So when we'll actually see, we'll see how to use it, and we'll see what do we have to do, right? So yeah, we have initialized Firebase, and we have connected our React application to Firebase in this particular video, and we have also initialized authentication and Firestore for our particular usage. So in this particular video, we will be proceeding to implementing the authentication part of it, right? So we will try to implement like a login and a sign up kind of functionality in our website using Firebase. Okay, so let's get started with that. So first of all, what are we going to do? First of all, we're going to make the header, right? So in the header, what we're going to have a logo, right, on the left side, and then on the right side, we're going to have like a small icon for account, right? And that, like, whenever we click on that icon, if someone is not logged in, what we're going to do, we're going to like let them, like we're going to pop a modal, right? We're going to open a modal, and in that modal we'll have two forms, right? One form is for login and another form will be for signing up, right? So he can choose between what he wants to do. And then like if a user is logged into the website, then if we click on that icon, what should really happen, that user should get like navigated to a user page, right? So that is what the functionality of that icon will be, right? So now let's get started. Let's first initialize a header component, and then we can proceed from that. Okay, so let me open the code. So in the code, what I'm going to do first, I'm going to go into the components folder, and I'm going to create a headers like a header component, right? So yeah, like I'm going to have like a header component, and yeah, so yeah, so we have a header component. Now I'm going to just go ahead and attach the header component to my app.js, right? Like right now I have this dev, right? So I'm going to just go ahead and attach this header component here. So header will be here, and it will come from the components folder. Now I'm going to go ahead and quickly define the structure of header. So I can call like the upper div as header. Then inside that header, as I told you, like I have a left side and a right side. So I can just say like div.logo. Here your logo will come. So what you guys can do, like you guys can find a unique logo for yourself, right? For your own project, you can find any good SVG or anything, right? You can create it on your own, be a little bit creative and create your own logo, so that this website you can get a feel that you have created it, right? So I'm just going to leave these words here, but you guys should be creative enough to insert like a good SVG or a good logo here, right? Cool. So now, and then we're gonna have like I can say that user icon, right? I can have like a user icon here. Cool. So in this, like icon will go, right? So like user icon here. Cool. So that is pretty much the structure of it. Now I can just go ahead and I can write like, I'm just writing this icon for a time being, right? So I can just go ahead and quickly write the CSS for it, right? Like right now, if I open the app, this is what like your header is like. It's not looking good. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm just gonna quickly go ahead and write some CSS for my header. So yeah, I'm gonna come here and like for my header, I'm gonna have like a width of 1000 pixels. Then I'm gonna have like a display of flex because I want everything to be in a single row. So now this is my pretty much this, and then I can have like justify content as space between, right? So now I have like logo and I can separate it. Then I can put them in center, right? Like margin left I can have like as auto, and margin right as also auto, right? Pretty much now in the center. So you can see that now, yeah, now this is your header component, right? You have a logo and you have icon, right? So that is pretty much how your header component styling will go about. Okay, so now let's go ahead and grab okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a component for this icon, right? I'm gonna make a component for this icon. And why I'm gonna do that? Because that component will export my icon first of all, and then that component will export my modal also, right? So I have to make like a component to wrap those things. So I'm just gonna go in the components, and I'm gonna like it like I can say that account circle .jsx for that component, and then I can get that component in the header, right? Instead of this icon thing. Account circle, cool. So I have this component now here, right? So right now it's just saying account circle here. If I refresh it, it should say account circle here. In about a minute, I think the server is taking a little bit time to load. Yeah, it's compiling, and it should get compiled. Like sometimes it gets stuck at compiling, right? So you can just wait for it to compile. Or okay, so like while we are waiting for it to compile, what we can do, we can go ahead and look how we're gonna really have like icons in our like project, right? So what I'm gonna use, I'm gonna literally like use MUI icons, right? I'm gonna use MUI icons here. So yeah, so this is the library. So this is like a library which gives you a lot of icons to choose from, right? Like you have like a lot of icons, and you have like a lot of things to choose from. Okay, so now I think our component has loaded. Okay, I think yeah, wait, let me see. Account circle, this thing. Okay, so what I have like done, I have just imported the icon from material UI icon only, right? So like before like downloading the icon, what I wanted to discuss is like how we can have the icon, right? So like if you want like any icon, like if you need any icon, you can just come to this MUI material icon library, right? To this page, and you can just search. So we need like account icon, so I can just search here like account icon, and it will show me like account not account icon, like account circle. So it will just show me like a icon for that, right? This is the icon which we are using. This icon is an account circle icon, and you have to just import it from material UI icon, right? So if you import it from material UI icon, you have that icon, right? And like it gives you the import statement. So now in order to have this library, what do you really need? You have to install all these dependencies, right? So you have to first install the icon material, but like MUI icon material package, then that package has these dependencies, right, which you have to install in order to run that. So right, so if you haven't like already installed it, grab this whole line like npm install and paste it in your command line and install these packages, right? And then you will be good to go to install to use icons. Cool. So now what I'm going to do, like I'm going to make this icon, like I'm going to make this component, and then I'm gonna import it here. Right now I have imported it from MUI icon. I'm gonna remove it. I need the account circle from my own like component, right? So I need my own component here, not the MUI component, because I also want the modal to wrap in with this particular component. Okay. So yeah, so that's like now we can come to this thing, and now I can paste the thing which I have copied, right? This is what I was needing. I copied this import statement from the website which I showed you, right? So now I'm gonna export it from here, right? I'm gonna export from this component. Yeah, so this is like account circle icon. Yeah, so this is now on the website. You should have like icon, right? This is the icon. Clear? So now we have an icon. Now let's go ahead and implement the modal part, right? A modal part which will have your particular things, right? So now let's go ahead and implement the modal thing. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just simple like come here in the code part, right? And I'm gonna write a modal right below it, and then I'm gonna control it using this icon, right? So I can like I'll be using modal from MUI like material only, right? Like it's like a pre-built component, so that I don't have to create my own component. I can just import it right here, and then I like right now I can add like a div of saying like modal as of now, right? So now I will have like a modal on the screen, hopefully. So if I refresh it again, like the React is taking some time to reload, and it reloaded. So right now, okay, so now let's talk about the controlling parameters through which you control a modal, right? So every modal thing has this property which is known as open, right? So it's like a state which controls your modal, right? So if that open is prop is set to true, then that means that your modal is open, and if it is false, it means that your modal is closed, right? As simple as that. So now this is the state. So if I say like true, you will see that my modal on the screen should be open, right? And you can see that there is like this thing which is open, right? This is like a modal, right? It doesn't have any styling as of now, doesn't look any good, but yeah, this is like a modal, right? And we need a open thing to control it, right? So what I'm going to do, instead of hard coding it to true, I'm going to make a state for this particular thing, right? I'm going to call it a open, like set open, a use state, right? I'm going to import use state, and then I'm going to set it to false by default, right? And then what I'm going to do, okay, not this, like open, and then what I'm going to do, like I will set the opening and closing of this particular modal through by on click of this particular icon, right? So what I want functionality wise is that whenever I click on this icon, my modal should open, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a function which I'll call as const handle modal open, right? And what this function is simply going to do, when this function is called, I will just simply set my open to true, right? I'll just simply set my open to true, right? Not false, like true. Clear? So now I'll just pass like on click of this particular icon, I'll set this function to trigger, right? So I'll just can come here and write like on click, and on click of this event, I'll just write like on handle modal open, right? So now on click of this particular icon, my modal should open, right? That's the functionality which we have implemented. Let's see if it works. So I come here and click on the icon, and you can see the modal is opening, right? So that is the functionality. Now we are able to open the modal. Cool. So now what I want to show you also, guys, like when I'm like right now I'm clicking on outside of this modal, right? I'm clicking on the screen, my modal is not closing, right? And why it is not closing? Because there is one like property of the modal which is known as on close, and on that particular prop you have to pass a function which closes your modal, right? So that like on close prop, right now we haven't added any on close prop to our modal, right? So that is why I'm clicking outside and my modal is not closing, right? But functionality wise, like if you click outside a modal, your modal should close, right? So let's implement that functionality also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write like on close, right? And I'm going to pass a function which I'll call just as handle close. So handle close function should just do one simple thing, that it should just set this open state as false, right? That is simply what this handle close function should do, and the rest everything will be handled by the modal component only, right? So I'm going to define that function, which I'm going to call it handle close, right? Simple function. And then what I'm going to do, like set open as false, right? So this function is responsible for closing my modal. Okay. So now if I have a modal, I open my modal and then I click outside of the modal, my modal will close, right? So that functionality is being implemented by the on close function. Okay. So now we have our modal pretty much working. So now let's do one thing. Let's style a little bit. Let's style our modal a little bit. So what I'm going to do, like in order to style my modal, what I'm going to just simply do is I'm going to come here to my modal component and I'm going to add some styles, right? I'm going to add some inline styling here. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have firstly like make my modal display as flex. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to align my items here as pretty much like in center, right? And then I'm going to like justify content also as center, right? So that everything like X or Y direction both comes into center, right? Cool. So this is pretty much my modal CSS. So now my modal should pretty much open in the middle, right? So now you can see that my modal is opening in the middle, right? Because I have everything in the center and the display is flex. So yeah, my modal is in middle down, right? Right now it was taking the whole screen. Now it is taking the center of the screen. Okay. So now what the thing I want is to have this middle portion have some width, right? Let's give some middle portion some width. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna give this div, right? I'm gonna give this div some styling, right? I can add a style here, and then I can, in the style, I can just say that keep the width as, let's say, 400 pixel, right? Let's have some width. So I have to put it in commas. Yeah. So now this middle part will also have some width, right? Whenever I open my modal, right? Cool. So now I have my modal ready, right? So now if my modal is functioning, I have every functionality of the modal pretty much working. Now let's go ahead and implement the form structure which I was talking about for login and sign up, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have this one single modal only for both login and sign up. But what I'm going to implement like a tab kind of situation, right? So I will have one tab for login. So whenever you click on that tab of login, you open the login form, right? And whenever you click on the sign up tab, you open the sign up form, right? That is what I want functionality wise, right? So let's go ahead and try to see how we can implement that. So cool. So what I'm going to do, firstly, let me remove this text, right? So inside this div, what I'm going to have, let me scroll a little bit up. So yeah, so inside this div, what I'm going to have, I'm going to have app bar, right? So app bar is a MUI component which gives you like a good rectangle looking bar, right? It gives you a good rectangle looking bar, and then inside that rectangle looking bar, I can place my tabs, right? So that is what I'm going to do. Like I'm going to have a app bar, again comes from material UI. Like if you can see, like import statement coming from material UI only. So now I have my app bar, and inside this app bar I'll have tabs, right? This is again the same MUI component only. Inside tabs I need two tabs. So first tab will be for like label will be login. Then the second tab will have a label of let me import the tab also, will have a label of sign up, right? Then I can close this modal also. Cool. So now I have two tabs. I haven't imported tabs also. Yeah. So now it is imported. Cool. Now I have app bar. Inside app bar I have tabs. Right. Tabs is like component to have tabs. Then I have two tabs. Right. One for login, one for sign up. Let's see how we have it on the screen. Yeah. So we have this whole big thing going through the whole screen. And why is that? Because my variant of my position of tab is like taking over the whole screen, right? So I have to set my position of app bar. So let me do that. I have to set my position of app bar as static, right? So that it takes the outer divs width, right? So I can have it like as static, position as static. So now it will take, yeah. So now it is taking the 400 pixel width which I have set, right? So now these are the two tabs, right? I can click on them, and then yeah. So right now they aren't functional. We'll make them functional in a bit, right? But we have like login and sign up, and we have this blue color yellow bar looking, right? We have this thing, right? One more thing I can do is I can make these tab bar take the full width, right? So that half portion is login, half portion is sign up. Let's do that. I can come here in my tabs thing, and I can set the variant of tabs as full width, right? I can set my variants of tab as full width. So now you will see that it is taking up the whole screen, right? Half part is login, half part is sign up. Okay. So now we have our tabs, right? So now let's implement the functionality of tabs, right? Let's go ahead and do that. So now to implement the functionalities of tab, you need one prop, right? So how tabs work, right? Let's try to understand that first. So tabs component give you a value, right? Give you a value, and how that value is really taken care of is like this, right? So suppose like right now what we have two tabs, right? One is login and one is sign up, right? So by default, the login tab value will be 0, right? Because it is start like 0th place, and then the sign up value will be 1. Okay. And if you have like a 2-3 tabs, then it will be like 0, 1, 2, 3, like, and so on and so forth. Okay. So that is how tab really works. It assigns you a width, right? It assigns you a value. Okay. So I'm gonna have that value only. So first of all, to have that value, I'm gonna make a state, right? In order to store that value. and I'm gonna like set a value. Use state by default, let's keep it to 0, right? Let's make our login form open, right, by default. So I'm gonna give ahead, like I'm gonna have my value here, and this like I'll pass my state of value. Cool. So now this I will have my value in here, right? And then I also have to add like an on change function, right? So whenever I am clicking, like whenever I'm clicking on sign up, right? Whenever I'm clicking on sign up, I need my value to change, right? I need my value to change, which will be given to me by the on change function, right? On change event will get triggered whenever I'm changing my tab, right? So let's do that. So I'll write like on change function, and then I'll pass like handle value change function, right? I'll implement this function now, handle value change function. Let's come here and implement that function. Yeah, so let's catch two values, like event and value. So this is the value which this is the value which is given to me by the like the tabs component, right? And it will be the value which I talked about, like 0, 1, and based on the position of tabs. So using this value, I'll just set the value state which I have created, and I'll set it by v, right? V is the value which is given to me by the tabs component. Okay. So now you can see, like if I go ahead and let's see, come here, like right now you can see login because of the styling, like, but if I click here, you can see that I am able to change these tabs, right? Whenever I'm clicking on login. Okay, let me make the tab bar as transparent so that it becomes good style wise. So let me go ahead and add some style to my app bar also. I can have like as background as let's say transparent. Cool. So now my app bar is no longer will be, yeah. So now I have, like whenever I'm clicking on login, I am on the login tab. Whenever I'm clicking on sign up, I am on the sign up tab. Okay. So now my tabs are pretty much working. Let's see now how can I fully integrate a component based on my tabs, right? So let's see. So now what I have this value, right? This value of tab. Let me first format the whole thing. Yeah. So now I have, this is the tabs component, right? I have a value here, right? So what I just have to do, I have to write a simple condition kind of a situation where when the value is equal to 1, I like show user some login form, right? And when then the value is 1, I show him a sign up form, right? That is just simply what I have to do. I'll come out of the app bar, right? I'll put it down there. I'll come out of the app bar. So let me show, like if my value is equal to 0, what I'm just gonna do, I'm gonna like render out a component. Like for example, let's render out h1. I'll say that login form. Okay. Then similarly, if my value is equals to 1, I'm gonna render out h1 saying sign up form, right? So now you can see, you will see that whole for tab situation, it will be pretty much working, right? So now let me close it. I am on the sign up. I go to login, right? I'm switching between tabs, and you can see that when I am on the login tab, I am rendering out the login form, and when I am on the sign up form, I'm rendering out the sign up form. Okay, pretty straightforward. Okay. So now I have my tab situation fully working. Now I just can, instead of this h1 tags, I just have to render out a good form, right? A good form which will take the information which I need and will be good to go, right? So instead of this h1 tag, I need a form component, right? So I'm gonna go ahead in the components folder. I'm gonna make a login form, right? So let's first make a login form, and then the sign up form will be pretty much same only, right? It will be same as my sign up form, like like my login form. Okay. So this is my login form. What I'm going to do, I'm going to import the box component of MUI, right? This is like a rectangle kind of a situation, rectangle kind of a component. I have my box component, and then I will be making form using the text field component of MUI and button component of MUI, right? So I'll be using those two components to make my like my login form, right? So that is what I'm gonna do. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I have my box, then let me have my text field. So for login form, I'll be needing 2 text field only, right? 1 text field for email, 1 text field for password. So I just need 2 text fields. So this is first text field, then I need another text field, right? And this text field will be for the password, right? So I have 2 text field, and then let's also have a button. Cool. This button is also from MUI only. So let's have a button which will say that login, right? So now let's go ahead and see. So now let's attach this login form to my let's replace my h1 which I have from the login form component, right? Login form imported. Yeah, so now I have my login form in my tab. Okay, so now let's go ahead and see. Yeah, so you can see that I have two text fields, right? I have two text fields right now. It's not looking very good, right? I have a button here also, right? Like right now the styling is pretty much off, but yeah, this is my form, right? I have two text field, I have a button, right? So now let's go ahead and do some styling a little bit, right? Let's do some styling. So I'll go in my login form again. I'll go in the box component, right? Firstly, I'll have like a pad, I'll add like a placing kind of a thing, right? So if you want to read more about these components, you can go to the MUI material UI documentation page and read more about what props all these components have and what these components do, right? But I'm just gonna go ahead and show you guys what we really need, right? So if you are interested to read more about these components, head over to the MUI documentation page. Okay, so then let me add some styling. So let me add some styling. What styling I need a display of flex, and then I need the flex direction to be column, because I need everything to be in a single column, right? I want my button and text field to be present in the single column only. So yeah, flex direction is equals to column. Cool. And yeah, so that should put all these three things into one single row. Okay, not really doing it. Okay, did I misspell something? Display, flex direction, box style. Okay, display spelling is wrong. Cool. So now let's see. Yeah, you can see that all these three things are present inside like a single row, and I have like a padding of 3, right? This P3 is like the padding, right? So I have like a padding of 3, and I have these things, right now they are just smushed together. Let's give some gap between these three things, right? So let's give some gap. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna come here and give some gap, right? I can have like a gap of, let's say, 20 pixel gap looks fine to me. I can come here and yeah, so now I have like gaps between these three things, right? So now let's go ahead and decorate our text field and button as well, right? Let's add the like appropriate type and labels kind of a thing. So labels is nothing, label is just a placeholder for these text fields. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write like variant. First of all, I need the variant of text field to be like outlined, right? And then I can have like type of, first of all, I can have like a type of email, because my first input will be an email. Then I will like I can have like a label, right? So label here is like the placeholder of that input field, right? So I'll just write like enter email. Okay, enter email. Cool. So this is for my email tab. Now I can have similar things for my password also. Variant is again outlined. Then I will have my type as password here, because I don't want the user to like the password to be visible. Then I'll write like enter password, right, as a placeholder. Cool. So now I can go ahead and see. Yeah, so I have like email and password, they are getting auto-filled. Wait, let me open the incognito. Yeah, so let me open the incognito, and it will not get auto-filled, hopefully. Yeah, cool. So now I have these two fields, enter email, enter password, have decent placeholders also, right? Cool. So now I have pretty much the styling part. Now let's go ahead and add a little bit of variant type to my button also. I can have like this button as contained, right? Variant as contained. I can have like size as large. Cool. Size is large, clear. So yeah, so it will be my login button. Okay. So yeah, so this is like form is pretty much ready structure wise, right? Like we'll look at the styling, a little bit of styling later on, right? To match this form with our whole theme, right? We'll do that in a little bit. But yeah, let's go ahead and pretty much add styling to this thing, right? So in order to add styling to our form, we're gonna make some states which will hold the data which you are typing in these components, right? So I'm gonna make 2 states in this login form. Like first is email, set email and use state, then it will be empty in the start. Then I'll make another state which I'll call as password, set password, and then clear. So I have two states which for these two particular text field to store whatever I have written in these text field, right, in order to make these text field functional. So now I'm gonna add like on change event here, and then in this on change event I'm gonna like write set my email in this one with e.target.value. Cool. So now this is for my email, and similarly I'll do it for the password also. So on change of password, what I'm gonna have an event, then like set password with e.target.email, right? As simple as that. Cool. So now I have my function ready, right? Now these things are functional. Now I have the value which I'll be typing in these text field in these two states. Okay. So now structure wise my forms are pretty much ready. So now let's also make a sign up form for this particular thing, right? So now let's make a sign up form. Sign up form will be same as my login form only, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and first of all copy the whole sign up component, right? Like login component, I'm gonna paste it. Okay, then I'm gonna change first of all these values, right? I'm gonna call this as sign up form. Cool. So now I have this component as a sign up form, because everything, like why I'm copying it, because most of these like the whole component is just same. So one thing will be different is I have two text fields in my login form. In my sign up form I'll have three text fields, right? I'll have one more text field for my confirm password field, right? I'll have one more text field for my confirm password. I'll write here like enter confirm password. Cool. And then I'll make a new state for confirm password as well. Confirm password, then set confirm password. Cool. Yeah. So now I'm gonna, instead of this setting to password, I'm gonna set it to confirm password. Cool. And then instead of this login saying, I am gonna saying like sign up. Okay. Now everything else will be pretty much same, right? So now you can just export this component and import it in my account circle instead of this h1 tag. Okay, I'm just gonna place my sign up form here. Okay, so now I can go ahead in my particular thing and see if I have a sign up form also. Yeah. So now I have a login as well as a sign up form. The only difference between login and sign up form is that sign up form has three fields like email, password, and confirm password. Okay. So yeah, so right, so what we have done in this video, we have made a footer, we have this icon, and then on clicking on this icon, we are opening a modal. For like we have a pretty much like working modal with like two forms and tab kind of a situation. Okay, so like let's keep this video till here. What are we gonna do in the next video? We're gonna implement the real functionality, right? Like we're gonna integrate Firebase with this particular form in the next video, so that we are able to create a user and then we are able to log in the user as well, right? So we're gonna implement the functionality of authentication. So in this particular video, what we'll be doing, we'll be completing of our authentication flow, right? We have implemented the form, right? Like if I click on the user icon, we have two forms. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna complete these forms, implement the real functionality in here, right? So that we are able to create a user in our Firebase, right? So that's our aim for this particular video. So let's go in the code, right? Let's go in the code, and first of all, let's do one thing, right? Let's style this a little bit, right? Let's style this a little bit because it's not looking very good and intact with the whole theme situation which we have here. So now let's make this thing look more like a theme, right? A theme which is going in our website, right? So let's go ahead and let's open the code. Firstly, I'm gonna go in my account circle. I'm gonna import my theme object here. I'm gonna import my theme object, use theme, use the context one. Then I'm gonna come here. Firstly, I'm gonna add some styling here, which I'm saying like theme dot text color, right? So yeah, so I have a color here, and then I can copy the style. and paste it in the sign up thing also. Sign up dev, right? So now I can go, now I can open the tab and I can see that, yeah, so now these two things, these two login and sign up are the same color as my theme, right? So if I have a different theme, let's have a red theme, these two things will be the same color as my different theme, right? So yeah, so these are pretty much looking right. So now let's add styling to our text field and button also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go first of all in my login form. Again, I'm going to import my, first of all, my theme component, right? Not use state, use theme from context. Cool. So now I have my theme object. Now what do I need to change in these components is like, firstly, I'll change the label color, right? Like enter email, which is written here. I'll change the label color to my theme color. And then whatever I'm typing here, which is right now black, I'll change that also to my theme color, right? So in order to do that, how we do that in text field? So if you go and carefully read the documentation of this, if you want to change like your label color or your text color, what you have to do, you have to target some props, right? And those props you can target by passing a styling object inside those props, right? So if you want to target your label, this is the prop which you have to target, input label props, and inside that you pass a style object, right? You pass the style object in here, and then that style object you can define the color, right? So I can just say like color as theme dot text color. Cool. And then similarly, now next part is I want to change the color of whatever I am writing inside. So in order to do that, you have to target the input props, right? And then inside those input props, you have to pass a style object, right? Which I can target the color, right? Again, like theme dot text color. Cool. So now this will, so this will change my color of my label, and this will change the color of my input, right? Whatever I am typing. Clear? So now let's go ahead and see. I can see that I have like I enter email in the same color as my theme. Then whatever I will type inside will also be the same color of my theme. Okay. So now I'm getting like a theme kind of a vibe, right? And then I can do the same. I can just copy these two things. I can paste it in my password thing also, right? Password text field. Cool. So now my password will also be like the same color as that thing, right? Now like let's give a color to my button, right? That's what is remaining. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna come in the button component. I'm gonna write like style, right? So for button, you don't have to target anything. You can directly change the style. So firstly, like I'm gonna change the background color to like theme dot title, and then I'm gonna change the color to theme dot okay, not a title. I think we have like text color going on here. And then for background color, I'm going to give the color of background, right? So why is that? To give like a contrast field. So let me go ahead and see in the styles theme options, I have background only, right? Cool. Theme dot background. Let's see how my button is looking. Yeah. So I have this kind of a situation. I have like a login full button, right? So I have given the background color as text color, and then I have given the text color which I have written. So color is the color of login, which is what is written inside, right? Like the color which I have like on the login, which is written here. Okay. So that is your login color. Cool. Yeah. So this is your login, and now it's looking. Now let's also color as sign up form, right? So in order to do that, I'll just simply have to copy the input props, right? First of all, come to my sign up component and paste those props thing in here, right? And then first I'll also have to import the theme object, which I'll do in a bit, right? So let's import the theme object, const theme, and then it's coming from use theme. Cool. Okay, so now my this thing was also the same color as my everything, right? The sign up form. Let's change the color of button also. I can copy the same styling from the button of login. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna come here and paste the styling here, right? So I have that. Yeah, cool. So now my form looks integrated with our website, right? Now I have the same styling as my theme, right? And it will change if your theme changes, right? So yeah, cool. So now let's go ahead and implement the real functionality. What the real functionality I'm talking about is the thing, right? It is the like login or creating the user in like Firebase thing. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna create, so let's do the sign up functionality first, right? So let's open the sign up form. I think I am on the sign up form only. So on the button, so I'm gonna add like on click event, right? On click of the button, I'm gonna like call this function, which is known as handle. I'll make this function in a bit. This is handle submit. I'll make this function. Let's define the definition of handle submit. Cool. So we have handle submit, right? So like as soon as your handle submit gets called, I wanna do some small like form validation kind of stuff. Like what those validations are. Let's first check if the user has filled every detail in the form, right? Let's do that validation first. So how can we do that? Like I can just check if I have any value in. So if I don't have any like value in either of the fields, it just simply means that the user hasn't filled all the details, right? So I can just quickly go over and check all the states. If either of the state is in like empty or not, right? If either of those are empty, I'm just gonna give an alert saying that fill all details. Cool. And then I'm just going to return from here, right? Because I don't need to execute the rest of the functionality of my particular handle submit function, right? So that is validation number one. So let's see if it works. I'll go in my form. I'm not filling any of this. I'll click sign up. I'm getting this alert, right? Like fill all details. Okay. So this is one form validation. Other form validation for sign up will be to check if the user has entered the same password in password field as well as the confirm password field, right? So that's the next validation. I'm just going to write like if password is not equal to confirm password, then I can give an alert saying that password mismatch, right? Like password mismatch, right? I'm gonna return from here, right? So that's another validation. So if I filled something here, I filled this password and then I enter a different password, I hit sign up, it says that password mismatch, right? That's another error. Cool. So that's a little bit of form validation which we have done there. So now let's create the user, right? So if the user is able to pass these validation, that means we are good to go. Now we can create a user for that particular email and password. Okay, so let's do that. How do we create a user in Firebase? So it's just very simple. You first import the auth object, right? You import the auth object which we have exported from the Firebase config file, right? Because that auth object has all the validations and functions which we require to create a user, right? And then in order to create a user using email and password, you call this function which is known as a create user with email and password. I think this is pretty much the function, email and password. Yeah, and then you call this function, you pass in the email and password which you have from the form, and then this thing will resolve in a promise, right? This thing will resolve in a promise. So if everything goes well, if the user is created, it will resolve, right? It will be a successful resolve, which you can catch in a then block. And then you can like give an alert, let's say that user created, right? And then, yeah, so that is pretty much it for the user creation. Then if something goes wrong, you can catch it in the catch block. And then you can show alert to the user that not able to create user, try again or something like that, right? Like there are a lot of errors which Firebase can give, right? So let's give this alert for time being, right? Let's give this alert for time being, and then we will jump into the error handling in the next video, right? So let's keep this thing till here, like we are getting error and then we are just telling that not able to create login, right? So yeah, so this is pretty much all, right? This is pretty much all you have to do in order to create a user, right? So what you have to do, you have to import the auth object and you have to call this function, which is known as create user with email and password. And as soon as you call this function with the appropriate email and password, you will create a user in your Firebase project, right? So let's test it out. Let's see if this thing works. So default import as Firebase was not found in the Firebase app. What is the error? I think I have imported something wrong. Export default was not found. Let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and see. In the Firebase config file is telling that Firebase is not a default export of the app. Okay. Let's see if we have Firebase here. Okay, cool. Okay, no, okay. Okay. Okay, so we have initialize app there. Okay, cool. Okay, so a Firebase has not been exported default from this particular package. I think this is because Firebase. So what happened, like really, like when the version 9 was launched in Firebase SDK, Firebase moved to a more modular kind of a scenario, right? So that you can see that everything, like all the functions are exported right off the module, right? So that is like, this is like the modular part of Firebase, which was introduced in version 9. So if you want everything to work like same, like you want the code to work the same way which it used to work before, like version 9, like in version 8 or version 7, like what you have to do is you can import it using this compat folder, right? You can import the app out of this compat folder. So that is what I'm going to do. I will import all these things from this compat folder, right? So yeah, so I have imported everything out of this compat folder. So now everything should be good. Yeah, so now I'm not getting any error. So now let's see, let's try to sign up, right? Let's try to sign up. I'm gonna write like abc@email.com, right? And then I'm gonna pass password. Let's give a password. Cool. So now let's hit sign up. And I'm getting an alert that user created, right? I'm getting an alert that user has been created. Let's go ahead and see if really the user has been created or not in our Firebase. So I'm going to open this. I'm going to open my console.firebase, right? I'm going to open the console.firebase and I'm going to open the project which we have created. And then we can see that project, if we have a user or not, right? So I'll go into the authentication, and in the authentication, you will find this user tab, and inside this user tab, you can see that this is the user, right, which we have created, right? This is the email which I typed, and the provider from which the user has been created is email and password provider. And so every user in your Firebase project gets a unique user ID, right? So that is known as UID, unique user ID, and it is unique for every single user, right? And so you have this unique identifier, so which you can use to identify a user in your particular Firebase project, right? So this is pretty much that you have. So now we are able to create user, right? So now if we are able to create user, let's also implement the functionality in the login thing, right? And then we'll talk about like making this thing a little bit better, right? Like if right now you can see that I am getting alerts, like I'm using the default alert of the window, right? Like window.alert, I'm using the default thing. That's not a very good practice of a front-end developer. So if you are a front-end developer, you should not use the alerts of Windows, right? That doesn't look good, right? So we'll be using a very good kind of alert system, which I'll talk about in a bit. Let's first implement the login functionality as well. Okay. So I'll go into the login form, and similarly I'll make a function, right? I'll make a function which I'll call as handle submit. Okay. And then I'll just pass this function on one click of the button, right, of my login button. Handle submit. Cool. So now let's go into this function and define it. So now let's do a small validation in this form also, that if email hasn't filled or like password hasn't been filled, I'll give an alert that fill all details, like same validation as in the sign up form. Then once the user has filled, now I am good to go. I can log the user in. So in order to do the login, you have to use this function. So first of all, again, you have to import the Firebase like auth object, and then you have to call this particular function, which is known as sign in with email and password, right? This is the function which is used to log in a user, right? It is known as sign in with email and password, right? And then similarly, you pass an email and password which you get from your form, and then if everything goes well, if all the validations are good, you have entered the right email and the right password, you will result in a successful promise, which is then you can catch it, and then you can give an alert that logged in, right? You can give an error like logged in, and then yeah, and if that doesn't go, you can give an error which you can write like there can be multiple errors, but right now I'm giving just one error, that invalid credentials, right? I'll do the error handling in the next video, right? So let's put like an alert, which I'll say like invalid credentials, right? So now let's go ahead and try to log in, right? So firstly, like let me fill in the email. This was the email, right? Like abc.gmail.com. Let me add like a wrong password first, right? To see that what if we get error or not. Let's add a wrong password and I should get like invalid credentials. Yeah, I get like invalid credentials, right? So yeah, that is working. Now let's add the correct password and I should be able to log in. Okay. Let's hit login and yeah, I get like logged in. Cool. So now the user is working, right? Now we are able to log in also, right? Using the user which we created while signing up. Okay. So yeah, so now that was the like the functionality which we implemented. So for sign up, we need this function which is known as create user with email and password for email and password provider. For login in, we need sign in with email and password for your email and password provider. Okay. So now let's go ahead and quickly talk about the alerts, right? Let's talk about the alerts, right? Right now we are using windows.alert, but I'll be using a good alert, which, so the good alert, like the most used alert for like Windows is known as React Toastify, right? It's known as React Toastify. This is the most used kind of alert giving card throughout the industry. Like it's the most famous, right? So we're going to use that only. You can see that, you can see some examples, right? It like appears like a rectangle, it has timer, it has cross, and it is very easy to integrate in your website, right? So that is what we're going to do. Let's add it to our project. I'm going to copy this yarn, add React Toastify, and I'm going to go ahead and add it in my project, right? Like yarn toastify. I think I have already installed, but let's see, like let's see, I think I haven't installed it, so let's wait for it to get installed. And then meanwhile it is getting installed, I can go ahead and show you the documentation of this particular thing, right? So I can just open this and yeah, so this is the documentation. So if you want to use this thing, it's just very simple. You need a container, right? You need to place this container like and the most ideal place to place this container is like the topmost layer of your project, right? To place it at the topmost layer so that you can access it from everywhere, and then you are able to like put this thing on top of your whole application, right? So it's so you just need this container, you place it at the top of your application, and then wherever you want to give alert, you just call this toast emitter, right? So this is the actual container which will show the message, but whenever you want to show it, you have to raise some kind of an event. So that event is raised by this toast function, right? And that has like a lot of functionality which we'll see in a bit. Okay, so I think it should be installed. Yeah, and I can start the server, and then we can quickly go ahead and copy these things, right? I can copy this container first of all. Let me copy this container and I'll paste this container at the top. I think this is same as this, so let's just place a like empty thing at the top. Okay, not able to copy it. Yeah, cool. So let's go at the top level, which is our app. I'll place it outside our canvas, right? I'll place it here, which is toast container. Let's also import it like toast container, right? Which come from React Toastify. I have my container ready, and then there is one more thing which you have to put is the CSS file of it, right? You have to also, so right now if you, okay, let me show it, let me show it. So now let's also have an emitter for our message kind of a situation. Let's copy this, right? Let's copy it and let's paste it wherever we want to give alert. So let's go in the sign up form. Okay, let's go into the login form first, right? So I'll give the alert here, right? So let's paste it, right? So this toast, let me import the toast from React Toastify. Yeah, I have my toast, and then this is toast, right? So now this should pretty much work. Let's see, let's trigger it out. Let's trigger the event. So I won't like fill all the details. Let's remove it. Okay, let's not use this. Let's put it here. Yeah, so now let's hit login and I should get a phone. Like right now it will not look good, and I'll tell you in a bit why. So yeah, so okay, Let me refresh the website. So yeah, let me hit login, and you can see that this is the message which I'm getting. Not at all good, not at all looking good, looking weird, and it doesn't do the job, right? And why it is not working is because we haven't imported the main part of this particular thing, which is the CSS file of this particular component or this particular module, right? And how you can do that? So this is the CSS file. You can go to the usage, right? You can go to the usage, and I think, let's see, where can I find the CSS file of this? Wait, introduction. Do I have the CSS file? I don't have it. Let's go to the installation also. Yeah, so this is the CSS file, right? So you go to an installation, you get this code piece, and there you have the CSS file. This is what you have to install, copy, and you paste it where you have your container, right? So I have my container in the app.js. I'll paste it on there, right? So it's like present in the React Toastify in the distribution part, and it is like React Toastify.css, right? So now this CSS will make everything look good, and your functionality will be just look good, right? So let's test it out. Let's go ahead, and now let's hit login, right? So now as soon as I hit login, you get like this good, beautiful kind of alert, and it has like a slider which is message going around, and it closes automatically. Or if I can click multiple times, I can get multiple message, and I can close them by clicking on this, right? So this is like a way better way of giving alerts, right, than using your default Windows thing, right? So this is a good practice to use in every of your React projects. Cool. So now I'm gonna improve that thing, right? Firstly, I'm gonna write like proper things. So fill all details. Cool. Fill all details. Then you can also use different kind of options. So like suppose if I want to give a warning, I can write like toast.warning. If I want to give a success message, I can write like toast.success. If I want to give a like error message, I can write like toast.error, right? So this is like a warning, so I'll be using like toast.warning. Then fill all details. I can make the theme as dark, right? I can make the theme as dark, and it closes automatically after like 5 minutes. Like 5000 is in milliseconds, so it closes after 5 seconds. Okay, and you can decide the position also of this thing. So now let's see. Yeah, so now it should appear. So it's like a warning, and it is in the dark mode, right? Cool. So now let's go ahead and replace every window alert with a good looking alert, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just gonna copy it and paste it here. Okay. Then instead of warning, this should be a success message because I have logged in. So I will write here that logged in. Cool. And then this should be error. So I'll write here that error. Invalid credentials. Cool. Similarly, let's replace it for sign up form also. So this one is pretty much the same. Let's import toast also. Cool. So now let's put it in the password mismatch also. Again, a warning only, and then I can write like password mismatch. Then let's write success here. Success. Then I can give a message of user created. Cool. And then last place here. This will be error, and I'll say that not able to create user. Cool. So now I have everything. I have now good alert messages, right, which I can give to the user. Cool. So let's test it out finally once more, and then we can be done with this particular video. Cool. So now we should be able to log in. Yeah, I get a logged in message, like a good success message. Okay. And if I like mistype the password, let's mistype the password, I'll get an error saying invalid credentials, right? So that is like a good good form of giving alerts, right? Using React Hostify, and you should use it in your most of the like every React project to give out alerts and user feedback, right? It looks good and it makes your website a little bit better. Okay, so now let's keep this video till here, right? So what are we gonna do in the next video? We will be firstly we'll look at the little bit of error handling, right? Like what different kinds of error does user like Firebase gives, and then we can show some error messages to the user so that we have like a little bit, user has a little bit of sense what is going wrong, right? So we'll have do a little bit of error handling, and then after doing a little bit of error handling, what we'll do, we'll move to implementing login with Google, right? Login with Google we'll implement in the next video. So in this particular video, what we'll be doing, we'll be implementing Google authentication, right? Like in various websites, if you have used, you must have seen that there is like an option to log in with Google, right? Like where you don't have to create any of your own account, you don't have to write any of your anything, you just click on a button which says login with Google. It opens a pop-up where you select your account, Google account, and then it proceeds with the website, right? You are now logged in, you are now a user of that website, right? So we will be trying to implement that feature in our own particular website. Okay, so yeah, let's get started. So before moving like straight into the login with Google part, what I'll be doing in the previous video, I said like I'll be doing some error handling, right? Like right now, if you can see in my code, for errors, I'm just writing like not able to create user, right? But there can be certain errors which Firebase might throw. Like suppose if you are trying to sign up, right, and your password is not long enough, then Google Firebase will like give you an error saying that password is too short, right? So we can like those small error handling, we can do that so that user has like a good feedback about what he is doing wrong, right? So that is like essential part of any website to have some kind of error handling threshold. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. We're going to look at some of the error codes, right? We are going to look at some of the error codes which Firebase possibly returns, right? So these are all those things, right? So if I like for example like try to like show you, right, if I try to show you the error which like Firebase returns, so let me like console it here, right? Let me console the error. So and then I'll just go ahead and try to sign up, right? And while signing up, I'll not make the password big enough, right? Like say ABC, right? That's password, that's not good enough, right? So if I try to sign up, I will not be able to sign up, right? I will not be able to sign up. And if I go ahead and see my console, right, I'll have an error, right? So let's try to figure out this error, right? This is the error which I got, right? So in this error, it is saying that password should be at least 6 characters, right? Or and then we are getting this auth/weak password, right? So this auth/weak password we are getting is known as like error code, right? And it is unique for each and every error, right? It is known as error code. And then you have this message kind of a situation which like Firebase returns you a message, okay? But sometimes what happens that Firebase returns you a very big message, right? Which you can't like really directly show to the user in the notification, right? So what we are going to do, firstly, like we are going to do some error code / message like mapping kind of situation so that we can give custom message to the user, right? Which can be crisp and short. So that is what we are going to do. Okay, so we're going to use these error codes which are unique to map to some message, right? So let me go ahead in the utils folder, and I'm going to create here a file which I'll just going to call it as error mapping.js, right? And I have like some pre-written messages already, right? I have some pre-written error mapping which I'm gonna just directly paste, right? I'm just gonna directly paste those message, right? So this is like, so what I have done, this is like a object, right? A simple error mapping object, and in that object I have just simply just mapped some error code which can possibly come in my application to like crisp and short message, right? So suppose if I get like auth/user not found, so it will say that please enter a valid address or a sign up, right? So this error can come while you are logging up. Then it can say like wrong password, incorrect credentials I'll give. So this is like when you are entering wrong password and while logging up. And then you can get like email already in use. This you will get when you are trying to sign up with a already registered email, right? So we can give this kind of error, right? So these are some kind of error. Then there are like some errors like which Firebase also doesn't know, so it returns you like auth/unknown, right? So it can say like please try again. So this is like mostly like some server kind of error. So yeah, so these are some mappings and like some mappings, and we can just directly export them. Okay, error mapping. Okay, so yeah, so we can directly export these errors, and now we can go ahead and paste these errors inside our forms, right, where we are getting error, right? So now here we are just giving like a random message. So here what I'll be doing, I'll be doing like that error thing. So what just I have to do, I have to call my error mapping object, right? I have to call my error mapping object, and I have to pass in the code, right? So what I'll do, I'll pass in the code in this object, and then I'll get the message, right, corresponding message. So error code is just simply error which I'm getting, right, and then dot code, right? So you like the error which gets returned has two components. One is like a code, and then another is like a message, right? So I'll be using code for that. And then if I don't find the error which Firebase is returning me, so then I'll just simply hard code this message like some error record, right? So this is like just like a safe key, so that if like I don't have the mapping for that particular error, I just return like some kind of error, right? So now what I just have to do, I just have to paste this to every error which I have, right? And I can remove this console also. So I have like errors in my login also, so I can just come here and paste this instead of this vague hard-coded message, right? Like saying that right, I like okay, so now I think this is pretty much it. I think this is what I have done in terms of error. I think yeah, let's see if we now have like custom messages. So let me close this, and this is the password, right? So let me try to sign up. I should get a like I'm getting a decent message that password must be 6 or more characters long, right? So now I have a decent feedback to the user. Now he knows what is going wrong. Okay, so yeah, similarly, like if I try to like enter like a not registered email, right? So what I'll be getting like some kind of error saying that like email, please enter a valid email address or sign up, right? So yeah, so now user know what error he is doing, and he can rectify them if it makes sense to them. Okay, so yeah, so that was a little bit of error handling, right, which we did. Now let's go ahead and implement the like login with Google. Okay, so now let's proceed with that. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to like download or import like a module which is known as Google React button, something like that. Wait, let me write Google React button npm. Okay, so it's like React Google button. So it is like a simple it's just simple module which gives you a rectangle button, which you must have seen in most of the places. It says like sign in with Google. Okay, so it just returns me this kind of a component which I can directly use, so that I don't have to create it. I don't have to write my own CSS. Okay, so I'll be just doing that. I'll just install this particular thing. Yeah, I can just copy it and paste it. Okay, so yeah, let's install it, and then it should be pretty much done. Now we should be able to use it. So till then it is installing. I'll just go ahead and copy it and paste it in my. So this login with Google will sit in the whole form, right? So like there is no difference between logging and signing up with Google, right? If you like sign up for the first time using your account, it will create your account automatically, and if you are like logging up like if you already have an account, it will just directly log you in, right? So there is like no difference between like sign up and login for the Google. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place it in the main modal only, right? Like right below those two forms which I have, right? So I'll just place this login with Google below that. So I think it should be done. Yeah, and let's start the server. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just quickly go ahead and so yeah, this is my whole application, right? This is my whole this is my whole modal for my like login and sign up form, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna place it just between that only. I'm just gonna place this whole login with Google thing like below a box of my like the whole particular thing which I have, right? Like this form kind of a thing. So yeah, so let's do that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have like let's say a box kind of a component, right? I'll have like box, and then inside that box I'll put a span, right? A simple span which will say that or, right? So that the user can choose between logging and signing up with Google. Then I'm just gonna import that Google button, right? I'm just gonna import that Google button, and that should be it. Let's see if we have it on the screen. Let's refresh it. Yeah, so yeah, so now we have like login with Google. We have like login and then and then like Google, sign in with Google, right? And this, it is present in both of the forms, right? Like either you are a sign up or sign in, you see the sign in with Google thing, right? So it's pretty much what we need. Let's do a little bit of styling, right? Let's do a little bit of styling. Let's okay, so this is okay. So I think in this particular box I can write like align yep, I think align text to center. That should put my or in between at least. Okay, not really. I think okay. So what can I do? I think it's align text. Okay, it's maybe text align. Yeah, text align. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So now I have my or in between, and now I can like make this thing also work. So I can just go ahead and give this Google button like component some width of 100% so that it covers the whole modal only, right? So I can just do that. I'll just come here in the Google button. I'll add some styling, right? I'll make the width as like let's 100%, and then I will also give like some margin at the top so that it separates from the or text which we have. So I can give like a margin top of, let's say like 8 pixel. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, so now we have like a decent looking, yeah. So now we have this signing and button thing, which makes sense to me, right? It looks good. Okay, yeah. So yeah, so we have this or message. I think we can give a little bit of more gap. I think we can have like 12 pixel. Yeah, looks fine to me. So now we have this button kind of a thing. Now let's go ahead and implement the functionality, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write a on-click function on this button, right? I'm gonna attach an on-click function, which I'll just gonna call it like handle Google sign in, right? So I have this function. Now I can just go ahead and implement this function, and this function will take care of all the functionality which I really need, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go and just define this function like const, right? So now we have to write the function for actually doing the Google like login thing, right? So how can we do that using Firebase? So we need a couple of functions, right? We need a couple of functions. So let's get those functions from our Firebase. So the functions which we need is what I call as like const. Okay, not con. Okay, what I'm import. So what I'm like, one is like sign in. So I think one is known as like sign in with pop-up. I think yeah, let's see where this function comes from. Sign in with pop-up. I think yeah, that is pretty much the function which I had. No, yeah, I think so. Like Firebase gives you like 2-3 functions to do kind of this login thing. So one is like mostly like the most common one is like sign in. So let's see, let me import it, and I fired sign in with pop-up, right? So that is this is one function, and this comes from Firebase /auth. Yeah, so this is the function sign in with pop-up. So sign in with pop-up does what? So like if you have used like Google authentication, so whenever you click on that sign in or login with Google, you must have seen like in most of the cases a pop-up opens up, right? A pop-up opens up, and then in that pop-up you have all your Google accounts, right? And if you don't have any Google account in that pop-up, you can like enter your email and log into a Google account, right? And then you can proceed to logging in, right? So that functionality which you see, right, like login, like the pop-up opening up, that is like that happens because of this function only, right? Because of the sign in with pop-up function, that functionality happens. Then there is like another way also of doing that, is known as like sign in with redirect. Yeah, sign in with redirect. So sign in with redirect is something. So when you click on, so this function will do what? So whenever you click on login with like Google, so like a different tab opens up, right? A different tab opens up, which like I think with redirect, I think the same website goes into a different URL, and then when you are done logging, it comes back to your own website with authentication token that you have logged in, right? So what we are gonna do, like assign with pop-up, like that is what we are going to do. And then we need one more thing, which is known as Google Auth Provider, right? So Google Auth Provider is a class which is given to you by like Firebase authentication in order to implement your like sign in or login with Google, right? So we need these two functions from like Firebase auth, and now we are good to go, right? Now we can go ahead and implement that functionality. So now what we have to do in order to implement that, we can just go ahead and, so firstly we need like an instance of this class, right? Firstly we need an instance of this Google Auth Provider class. So how can we do that? I can just write like Google Provider, and then I can just write like new Google Auth Provider, right? And then I can just call it, right? So this is how you get like a instance or object of a class, right? So now what I need to just call this function sign in with pop-up, and then I have to just pass the auth object of my Firebase application, right? And then I have to pass the Google provider, right? I have to pass the Google provider also, right? These are the two things that I just have to pass to this function, like sign in with pop-up. I have just to pass my authentication object to validate if I am like a valid user of like to access this feature, and then I just have to pass in the Google provider, right? And then that's it. Now everything else will be taken care by Firebase, and it will return you. So it will resolve in a success if you are able to log in correctly, right? It will resolve in a success. Otherwise, if some error goes away, right? Suppose you cross that dialog box, or you are not able to log in and something like that. So then, or you are like, suppose you are logging through a user which is banned from the website, it will resolve in error, right? So what we can do, we can just go ahead and cache that error also, right? So that is pretty much it. What you have to do for Google authentication, right? So now what I can do, I can just copy my toast, right? In order to give messages, I can just copy my toast and put it and paste it here, right? In the success part, I have to import the toast, obviously, and yeah. So now that is pretty much it. That what you can see, what you can write here, you can say that Google login successful, right? And then in the error, what I can say that I can do the error mapping, right? If some error occurs, if like some known error occurs, then do this thing. Otherwise, right, like some error occurs, right? Or I can just also say for this particular example, right, I can say for this particular example that not able to use Google authentication. Cool. This is an error I can give. Now let's test it out. Let's see if we are able to do this thing or not. I think I'll have to go out of incognito to access my Google accounts, like, because I don't want to log in as such, but you can log in, right? You can log in. If in incognito mode, it will tell you to log into a Google account, but I don't really want to log in. So now I'll just go ahead and click on sign in with Google. So now this pop-up opens up, which I told you about. This pop-up is opening because of that function, and then this will list me all the accounts which I have, and then I can also use another account to log in. And then let's use this account. And so if everything goes well, every authentication goes, I am just saying like Google login successful, right? And then if I open my Google console, right? If I open my like Firebase console, I will be able to see this user in my project, right? I'll be able to see this user in my project and the authentication and the user tab. And you can see that I have this user, and the provider which I have used to create this user is Google provider, right? And yeah, so this is how you implement a sign in with Google in any of your React project, right? Very easy, right? Very easy and straightforward. Just you need two functions, one like sign in with pop-up, you need your auth object, you need your Google provider, and then everything is handled by Firebase only, right? So it's very easy to do that. So I think now let's keep this video till here. So in the next video, what are we going to do? Like, I think we are pretty much done with our authentication flow, right? We are done with the authentication flow. So what we'll be doing, we'll be proceeding to saving the data, right? I'll be talking about the database part. We'll proceed to save our test results into the database, and then once we are done saving, we will create like a user page, right? So that is what is left in this particular project. Okay, so in this particular video, we will be starting off with our database part, right? Like we have our results ready, right? Like we have generated all the typing test results. So now what we'll be doing, we will be pushing those results to Firestore database, right, which is given to us by Firestore. Okay, sorry, not like Firebase, right? So that is what we're gonna do. Let's see how we can do that. So now where do you guys think like where should the pushing of the code should really happen? So there is a component which we have made, right, which is known as stats component, which have all the results at one single place. Okay, so that is the ideal place where we can have the whole data, and then we can from there push the data into the database, right? So that is where we're gonna write the logic and code for it. Okay, so now let's go ahead. Let's open our stats component, right? So on the stats component, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write a function first, right? Like I'm gonna write a function which will really take the data and push it to the database, right? So that is what I'm gonna do first. So let's call the function push data to DB, right? Push data to DB. We can have the simple function, and then what can I do? I can just simply go ahead and yeah. So what can I do? Like first of all, I need something which is known as a reference, right? I need a reference to the database, right? So in order to have reference to the database, I have already exported a DB object, right? I have already exported a DB object from my Firebase config. So this Firebase config DB object has a reference to my database, right? So by reference, what do I mean? Like it knows what database do I really need to push to, right? It knows, it has all the credentials, it has done all the validations, and using this object, I am ready to move the data to my Firestore, right? So that is what I need. So what I'm going to do, I have the database. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a collection, right? So if you haven't really used any NoSQL database, there are some terms which you should keep in mind. Is the first term, which is known as collections, right? So collection, you have a bigger picture, right, which is a database, right? So let me explain it by drawing something. So you have a bigger picture which is known as a database, right? So what we can have, we can say that our database is like a whole kind of a system, right? So you can see that this whole you can understand that this whole rectangle is a database, right? So it's like a bigger thing in which you have a lot of smaller things, right? So then inside database you have smaller things which are known as your collection, right? You have your collections. So these smaller things are known as collections. So one database can have multiple collections, right? For if I have to give an example, suppose you have a school, right? You are creating a database of school. So what you can have the whole database, you can call it school, right? And then inside that you can have collections of teachers, you can have collection of students, you can have collection of courses and all those kind of different things, right? So collections are like smaller things, smaller entities of the whole bigger database, right? So you can have multiple collections in a database, and then inside a collection you have more smaller things which are known as documents, right? So you inside a database you have collections, and inside collection you have multiple smaller units which are known as documents, right? So a document is nothing. A document for a NoSQL database is, you can understand it's like a normal JSON object, right? You can consider it like a normal JSON object. So what in that you can store multiple data, right? So for example, if I can have to give an example, suppose your database is school, right? Suppose your database is school, then your collection is student, right? Then inside that collection you will have entry of every single student. So every single student will have a document of it, right? Every single student will have a document of his own, and in that document you can store different information about that student, right? Like name or class, right? And then what courses he has and all those kind of a thing, right? So you have database, you have collection, and you have documents, right? So that is like a terminology which we use for a NoSQL database. Okay, so if we have that clear, now what we need a collection, right? We need a collection to push our data into, right? So that is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a database, I'm gonna have a reference to a collection, right? So I'm gonna just say that results ref, right? And then results ref is so I'm gonna name my collection as results, right? I'm gonna name my collections as results, right? So if if you don't have this collection already in Firestore will make that collection and will give a reference to you, right? And if Firestore already has this collection, it will just simply return the reference to that particular collection, right? And by reference, I mean like now you know which data, like which collection you are talking about and which collection do you want to push data into, right? So now if you have your collection, you have a reference to your collection, you can now just simply go ahead and push the data into, right? So what can I do? I can just simply call this function, right? The result ref dot, and then if I have to add document into it, I will call this add function, right? And then in this add function, I'll just put the JSON, I'll just put the object which I need to push into this, right? So what I need, so for result, what do I need to push? I need to first push like words per minute, what is the words per minute of the user, then I need to push the accuracy of the user, right? And all these are getting, I have this already in this particular component through my states. Then what I can just simply push, I can push I think I can push also timestamp, right, to know like when this particular test was taken, right? And I can use the current date to do that, right? New date. And then I can have like characters, I can push characters also, right? So characters is this thing which I have it here, right? So collection is this thing, so I can just simply go ahead and paste it here, right? And then add like $sign here and here. So like your words per minute will be of type integer and your accuracy will also be of type integer. Your date and time will, like timestamp will be of type date, but Firestore doesn't have this object which is known as date type. So Firestore converts your date into data type which is known as timestamp. Timestamp is a data type which Firestore already has, like, yeah, so that is something which happens. And then yeah, so now we have all these major things. Now we just need one more thing which is very important to us, is to know which user's result is this, right? So we want to know that which user this result corresponds to, right? So in order to do that, we can use something, right? When we created the user, we talked about that Firestore assigns each and every user a unique user ID, right? So what we can do, we can add this unique user ID in this particular document, and then we can know, right, using that user ID, that which user does this really result belong to, right? So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get the user ID. So now how can you get the user ID of a logged in user, right? So you can do it by using the auth object, right? So auth object, when you log in, auth object has a field which is known as current user. So using that current user, you can fetch out the user ID, right? So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out the user ID from my auth object. So auth, yeah, I imported, then dot current user, right? So current user is an object which auth object like keeps. So if you have logged in user, you will have all the data of that logged in user into this auth.current user, and that is the object, right? So that this object, I'm just destructuring it to get out the UID, right? UID is the unique user ID. And then what I can do, I can just simply push it in the user database, right? By saying user ID, and then I'll say UID, right? So now this thing is pretty much done, right? So now what this add function resolves, like if everything goes well, if the data has been pushed, this add function will resolve in like a promise, like a successful promise, and I can catch it, and I can just say that I can just now give out an alert, right? And I can just give out a simple toast to the user that everything has gone successful, and I don't need to write all these properties of a toast. So I can just copy this toast, right? I can just copy the successful toast, and I can just paste it in my stats box as well, right? So yeah, so now I'll give the message that data save to DB, right? That kind of a message. And then if anything goes wrong, I can just give like I can catch that thing, and then I can give like an error saying that not able to push data to the database, right? Like not able to save result, right? I can give like that kind of error, right? So that is pretty much what we need, like majority, right? That is what we need. So that is one thing, right? That is one part. We have created a function which is now pushing data into the database, right? And this is how you do it. You just simply invoke the add function by having a reference to your collection, okay? So now one more thing which I want to do is, so now what I can do, like simply like whenever this component loads, right? Whenever this component loads, I know that a new result has been generated, right? That is like pretty obvious. So what I can do, I can have a use effect, and in that use effect, what I can do, I can just call this function, right? But there is one small thing which I need to take care of is when there is no user logged in, right? When there is no user logged into my website, what I will do, I will not allow him to push the data into the database, right? So that is something which I need to take care of. So that is a simple functionality which I need, because if I don't have any data in my website, I will not have this I will not have this property of UID, right? So it doesn't make sense of saving data of the user which is not really logged in, right? So what I can do, I can firstly like make a use effect, right? I can have like a use effect, and inside that use effect, I can firstly call this function with a condition that you have to log in order to save the result, right? So what I can do now, how can I check the if there is any user logged in or not? I can use the auth object, right? Again, auth object dot current user. So if something is present in this user, right? If something is present, this is like a valid object, then this if statement will obviously be true, and then I can call this push to database function, right? I can call this database function. Otherwise, if no user is present on my website, what I can do, I can give him like a error, right? I can give him an error saying that login to save results, right? Like login to save results, right? Or I can, instead of giving error, I can give him a warning, right? Like login to save results, like as simple as that. So now let's go ahead and see if this thing is working. Now let's see if this thing is working and we are able to save result or not. So let me open a website. Okay, so let me open incognito first of all to see that I am able to, like, that condition is working or not, where I am able to like close this because I think a user has been logged in. So let me close, and so now what I'll be having, I should get an error, I should get a warning saying that login to save results, right? And let's also reduce the what we have, like the default time, so that I don't waste the 15 minutes for each and every thing which I want to show you. So I'll just go in my context and test mode context. I'll make the default of 2 so that I have just a 2-second test. Yeah, so now okay, this I think loaded or error, so let's wait for it. Yeah, so I am getting this warning that login to save results, right? And I am getting, why am I getting two notifications? Let's think about that. So I have really written this thing into my use effect, right? And if you know that like when we are in development, right, what we have in our code, like if I go into index.js, I have my strict mode on, right? Like the react.strict mode is on. So in react.strict mode, every use effect runs twice, right? So that is something which happens in your development mode. It doesn't happen in your production. So when you will push this website in your production, when we'll like deploy it at the end of this project, we'll see that this thing only happens once, right? So that is something which is happening in development, so you don't have to worry about it. It's not a bug, okay? So yeah, so we have this error that login to save result, and it is pretty much working. So now what we can do, we can try to log in and see if we are able to add result or not. So I'll just log in using my, I have created a user, I think. Yeah, it was ABC. And let me try to log in. And I have logged in. Yeah, that's fine. I have logged in. I can close it. I can close this. Now I can take a test. Right, I can take a test, and that should pretty much get saved. Yeah, and I should, yeah. So data saved to DB, right? And it is getting twice because we are in development, right? So don't need to worry about it. Now we can just go ahead and see in the Firebase console that do we even have that data which we pushed. So now we'll just go into Firebase data of the Firebase console, and we'll see if we have the data or not, right? So we have this result collection, that's good. Now we have two objects here. One of like this object is having all the things, right? So it's like accuracy, and this is the result which I just took, right? And it is again twice because we are in development mode. This thing will not happen when you deploy your website, right? So like don't worry about that, okay? So yeah, so now we have this thing. Now we can now there is one small condition which I really need to take care of, is like whenever, so you will see that whenever I haven't even typed a single word, right? Whenever I haven't typed a single word, my accuracy will be something which is like null. So let me show you. So whenever I have doesn't even have typed a single word, you will see that my accuracy is none, right? It's like not defined, right? Not a number. So none stands for not a number in JavaScript. So it is like, why this is happening? Because I am dividing my accuracy. In order to get my accuracy, I'm dividing number by current word index, right? And it is 0. So you are dividing something by 0. So you will get not a number entity in your JavaScript, right? So we don't really want to save this result, right? We don't really want to save a non accuracy, right? It doesn't make sense, right? So what we're going to do if we have our accuracy as none, what we just simply gonna declare that this is an invalid test, right? So if our accuracy is none, we are just gonna declare that test as an invalid test, right? And that's it. We're not gonna save it on the database, right? So what I can do, I can just come here in my stats, right? And this is where I'm pushing my database. I'm pushing my data into database. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna come here and I'm just gonna write a simple condition like if like is nan. So if you want to check any number, if it is an nan or not, you can just call this function is nan. It returns true if a number is nan. So if nan accuracy, if this is like not a number thing, what I am just gonna do, I'm just gonna give a simple like error toast, right? I'm just gonna give a simple error toast of this, and I'll just give an error saying that invalid test, right? I'm just gonna give error on invalid test, and then I can just simply return from this, right? I'm not pushing the thing into the database, right? So now let's see if we have this running. So yeah, so now saying I don't type a single word, I should get an invalid test. Yeah, and I'm getting an invalid test. Cool. And data will not be pushed to database. Okay, as simple as that. So yeah, so now I think we are pretty much done with pushing the data into the database, right? We have everything sorted. Now we can push the data to the database. Now in the next video, what we'll be doing, we'll be proceeding to developing the user page, right? So what user page is, like whenever I click on this icon, right now it is opening up the modal, right? And what should really happen, that if I am logged in, right, first of all I'll give a logout button here, right? So we'll have to also see the logout functionality, and then if the user is logged in, instead of showing a modal to him, take him, like navigate him to the user page, right? So we'll do a little bit of routing in our application. We'll be trying to do a little bit of routing, right? So what we are now at the stage of is that we have our login system ready. We are saving the results. Now what we have to do, we have to make a user page, right? So what we have to do, like whenever I click on this icon, what should really happen, that I should be able to push my, like I should be able to navigate to the user page, right? So in order to do that, we have to create routing in our application. So routing is a concept. So like if you have used website, when you perform any action, you go to a different page, there is like a URL which opens up, right? And that URL is different. So on a website, so we have like a domain, so that is same for all of the pages, but like you will see that the route for all of those pages are different, right? So route is something which like starts after you have like slash, right? So like you have suppose amazon.com, so amazon.com slash, then you have some URL there, right? So that is like for a different page, right? And every page corresponds to a different URL. So that is what routing is, to have different multiple pages in our website, right? So that is what we're gonna have. We're gonna have like a different route for a user. Okay. So how can we do routing in React? So in order to do routing in React, we need a module which is known as React Router DOM, right? So that is like the most basic routing module which is used right throughout for doing routing in React application. So we're gonna just first install it. I'm just gonna add like yarn add React Router DOM, right? And you guys can also install it. And yeah, so it will take a couple of seconds to install, and then after that what we have to do, we have to like, okay, so let's just do one thing. So I'm gonna make a folder, right? I'm gonna make a folder where the whole code of my page will exist, right? So I'm just gonna, inside my source folder, I'm gonna make a folder which I'll call as pages, right? And inside pages, my whole like single page, right, will exist, right? So right now what I have, right now I have only one page, right? And that is my home page, right? Like whenever I'm opening the website, I am getting a page. So that is like my home page, right? That is the landing page which the user lands on, right? So what I can do right now, all the code for that is present in my app.json, right? So what I can just quickly do, I can just come to my pages, right? And I can make a file which I can call this like as homepage.jsx, right? So this homepage will have the code for my homepage, right? For my landing page. And as you already know that I already have the code for it. So what I will just simply do, I'll just simply copy this thing, right? I'll just simply, okay, let's remove that. This is not a code. Okay, so what now I need is I need this particular thing, that, I will be just copying this canvas, right? So this is my pretty much my home page, right? So I'll just copy it, right? And like accept my global styles. So I can put my global styles at the top level only, so that every page has access to my global styles. Then the rest is this canvas, right? This canvas div is the main div, right, which is rendering on my home page. So I'm just gonna copy it, right, cut it and paste it in my home page, right? I'm just gonna paste it in my home page, and then I just have to import these dependencies, right? So I'll just copy these dependencies from the app only, right? And then I can just paste it in my home page. Cool. So now I have, this is my home page, right? This is what will get rendered on my home page. And what I have just simply does, I have just simply gotten this like simple canvas div, and inside that I have a header, I have a typing box, and I have a footer, right? That is pretty much what I need for my home page. And then for my app, right now for my app, I just have this thing, right? I just have this code that like I have theme provider, I have my toast container at the top level, then I have my global styles, right, at the top level. So this is pretty much my own. So now we'll be doing routing in this particular thing. So let's see how we can do that. Yeah, so our React Router DOM has been installed. Let's start our application, and then we'll be good to go, right? Like we'll be able to do routing in our website. Okay, so how are we gonna do routing? So routing, and it's very easy. So what we need is just simple this, right? So I'm just gonna go in my app.js, right? So before doing routing, what you have to do, you have to wrap your whole app around a component which is known as browser router, right? That is a component which you get from this React Router DOM, and you have to wrap your whole app around it. Then you will be able to enable routing in your application, right? So let's go ahead in your index.js. I'm just gonna go ahead and get that browser router component, right? And this component comes from your like React Router DOM only. And then we just can just pretty much, okay, it's not important, but I can just paste it and then I can import it on my own, right? And then this router comes from app.js, right? So I'll just see like browser router from React Router DOM, right? This, right? So now I have my browser router here. I think I have misspelled it. Wait, let me copy it, paste it. Yeah, cool. So now I have my browser router in place. So now using this, I'll be able to generate routing in my application, right? So once I have my whole application wrapped around it, now what I have to do, I have to now define routes, right? Now I have to define at what particular route what should get rendered, right? I think I'm getting an error. Let's see what that is. Okay, not really an error. Okay, right now I don't have any application rendered out, so that is why I don't see anything. But yeah, this is my browser router. I have wrapped my app around it. Now I can go in my app.js. Now I am good to go to define routes, right? So routes is just simply at what path should what component render out, right? That is what simply routing is. You just have to tell React that at what particular path what component should get rendered out. That's it, right? So like in order to define routes, you have to define routes in a component which is known as routes, right? So you have to define it routes. Like previously, like right now, like React Router DOM got updated. Previously this routes was known as switches, but now it is known as routes. So yeah, so now then you have to get out a route component, and inside this route component you can define a route, right? And how do you define the route? You pass a path which is the required prop. So you pass a path. So I am just passing this home URL, and then I have to specify the element, right, which it should render. So I'm just gonna specify the element also, and the element which should get rendered on this path is my home page element, right? Like home page. Yeah, this should get rendered in my this particular path, right? And I have an imported route. Let's import it. Yeah, React Router DOM. Yeah, so now so what this is saying, that at this particular route, right, at this particular route, which the path is this, right, this is the home page route, I should render out this element, right? So this element, so you can render out one component also, but what I have done, I have bundled several components in my home page component, and then I am rendering that out, right? So if I now go and see, I should be able to, okay, I think I have, okay, so this is I think the relative path is wrong. And wait, I just have one more dot, so the relative path was wrong. Now it should work. Let's see. Cool. So now you can see I have my whole application, right? And nothing really changed. I just moved my code from my home page to the particular home page, right? So now that was one particular route. Now let's render out another route, which will be my user page, right? So I'll just come here and define a user page thing, and then I'll define this component, which will be user page, and then I'll just say RAFC. I'll have a component, right? And now I can define route for my user page. And how can I do that? Like similar to my home page, I'll just say that route and path will be for this will be user, right? And then element will be which will get rendered out, it will be the user page, right? As simple as that. And then yeah, so now I have another route for my user. So now what I can do, I can visit that route, right? I can go and visit that route. It will be /user. When I visit it, you will see that this component is rendering out, right? This is the user component. Okay. So yeah, so this is how you render out a different page, right? And you render out a different page, and you can render out whatever component you really like, right? So that's number one. So like clear. So that's one thing. Now what we can do, I think yeah, so now that is down. Now what we have to do, we have to connect, like when we click on this particular button, we should be redirected to that particular route, right? That is the next step which we have to do. So now I'm gonna go into the account circle component, and first of all I need to implement the login functionality, right? I need to implement the login functionality. So what I'm gonna do, firstly I'm gonna get my user, right? I'm gonna get my user here, user, which will be what, auth.current user, right? So what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna have a logout button first of all, right? So whenever I have a logged in user in my account, what will I do? I will render out this icon obviously, and then on the side of this icon I will also render out a logout button, right? So let's get a logout icon first of all from MUI icon only. I'll get a logout icon. You can search here logout, and yeah, I get this icon. I'll just copy the imports and I'll come here to my account and I'll paste it here, right? I'll paste it in my account circle. Yeah, I'm at the account circle only. Now what I'm gonna do, if I have a user, right? If I have a user, what I'm gonna just render out, I'm also gonna render out this particular component, right? Like this user, this exert icon which I just showed you, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write the simple condition that if I have a user, right, that means that user object is not empty, and then I'm just gonna render out my logout icon also, right? I'm gonna render out my logout icon. So let's see if this thing works. So now let's go to the website. Yeah, so now right now okay, so now let's see, let me close that. So now you can see that I have icon, right? But let me close this incognito tab and let me open another one. And now if I open that, that should not be present, right? Yeah, as you can see that the icon is not present. And when I try to log in, let's try to log in, abc@gmail.com. This was the account which I created. So now when I log in, I should see that logout sign, right? And yeah, I have logged in. Yeah, and you can see that I can see the logout icon, right? So that is what I meant, like you can see the logout icon when a user is logged in, right? So now let's also add like a functionality to logout. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a function, right? I'm going to make a function here, and in this function I'm going to say that logout, right? I'm going to implement a logout function here, and then when this function gets killed, I'm gonna log out a particular user from that, right? So how can you log out a user from a particular site using like Firebase? You just get your auth object, and then you call this sign out function, right? There is this function which is known as sign out. You just call this function from your auth object, and it signs out your particular user which have been logged into the website, right? And then it resolves in a success promise. If everything goes well, then you can give a toast of success to the user that logged out, right? So I'm just going to copy it and paste it, and I'm just going to say that logged out, clear. And then if something goes wrong, I can catch it and just give like error that are not able to log out, right? I can give error saying that not able to log out, and it will be like a error, and I'll just say that not able to log out. Cool. So this is what I have done. So now let's see, and now let's attach this logout button on the on click of that particular icon, right? That logout icon. I'm just gonna go ahead and on click. Cool. So now on click of this icon, I call that logout function, and that logout function calls auth sign out, and I will sign out from the particular page, right? So now let's click here, and I should get the logout message, yeah, and I'm able to log out. And okay, so but this thing is not rendering out. Okay, so what I have to do is like, first of all, like there is this particular thing. So what is really happening that this thing is not really changing, right? This const user is not really changing. So there is like a couple of ways to do that, right? What the first way is, like, what I can do is just simply to like put this current or dot current user into like a use effect, or there is like one function also for doing that, like to know if the user, like to get active changes, is like or dot on state change, right? Or dot on state change. So this function gets called when your auth changes, right? That is another way of doing that. But like what I will suggest is to use this module, which is known as I think it's known as like React Firebase hooks. So let me go ahead and show you guys the module which I'm talking about. React Firebase hooks, right? Yeah, so this is a module which like it's like a module which gives you some hooks which you can use on your Firebase, and you can implement some functionality, right? So the one functionality will be to get out the user. That's number one. And then when like later on, we'll also see one loading functionality which we can get out of this hook. So I am just going to go ahead and install this as of now, right? I'm just going to go ahead and install it in our project. It's known as React Firebase hooks. Yeah, there we go. It should get installed. Pretty light module, right? Not really much to here, but it gives you us some useful hooks which we can use to implement good functionality, right? So yeah, so now it's done. Now I will start my application, and then yeah, we should be able to use this hook. Yeah, so now the first hook which I'm going to use of this particular hook is to get out my user, right? Is to get out my user. And how I'm just going to do that. So this right now I'm getting it by using auth.current user. But in order to use that hook which we have just installed, you use this hook, like auth use auth state, right? This is the hook, and you just pass in the auth object in this particular hook. And now we have to import this hook. You import it like this, use auth state, and this comes from React Firebase hooks, and then in the auth folder it is present, right, of that particular hook. All right, so this is where how you import your use auth state hook, right? Now it will give me the user, and that user, whenever my auth object changes, whenever my user changes, it will automatically change and put it in my like this particular thing. And this whole thing returns me like an array, right? It returns me an array, and in that array I have like a lot of information that I have user information, and I have like a different bunch of information. So what I have to do, I have to destructure that array out first of all. So in order to get my user only, right? So I'm just destructuring the bigger array which I get from this hook to my user hook, right? So that I can just get my user, because I just need my user as of now, right? So now you'll see that we are able to get that, right? So now let me try to log in, right? Let me try to log in. Right, let me try to log in. Okay, enter a valid. Okay, that's not a valid. Cool. Yeah, this is a valid email. Yeah, I am logged in, and as soon as I close it, I get my logout button, and when I click on logout button, this logout button should go, and I should be able to log out. And I'm clicking logged out. It is logged out, and okay, I think this isn't changed. Wait, let's see. Yeah, so now I am logged in. You can see the button there, and then when I click on it, it should go away, right? Because my user will go to null yeah, and when I'm clicking it, it's getting logged out and my logout button is going away, right? So that is the functionality which is working fine. Now there is just one more thing which we have to implement is like whenever I click on this icon, right, I am opening a modal, right? But like, so let me log in now. Let me log in. All right, I logged in, and yeah, so let me log in. Okay, invalid credentials. Let me enter the right password. Right, so now I should be able to log in. Yeah, so I am logged in, and now after logging in, whenever I click on this user icon, right, what should really happen? I should be redirected to the user page, right? But you will see that whenever I click on this icon, again my modal opens, right? So there is one thing which is happening is that when I have to check this condition, like, so when I have my user, I should go to my user page instead of opening the modal, right? So let's go ahead and implement that thing. So so on click of this account circle, what is really happening is I'm calling this handle modal open, right? So I'll just go into this function, and instead of like set open, what I'll just simply do, I'll write a simple condition here that if my user is present, right? If my user is present, then what I'll do, like navigate to the user page, right? That is what should happen. And then otherwise what should really happen is this thing, right? Like this thing should happen if my set open is true, right? Like if I don't have a user, then just open my modal so that the user can log in or sign up or whatever you want to do, right? But if I have a user, then navigate to the user page, right? So now let's see how we can do navigation. So in order to do navigation, you do it using React Router only, but this is how you do it. You get out the navigate, and then you use this hook, use navigate, right? This is the hook given to you by React Router. You call this hook, then that hook gives you object or a function to call, and then in that function you just have to write the path which you want to navigate to, right? But like for this particular case, we want to navigate to what? The user page, right? So I'll just simply go ahead and write like /user, right? Because I want to navigate to the user page, right? This is how you do navigation inside your React pages. Okay, so now let's see if our functionality is working or not. Let me refresh. Yeah, so I have refreshed. I don't have a user, so let me log in. Cool, I log in. I am logged in, and then after logging in, I click on here. I should go to the user page, right? So let's click on here, and yeah, I'm going to the user page, right? No longer the modal is opening. And then if I go back and then I log out, then I should be able to open my modal, right? And I'm able to open my modal, right? That is the functionality I want. There's one small thing which I have noticed which is not really working is like whenever I am logging in, right? Whenever I'm logging in, what should really happen, like condition wise or like logic wise, is like as soon as I click login, right, and I'm able to log in, this modal should close, right? This modal should automatically close. I shouldn't have to click somewhere else and to close this modal, right? Whenever I'm logging in, this modal should close. So let's handle that functionality. I have this function, right? This is the handle close function. So I'm just gonna pass these function first of all to my forms, right? I'll just pass this function to my login form as well as my sign up form, so that whenever I am able to log in or sign up successfully, I'll just simply call that function, right? As simple as that. So yeah, let's paste it. So now I have passed this function in my login and sign up form. So whenever I have logged in, so this is where I have logged in. So after giving out the toast, I will just close my simple, like I'll just close my modal, and let's just get the handle close thing here, right? So now after I have logged in, I'll just call this function, and this function will indeed set my open to false and just close my modal, right? As simple as that. So now let's go to sign up and do the same thing. Let's get out the handle close function, right? And then let's just call it, and when I'm able to create the user, right? This is where the user is created. Now I'll just simply call it handle close. Cool. And now I think one more place is left is the Google sign in. So yeah, this is where I'm successfully signing in the Google, and then I'll just call it like handle close here also. Cool. So now these are all the small things which should really work out. So now if I am logging in, let's log in. I am logged in, the modal closes, right? I am logged out, then I again, okay, let's not log in. I'm in incognito. I don't want to enter email and password. Okay, yeah, so I have closed that pop-up, so you can see that not able to use Google authentication. That message showing up. So I log in. As soon as I log in, my modal closes and I have these logout button to log out, right? So I have my functionality really working out, and I click on user icon and I go to the user page. Cool. So I have my whole routing and integration done, right, in this particular video. So in the next video, what we'll be doing, we'll be actually coding this user page, right? So for coding this user page, what we really have to do, firstly, we have to get out the data from Firestore, right? And then once we have the data out of the Firestore, what we can just simply do, we can go ahead and render it out in different types of format for the user to see how he has been performing, right? So in this particular video, we're gonna implement the user page, right? Like in the previous video, we have done all the routing, right? All the functionalities are working fine. The user page is opening. As you can see, this is the user page component which has been rendered out on the page. And now what we just have to do, we have to build our user page, right? So in order to do that, what we need first is we need the user data, right? Like we need to fetch the user data. So now let's go into that. Let's first get out the data, and then we can think about showing or displaying that data on the screen, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to quickly open the code. I'm going to go to the user page component, and then let's get out the data, right? Let's see how we can fetch data which we have stored in the Firestore database, right? So first of all, I'm going to define one state, right? I'm going to define a state which I'm going to call as data and set data, right? And let's keep it like an empty array as of now, right? Like let's keep it as an empty array, and let's like import use state also, right? So now we have that state. In the state, we're going to store the data, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a function which will fetch me the data, right? I'm going to write a function which will fetch me the data. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this function as fetch user data, right? And then this function is going to just fetch the data, right? So in order to fetch the data, like the same way which we did for storing the data, we need a reference to the collection which we are talking about, right? We need a reference, right? So let's get that reference. I'm going to call it as result ref, because results was the name of my DB. I'm just going to call it like results ref, right? So now in order to get data, I will import the DB object from the Firebase config, and I will call the collection function, and I will pass in the collection name, right? Which for me is results. Okay. So now I have reference to my DB. So now in order to fetch the data, what you have to do, you have to call that function which is known as get, right? So if you want to fetch the data, you just do it like results ref dot get dot then, right? So this results in a promise, like dot get is also a function. You have to call it. Then this results in a function response, or like the response from your database in Firestore is usually known as snapshot, right? This is a terminology which Firebase uses. So if you go and read the documentation of Firebase, you will see this term of snapshot written for the result which we are getting from the database, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here snapshot, and then I'm going to console the snapshot for you, right? Let's console it first, and then we'll see what are we getting and what that structure is really, right? Then we can like look into more about how we can store it, right? So I'm just going to console the snapshot, and we're going to quickly see what are we getting from the Firebase, right? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this function, right? I'm going to call this function in the use effect, right? So that this thing runs. This thing runs when the page loads, right? I'm just going to call this, and yeah, let's call this function, this like fetch user data, and now it should be pretty much working. Let's see, let's go ahead in the console thing. Let's see, right? Yeah, so if I refresh it, yeah, so this is what I have consoled. So this is known as query snapshot. As you can see, like what you have made a query to your database, and it is returning a snapshot. Now if I open it, you can see like a multiple fields, right? Like there is like an empty field which is like true or false. If you are fetching something which is not present in your database, this empty field will be true, right? Right now it's false because we have data in our Firestore, right? And then this is like size. But the main thing, like the main like key in which your actual data will be coming is known as this docs. This docs is like the actual array in which your data will be coming. And when you open it, you will see that right now I have 11 query document snapshot, right? So this query snapshot was a snapshot of your whole query which you have made. Then inside that you have docs, right? Docs, and inside your docs you have each individual query document snapshot, right? Like each individual snapshot of your own document, right? Then if I open it, you can see that it will have multiple things. It will have access. There will be ID associated with it. ID is unique for each and every document and assigned by. You can also assign the ID, but if you haven't assigned the ID, Firestore will automatically assign it a random looking ID, right? So it is unique for everything. Then what you have, like, so now you can't really see the data here, right? So what you have to do, there is this one function which is known as data. You have to call this function, right? And when you call this function, you will get your data, right? So what you have to do, you have to come inside your docs, right, from your snapshot, and then you have to come inside your document query document snapshot, and then you have, if you want the data, you have to call this data function, right, which is inbuilt in this particular query document snapshot object, right? So that is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get it out. So let's go ahead in this snapshot. So I'm just gonna loop over all the documents, right? Snapshot.docs.map, right? Simple looping over. Then this is like each one single doc. Then what I'm just gonna do, I'm gonna call the data function, right? And let's console it. Let's console the data, right? Like doc.data. Cool. So this now I should be getting all the data, right, which I have. So now let's see. Let's go ahead and see. And if I reload it, you should see that yeah, so these are like all the 11 snapshots which I have, right? Like all these are each and individual documents which I have stored in my Firestore database, right? You can see that I have words per minute and all those kind of a thing, right? So these are like all the individual documents which I have stored in Firestore, right? So this is how you get out data from Firestore, right? Cool. So now one thing which you should notice that right now I don't have any condition on the data I'm fetching, right? So right now the data I'm getting is for the whole database, right? The data which I'm fetching is for the whole database, which is not really a correct practice, right? Why will a user who is opening his own user page will have to fetch the data of the whole user, right? That doesn't sound good, right? That doesn't make sense. So that is what is happening. I'm fetching the data of all the users, right? So if I have 2-3 users, I'm fetching out like all the data of every user, right? So but what should I do? I should restrict the user to only fetch his own data, right? I will not allow the user to fetch data of everyone. Okay, so how we can do that? We have to apply a where condition, right? So there is like a where condition in which you can specify which particular like field are you targeting. So suppose I say that I want only the documents whose words per minute is greater than 60, right? So what I can do, I can write a where query where I can say where like words per minute is greater than equal to 60, right? So that is for one example, but like for our case, what we'll be using the user ID, right? If you remember, like we have stored the data in the database. So while showing that, we have this user ID key in the object, and we have given it the UID of the user which is logged in, right? So we will be fetching it based on the user ID, and we'll provide the logged in user's user ID, right? So let me get out the logged in user's user ID. How can I do that? I can get it from auth, right? I can import the auth object, right? And I can get it from the current user. Okay. And then where do you write where query? You write it before your get function. So you write your where query, and then you write like user ID, right? This is your user ID. Then on the second argument, you have to tell what operator you want, equal to, less than, or like I want equal, right? Because I want the user ID to be equal, then I will pass the UID here. So now whatever results I will be getting, right? Will be only those results I will be getting who have this query true in their document, right? So if I now go ahead and refresh it, right now I think I will be getting all okay, there is like one small thing. Okay, so let me refresh it. Yeah, so now you're getting like I'm getting all the 11 queries, because right now I just have only one user, right? So if I have 2-3 users, I'll be getting the results of the user which is logged in, right? Because right now the user which has all the result is the user which is logged in, and all you can see that all the user IDs are same, right? So that is from like where condition. Okay, so yeah, so now we have where condition. Now we are getting the data out, right? So now let's save this data. Instead of consoling it, let's save it in the state which we have, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna quickly, okay, so what I can do is I can make a temporary state, like I can make a let's say let temp data, right? I can have it like empty, and then instead of consoling it, I'll just put it in this temp.data, temp data dot push, and I'll destructure the docs.data thing before putting it into this temp.data, right? So that in order to avoid any reference issue which I might get, right? So I'll just destructure data, I'll do a shallow copy by destructuring it, and then once I'll map over it, I'll just set my data state with this temp data, right? That is how I am setting the state with the data I'm fetching. Okay. So now there is this one small thing which you will see some small error, right? So if I try to refresh it, right, it will wait, let me see, uncode error, unspread of syntax error, require iterable. Okay, got it. So like I'll put it here, like I'll call this thing, right? So now it should be pretty much okay. I think I know what the error is. Restructure it and put it in object. Yep, I think now it should be fine. Okay, I don't see any error reason to give any error here. Okay, instead of map I can use like for each, because it's gonna do the same job. Okay, let me refresh it. Okay, so there is now when I'm refreshing the page, you can see that I am getting an error, right? And what the error is, the error which I am getting is like I cannot destructure the the property UID from .current user, right? Because current user is null, right? So now what is that issue, right? So here in this statement, what I'm doing, I am destructuring the auth.current user, right? But there is a small issue which rarely occurs. Like right now you see that I refresh the page, right? I refresh the website. So what really happens when I refresh the website, the React component refreshes, right? React refreshes. And as soon as React refreshes, it runs this use effect, and this use effect runs, and this fetch function runs. But like what is also happening behind the hook, that your Firebase is also refreshing, right? You have Firebase in your application, and that Firebase is also refreshing when you are refreshing a page, right? When are you opening this page or this website, right? So what is really happening? So like your Firebase is also in the loading stage, right? And it is contacting to the like Google servers and authenticating that if this is a valid user or not. What was the previous state of this user? Was this user logged in? All those kind of a thing, right? The Firebase is also in loading state. So what is really happening, that your Firebase is loading first, and then your React is loading first, and then your Firebase is loading after your React is done loading, right? So that is why when your Firebase is in loading state, this particular auth.current user will be null, right? It will not have any property of the user. But once Firebase loads, so that will be after your React loads, it will contain your user ID, right? So that is what we have to do. We have to add a condition to know that when our Firebase is loading, right? So how can we know that? How can we know when our Firebase is loading? We can use the hook which we have installed, and we can get out this property which is node loading. Let me write the code. So this is the use auth state, right? This was the hook. I have to pass in the auth object. So this use auth state hook returns me user that we have seen earlier, right, in the routing part. And now it also returns me a loading, right? It also returns me a loading boolean variable, which will be true when my Firebase will be loading, and it will be false when my Firebase has completed loading, right? And then only I will have to fetch the data, right? That is the logic which I have to implement. So in the use effect, what I'll be writing, I'll be firstly running it on the loading, right? I'll be firstly running it on the loading, and then I'll write like if not loading, right? If I'm done loading, then only fetch me my data, right? Then only fetch me my data, right? That is what is going to happen. And we can also do one more thing, is like if the user is not logged in, right? If the user is not logged in, what we can do is we can let the user also, like if user is not logged in and we have loaded, then we'll just simply do that, just simply redirect the user to the what we have, like the main page, right? So this is what we can do. Like if what we have, if loading is true and we have like user is not empty, right? User is empty, right? We don't have any user. So what I'll be just simply doing, I'll just navigate to the user to the home page, right? So I'll just get out the navigate part, right? I'll use navigate, right? And then I'll just simply navigate to the user to the home page, right, where he can log in, right? I'll not allow him to open the user page, right? As simple as that. So let's go ahead and see if this is working. So now when I refresh, I shouldn't get this error that cannot restructure the property, and I should be able to get the data, right? Let's see. Okay, I have been redirected. Okay, wait, let's see. Okay, let's go to the user page. I have user page. Let's refresh it. Okay, I'm going to the user page. Okay, let's see what is really happening. So if not loading, I'm not loading, I'm fetching the data, and then if I am loading, okay, if I'm not loading, right? If I'm not loading, I'm done loading, and then also I don't have my data, then navigate to my particular home page, right? That is what the logic should be. Now let's see, let's refresh, and I should be able to stay on the same page, and I should be able to fetch the data also, right? I think, yeah. So I think I am able to fetch the data. And now what I can do, I can also give out this if like I can also return like a loader kind of a thing, right? So whenever I am loading, so if I am loading, what I'll return, simply I'll just return a loader, right? And like I can use the loader from my material UI. So I can just get like circular progress. Yeah, I can get this material UI loader, and I can return it if I'm loading, right? Let's see if I have loading animation. You can see that I have a small loading animation, right? I'll add the styling in a bit, but yeah, I have like a loading animation. Cool. And I'm able to fetch the data also. Okay, so yeah, so I have loading animation, and I'm also able to fetch the data, and now the data which I have fetched has been stored in my set, like in my data field, right? Okay, so now in this particular video, what we have done a little bit of error handling. We got fetched the data from the Firestore, and we we handled this loading part also of the Firebase, right? So that is what we did in this particular video. In the next video, what we'll be doing, now we have the data, we will be rendering out on the screen. We'll make a small card where user can see small details about himself, and then we will also show him a graph of all the progress he have done, and then we'll also give his all the result in like a table kind of a format, right? So in this particular video, what we'll be doing, we'll be implementing the view part of our user page, right? Like now we have the data, right? We have our data in the data state. So now what we'll be doing, we'll be rendering out the data on the screen, right? So let's start off with rendering the data out in like table kind of a format, right? Let's render the data in a table format. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the same canvas div, right, which I have in my home page. So I'm going to use this same canvas so that I have the grid system. And then now what I can do, I can make a component, right? I can make a component which I'll call as table, right? I can call as a table, and then in this table I'll be getting the data, right? So what I'll do, I'll where is my user page? This is my user page. Now I'll attach the table here, right? Table, and in this okay, wait, so let me change the name because this name will like interfere with the table of the material UI. So I can just call it like table user data, right? Something like that. Cool. So now I have the state, and then let me have a component here. I'll render this out, and then I will get this component here, table user data, right? And then I'll pass the data here, right? I'll pass the data into this particular table, right? So now I can just go ahead and code this table out. So what I'll be doing, I'll be coding this table out fairly easily by using the table which I get from material UI, right? I'll use the table directly from material UI. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna have a div, like a main div, which I'll just call as a table. Then inside that, I'll be rendering out the table from material UI, right? So what you do, how can you do that? So firstly, I'll need a table container, right, which comes from material UI, right? So most of the things will come from material UI. Then I need a table tag. Okay, then again same material UI. So inside table tab, I will have a table head, right? I'll have a table head, and then after table head, I'll have a table body, right? So that is like pretty much the structure of my table, right? I have a table head, I have a table body. So that is my structure of the table, right? Inside table container, I have my table head for the header part, and then table body. Cool. So this is how I have the structuring. Then inside table head, what I need a table row, right? I need a table row. So in order to put all the data in, I'll need a table row. And inside that table row, what I'll be putting the data, right? So how do you put table, like in a row, how do you put data? You need table cells, right? So I will import the table cell field. So you put the data inside table cell, right? So let's say the first row will be for words per minute, right? And then the second, similarly, the second table cell will be for accuracy, let's say, right? And then the third one will be for my characters, right? And finally the last one, I can have like the timestamp, right, to know like when this test was taken. Cool. So I can just quickly write like date, right? So now I should have at least a table on my user page. I think I have it. I have it. You can't just really see it because of the styling. Like we don't have any styling here, but yeah, I have the table, right? I have the table on my screen. Cool. So now, okay, like I think I can add styling side by side only. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna import. Okay, wait, I'm gonna import the style object, like the theme object which I have, and then using this theme object, I'm gonna style this table also. Cool. So yeah. Now I can style it. So for styling it, what can I do? Like for go into the table cell and I can add styling. Wait, I can take a reference to all these. Okay, I don't know, not really. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I can add a styling here, and inside styling, what I just have to say, I have to say that color is equals to theme dot text color. Cool. So now let's see if I have that, if I see words per minute at least. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so I have words per minute. Wait, let me go ahead and change the theme first. Let me go ahead and change the theme. Then I'll come to the user page. Let me change the theme to this thing. I have one theme only right now. Yeah. So I have words per minute, right? And now I can copy, and I think I can also put this words into like a middle. So what I can do, I can write like text align as also center. Cool. So that words per minute comes into center, right? It will shift a little bit. Yeah. So now it's center. So now I can paste the style to everything, or I think I could have made an object of the style and then could have put it at MDSN, but yeah, I'll just do it in the sense. So if you guys want to put style, you don't want to write style again and again, you can just simply make an object of this thing and then put that object in the style thing, right? That will also do the job. Cool. So now I have these things, right? So now the next thing is I need the body of the table. So for that, I'll just simply map over my data thing, right? So let me get out the data, right, which I have passed through my user page. So now I'll just simply, for my body, I'll just simply loop over this table, right? It is just simply a data.map, and then it's just simple and then I just have to return what? I have to return a row every time. So I'll have like a table row here, and then inside table row I need like 4 again table cells for all the data which I want to render it out, right? I need table cells. Yeah, so like I'll have like table cells here. So I'll like have like 4 table cells for each and every column which I'll be having. So let's put it out there. Let's have these 4 table cells. Yes, and cool. So now I have table cells. Now I just have to feed the data, which will be just I dot words per minute, for this particular thing. Then we have what we have I dot accuracy. Then we have I dot, okay, I think accuracy. Yeah, then I have characters, and then I'll be having a timestamp, right? I'll be having the date, right? So, but when I was pushing the date, I told you that Firestore doesn't have this date object. It has a timestamp object, right? So it will return you a timestamp object, but so you have to convert that timestamp object to date, right? So that is what I'm gonna do. I'll convert that timestamp object into date. So it's like I dot timestamp, right? I dot timestamp so there is this function which is known as toDate. It converts it into the date type of object. Then you can call like to local string, right, in order to convert that into a string and render it out in your table, right? So now let's see if we have the data or not. If we have it on the screen, table cell expected React node. Which one is okay? So I am mapping it wrong. So let's see. Yeah, so now it should, let's see. Yeah, so now I have all this data, right? Now I have all this data. Now I can just quickly go ahead and add this data to this particular thing. Okay, let's do this thing. Let's put this thing at least in an object, right? So that I don't have to write it again and again. Const cell style, right? Something like that. And then I'll just paste it. Cool. So I have this object. So now I can replace this from every single thing. Right, table style. Sorry, it's not table style, it's like cell style. Cool, and then I can go into here and also add the same style, right? And it's like table, again, like cell style. Cool, and then do this also. Cell style, then cell style, and then finally do the final thing. Cool, so now I should have everything colored, right? Yeah, cool. So now I have everything centered and colored, right? So this is my table, right? Table looks fine. I have my table perfectly fine. Cool. So now the next thing which I need is to have a graph on the screen, right? The next thing is I need a graph, right? So I already have a graph. So first of all, like before generating a graph, what I will need to generate. So I already have this component, right, which is responsible for plotting the graph. But what I'll be doing, I just need this graph data, right? And I'll have to do a small manipulation there, right? I'll have to add a small condition there, right? Based on, so this particular graph, what do I really want to show? I want to show all the results, right? I want to show words per minute versus the timestamp thing, right? So suppose you have been taking result for 30 days and you have like 15 or like, let's say 20-30 results, right? So I want to show you every result. I want to show you how you have been progressing throughout your journey, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this component only, right? Well, I'll just tweak this component a little bit so that we are able to do that. So let's go into our user page, right? First of all, and let's make a state, right? Let's make a state for our graph data, right? Let's make a state for a graph data. Set graph data use state, and then I'll just keep it at empty. And now while I'm getting out the data, I'll also make a let temp graph data. Cool. And now what I need for my particular graph data, the graph data structure, if you remember, is array inside array, right? So that is what I need to generate. I need to generate array inside array, and I need just two quantities. Like at the 0th index, I should have my timestamp, and then at the first quantity, like at the first index, I should have my words from it, right? So that is how I'm going to generate my graph data. So temp.graph data dot push, I'll push array, and inside that is like doc.data. I'll call this, and this is like timestamp, right? And then at the first index, it's like doc dot data, and then it's like words per minute. Cool. So this is how you generate your graph data, and then I'll set my graph data state with the graph data which I have generated, right? Temp graph data. Cool. So now I have my graph data here ready. Now I can just here have a div for graph, right? And I can I think, yeah, let's put render out the graph component only. Right, this is my graph component. I'll pass the graph data here to be as graph data, and then I will also I'll also pass a prof which I'll call as type. So type will be date, right? And I'll modify this graph data to run for this particular type, right? So okay, that's not a date, it's like a string. Now I'll modify this graph component to also accommodate this type of graph data, right? Because this type is a little bit different, because I have like my timestamp at the 0th index, and then I have to convert that timestamp into like a particular, or wait, like I don't even need to convert it. Let's what I can do here, I can just pass in the actual string, right? So I can do like to date and then dot to local string. So what now, I'm just setting the timestamp right here only. So in the graph data, what I'll have, I think that should be fine. Let's see if we have a graph. Yeah, so we have a pretty much we have a graph. Yeah, so we have a graph, like what looks fine to me, right? Yeah, so I think the graph looks fine to me. I think we can also remove this time. So if you can see, like this date and time has been separated by a comma. So I can just quickly go ahead and remove that time also. And how can I do that? I just go into the user page, and I'll go into this big thing which I have written, and I'll just write like to split based on comma, and then just return the 0th index, which will be the date, right? So let me format this. Now you can read it better, right? So now let's see how my graph is looking out. Yeah, now it just have days, right? Cool. So now this is my graph. I also have my graph on the screen. I have my table also. I have my graph. Okay. So as soon as you go ahead and keep on putting in the data, you will be able to get out like you will be having a better graph, right? Now, but one thing which I should do here is, like, you can see that the date is not really sorted as such, right? Like what should really happen, like it should be in descending order, right? The latest steps which you have taken should be at the top, right? Not at the, like this is like a jumbled kind of a thing. What I'll be doing, I'll be getting out the data sorted. So, right, how can I do that? I can just simply go ahead in my stats file. I can go in my stats file, the user page, and this is where I'm fetching the data, right? Yeah, so here I can add this thing where I can like order by, right? Order by is a property which it is a function which you can get the data sorted, right, based on certain fields. So I'm gonna get it sorted based on timestamp, right? And then I want it in descending order, right? I want my data to be in descending order based on my timestamp. Okay, so now when I'll open the Chrome, you'll see that I'll get error, right? Let's go ahead and see the error. So wait, let's open it in a like a normal tab, right? Like not incognito. Let's open it in a normal tab. Local, yeah, cool. Okay, where did it go? Cool. So now let me open the console and let me go to the user page. You guys will see that I'll be getting error. So yeah, so in the thing you can see that the query requires an index, right? So what is really an index? So in NoSQL database, if you want to have faster queries, right? If you have to fast the query, there is this concept of known as indexing, in which you assign some index to each and every document or something like that, and that makes your queries of sorting or fetching really fast, right? So it's like a property, it's like a fun concept in databases, which is known as indexing. If you want, you can go and read more about it. But what we have to do, if you have to run that order by query, what you have to just follow this link, which is given to us here. We can just follow this link. It will take us to my Firebase. I'll select the account, right? It will take me to the Firebase, and it will ask me to generate this project doesn't exist, or you don't have permission to view it. Okay, I think I am in the wrong user. So this is not the user. This user, I select this user. Let's go ahead. This user will have that project. So wherever you go, so now it will directly open up what index you have to make, right? So you have to make your you have to make an index which is like user ID ascending and then timestamp descending, right? So if you make that index, let's hit save, it will automatically generate that index, and once that index is built, you will be able to use that order by thing which I just told you, right? So what you have to do, you have to go, you will get error, you just have to follow this link, it will take you to your project, it will ask you to generate this index, you just click on save and it will start building. And once it builds, you will be able to use that property, right? If you don't get that link in your console, what you can do, you can come to Firestore, go to indexes, and then go to your composite index and add index, and you have to do like user, you have to add like user ID as ascending and timestamp as descending, right? And then you will be able to get that order by thing of timestamp by sending, right? So let's see, it takes like a couple of minutes to build, right? I don't want to build it again, so I don't keep on refreshing the URL which I have. I'll just come here. Yeah, so it's building. It will take some time. It takes around 1 or 2 minutes to build the whole index, right? If you have like a lot of data, it will take more time. It depends on how much data you have. So yeah, so this will and now what I really want, like when my, so now if this thing will come sorted, right? If this thing will come sorted and based on timestamp, what I really want, I want my graph to be going from like ascending timestamp to descending timestamp, right? So what I can just simply do, whatever data I have, I can just reverse that data, right? I can just reverse that data, whatever I data have. So now the timestamp will be in ascending order, right? So in my graph will also look fine. Yeah, I think this should pretty much work. Okay, so let's wait for this thing to build, and then I can show you that this particular query will work, and you will now get us like a sorted data, right? So yeah, okay. So like till then it is building. We'll keep this. Okay, so it has been built. So now let's refresh. You won't get that error again, and now you will get the data here, right? Okay, I think Firebase is taking some time to fetch the data. Am I logged in? Yeah. So let's see. Okay, I'm not able to get the data. What can be the issue? Timestamp, descending. I think this should pretty much work. Not getting any error also. Okay, what? Okay, so I think I can do one more thing. Is I don't have any snapshot. Let's see what error it is are we having. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so we have snapshot. Is it empty? Okay, why is it empty? Okay. Okay, so I think we don't have, okay, so which user have I logged in? Wait, let me log into the user which has data. I think I logged into a different user which doesn't have any data. Wait, let me log into the user which has data. Yeah, logged in. This user should have data. Yeah, cool. So now you can see that I'm getting the data, right? I'm getting the data here, and yeah, I'm getting the data and I'm getting a graph, and now it's all sorted, right? 26, and you can see that it is sorted, right? Now the latest one is coming at the top and it is going down, right? So now, yeah, so that now our index is working and you can generate it like that. Okay, cool. So now what are we going to do? Let's keep this video till here, right? In the next video, what are we going to do? We're going to complete this user page, right? There is like one small component left, display some user information and to do a little bit of styling of centering it out. And then we'll be pretty much done with the user page, right? And then once we are done with the user page, we look at how to host this website, and then I'll talk about how you can put it in your resume and what things you have to practice about this project if you are going in an interview with this particular project. Okay, but in this particular video we'll be continuing on to the previous video and we'll be completing our user page, right? Like we have completed a table and a graph in that user page. Now we want to have like a small cart kind of a situation so that the user can like see his a little bit of details, right? Like we can make that card to like have the email ID of the user and to like store like when to know to like tell the user when he created the account, and we can also give him like total tests taken kind of a thing, right? How many tests he have taken in like written format, right? So let's do that. Let's create that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a component for that. I'm going to call that component as user info.jsx. Cool. And I'm going to render like give out a component here. Cool. And then inside my user page, I'm going to put that component. So like user info. Yeah, that is pretty much it. Cool. So now I have my user info. I can come in my user info, and now I have to create that component, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and first lay out the structure for that component. So I'm gonna write like div.user profile, right? So this is the main div, which is like the whole rectangle thing that I'm gonna partition it into two parts, right? I'm gonna partition into the user information part, which will be on the left. Then I'm gonna partition on the right, like on the right part, I'm gonna just tell him that how many tests he has taken, right? Let's see how that looks out. So div dot user, right? And then the other div will be div dot total tests, like something like that. Okay, so now this is pretty much it. And now in the div, I want to show him like let's put like a big picture kind of a thing, right? And in that picture, let's put a account circle icon, right? That I can get from account circle here. I can get out the import where it is. Like, yeah, this is the account circle icon. I can copy it and paste it in the user info to have that, right? And then I can put it here, right? Like account circle icon. Cool. I have this icon. Now I can have like info of the user, right? So in the info of the user, what I'm going to show two information. First will be the email of the user, right? And then the second will be like when did he join, right? Like when did he join. So I'm just saying like join that, right? So now in order to get information like email and join that, what can I do? I can get out the user, right? I can get out the user. And how can I get that? I can use that same auth hook, right? Use auth state hook and pass in the auth object from Firebase config. Now I have the user, right? So inside that user, I'll have the email of the user and when did he join, right? So when did he join is present in the metadata of the user. So this is like user.email will be the email which the user has used. And then it is like user.metadata. And inside that I have the join creation time, I guess. Let's see how that looks out. Let's see on the screen how we have. Okay, so we have this account icon. We have the email of the user, and we have like when did he create the account. Okay, so we have that information. Okay, so he created the account on this date, and now yeah, cool. So now one thing which is remaining is to style this thing, right? And okay, so now and we can also have that total test. So how can I know how many tests the user has taken? I can just go into my user page. So total test taken is equal to how many data I am fetching, right? So it will be like equal to the length of the data only, right? Like as simple as that. Like how much data I have in my data, like how many documents I have in the data is equal to how many tests the user has taken, right? So I can just go into this. I can pass this like total test taken, and it will be just simply data.length. Okay, so I can fetch it in the user icon. Total tests taken. Cool. And then I can paste it in here inside a span that this is what I want to show, and then I'll say that the total test taken, right? I'll say that total taken is this. Okay, it's like this, right? So now I should have like total test taken. Yeah, so total test this user has taken is 11, right? So I have all the information. Now let's just go ahead and add like good styling to it to make this thing look good, right? So now let's just go ahead and add styling. So adding styling will be just, I'll just make this whole user thing to appear in this sense. Wait, let's go ahead and type styling. So I'll write some CSS. Yeah, so the main outer div is about user profile, right? So user profile, I will make it look like a card, right? Card kind of a thing. So I'll just make the width as, let's say, like 1000 pixel, right? And then margin I'll have as auto. Then I'll have make the display as flex, and then I can have like the height, I can restrict it to some height. Let's keep it to, I think, like 15 rem. Let's see how that looks. Then I can have the background of it. I'm trying to make it look like a card, so I'll give the background a subtle background to it. So it will be like this. Like let's see how this background looks out. Theme, and let's give like a theme dot type box this. Let's see. And then the color inside, I think, will be just equal to the text only, right? Then I think I can make it round. I can make it like give like a border radius. I can give a border radius of, let's say 20 pixel. How the 20 pixel looks out, and then justify. I'll put everything in center. So justify content will be center, and justify like align items, align text will also be center kind of a thing. Okay, so that should pretty much make this thing come into center. Yeah, so like we gave the border as theme dot type box text, and then we have like a border radius of 20 pixel, right? So now it should make the web, like this thing is looking like a little bit of card, right? It has something, and like it has some contrast color. It is looking like a card kind of situation, right? So that is pretty much, I think, the styling for my user profile. And I think I can give like a little bit of padding as well to even things out. And then I think yeah, I think that is, I think, and then I can have like everything in center. Justify content as center, and align text as center as well. Cool. So now let's see. Yeah, cool. So now I have everything fine. Now I just have to add styling on my what we have, like my user part and my total test part, right? So now let's go and do that. So I want my user thing to take the width of 50%, right? This thing should take a width of 50%, and again I want the display of this also to be flex, right? Because I need both of them to be aligned in the same row, like my profile and my email, like my email and that part. I can give like a margin of top as, let's say, 30 pixel, and then like margin bottom also as something, so that I have this and like both evens it out. I can increase the font size so that it is visible, right? And then I can have like a padding of 1 rem and like border. Yeah, so that should pretty much do it. Yeah, cool. So now I have my email here and my join that date here. Yeah, I think, and I think I can increase the info part also. I can make the info take more part, like info.info. I think info was the name. If I go here, yeah, info was the name. I can make info take the width of, let's say, 60%. Yeah, pretty much it. And then a little bit of padding, and yeah, a little bit of padding will be fine. Yeah, cool. So yeah, this is my email in this. Now I have to make this image, this icon look a little bit bigger, right? I have to make this icon look a little bit bigger. So how can I increase the size of this icon? I can use the transform property of CSS, right? I can use the transform property of CSS. So I'm just gonna go ahead and write inline CSS here, right? That will pretty much do the job. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write, first of all, I'll make the display as block, right? I'll make the display as block, and then I'm going to use the transform property, and I'm going to scale it by, let's say, 6 factor, right? So now let's see. Yeah, so now it is like looking big enough. Then I can just give a margin of top to align this with everything, right? So let's give like this, like margin as auto, and like margin as auto, and margin top as, let's say, like 3.5 rem. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So it's pretty much in the center. Now I think I can give this also a little bit in the center part by giving it like some margin from the top part, right? So I'll just go in my global.js. I'll give here like margin top as one rem also. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So now I think everything looks aligned to me. Yeah, looks fine to me, I guess. Yeah, and I think dot picture I can write. Maybe it doesn't is now not necessary, but I can write like dot picture is like width of 40%, just for documentation of the purposes. Okay. Okay. Dot picture is. Wait a second. Dot picture dot info. So user. Okay. So I'll have to give like total test also like 50%. Wait. Let's see. Let's write like give total test dot total test as width of 50%. Okay, that is that not the name for total test, I think. Yeah, so now it's pretty much here. I think it looks fine to me. And so now what I want like a division. I want like a border here to separate between like these two portions. I can have like a single line. So I can give a single line by having like a border right on this particular user tab, right? I can have like a border of right of, I can say that 2 pixel solid. So now I should have a line that should appear. Yeah, so now I have a line. Now I'll just increase the size of this and I think I should be pretty much good to go. So I'll just come here and increase, like I put it in center and increase the size. So it is a simply like font size of this can be, let's say like 3 rem, a little bit bigger. Display as flex, and both things align items and justify content as center, to put it in center. Cool. Yeah, fine. So now this thing looks in center. Cool. Now I can make the graph and table also come into center. And how can I do that is let's go into the user page. Let's put this graph in a div, right? Let's put this graph in a div, graph user page, right? And let's put this thing here. And we already have a major div for this, which is known as, I think, table. Wait, let's see. Yeah, this is known as table. I think now I can go ahead and do that. Dot table is equals to like margin as auto. I think both the table and what was the name of that? Let's see in the user page. Yeah, this is the class name. Graph user page. I can give the same styling to both of them. Dot, yeah, margin as auto, and then I can just simply give like a width of, let's say 1000 pixels. Yeah, so now everything appears in the center, right? Looks fine to me. Cool. Yeah, so now okay, so you can see that this animation is not looking good. So what I can do, I can put this animation in the center and I can increase the size of that animation to look it in center. So what I'll do, I'll define center of screen class, right, which I'll apply to that particular circular progress which you see. Circle of center of screen. And how do you put anything in the center of the screen? You just write like display as flex. You can put like minimum height of 100 view height, so that it takes the whole page. Then I just put like justify content and justify items in like center. That should pretty much do the job. Align items as center, and I think that is pretty much it. So now I can go to my user page. Yeah, I can go to my user page and then I can put this thing in a div. Right, and then I can apply the class name which I just wrote. Center of screen. right? So now that should at least render it out in the center. Yeah, this small thing is in center. Now I think I can increase the size of this. And how to increase the size of this? I can scale the whole major thing which I have, right? I think I can scale the whole progress bar. And how to scale it? I think I can just pass in the size of, let's say, 300. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, so like it's now in the center of the screen, and you can see like one more thing, which is like when this loading is over, it is taking like a little bit of fraction of second for my data to load, right? I don't need that delay also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a state for my data loading as well, like which will tell me if my data has loaded or not, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and make a state. So I'll just say like data loading set data loading, right? And I'll just use the state, and by default it will be false. So by default it will be true because my data will be loading by default. And then when my data has loaded, this is where my data has loaded, I'll set my data loading as false, right? And then what I'm going to do, this is where I'm returning the progress bar, right? So I will also add my data loading part here, right? If my data is loading, then also keep my circular thing going, right? So now whenever I refresh, as soon as this thing is over, my data should also be present there. Yeah, so now data is also not taking time to load, right? So now as soon as this is over, I have my data also. Cool. So yeah, so now I have my user page also, and I have showed out the decent type of information. I have the whole graph, I have the table, and I have this kind of information, email, total test taken, right? So now my user page is also pretty much ready, right? So whenever I go into this, I get my user page. Okay, so now I think, yeah, so now the website is I think pretty much done, right? We have implemented all the features, right, mostly. And so now the next thing which we will be going forward is, in the next particular video, what I'll be doing, I'll be showing you guys how you can host it, right? And we'll be using Netlify. I'll just quickly show you. That will be like a very quick video. And then after that, I'll talk about how you can put this project in your resume, right? What all points you can write in your resume, and then what all things you have to prepare if you are putting this in your resume, right? So in this particular video, as we are done with pretty much of our code, what we'll be doing, we'll be looking at how we can deploy this project so that anyone on the internet can see this project, right? So now this video will be focusing on deployment, and we'll be deploying using Netlify, and we'll be also using GitHub, right? So if you guys haven't already created a GitHub repo, what I'll suggest you guys to go ahead to github.com. If you have never used this website, go ahead and sign up, right? And after signing up, so I have already created this repo, but I'll show you how you guys can create a new repo. So you guys can go create this account, and then you'll have this page. You go to repository, you hit on new, and then you can keep this thing, and you can put it like typing something like, let's keep it this, the name doesn't really matter, you can name anything, and then you can go and hit create, right? And then after hitting create, what I want you guys to do is to go ahead to your repo, right? To go ahead to your repo and just open a terminal, right? Open a terminal and run, like, add all your files, right? Run this command and then commit all your files as well, right? Like commit all, and then you can write like a message like done, right? So now your everything will be committed to your GitHub repository, and then you can go ahead and copy these 3 lines, right? Copy these 3 lines and just directly paste it, right? You can just copy these 3 lines and go ahead and paste it in your code, right? So it is giving me yeah, cool. So let's see. So I already had like a repo made, so I already had this thing, but so yeah, this is pretty much not working for me. So if you guys will do this, like, just go ahead and paste these 3 lines in your repo, in your terminal. You should be able to see your code now here, right? Like, I'm not able to see it because I already had a repo, right? I already had set a origin for that. So I can go ahead and directly look at that repo, and it must be updated now. Yeah. So yeah, I have my commit done here, and my repo is pretty much available here, right?
So yeah, so this is it. So now what I want you to go, like once you have pushed all your code to your GitHub, you can go ahead to netlify.com, right? This is the website, this is the service which we'll be using in order to host our website, right? So you can just go ahead to Netlify and hit on sign up, right? And after sign up, like it will be similar to login page. You can connect your Netlify with your GitHub, right? It will be most convenient because we will be directly connecting our repository from GitHub, right? So we go ahead and if you don't have already signed up using Netlify or just log in using GitHub, right? Like login, sign up using GitHub or login using GitHub, and then you will have this page, right? You will have this page. This is the like the welcome page. So here you will see this add new site, right? Go ahead to like import an existing project and then use GitHub, right? Because we will be pulling the repository from GitHub. Authorize it. It will ask some authorizations, and then you can go ahead and quickly search this particular repo, right? So I have the repo here. I'll just go ahead and quickly just hit so yeah, the build command is yarn run and all that thing. You can keep this thing at default and just hit on deploy site, right? So it will after you hit deploy, it will go, you can see that on there, it is like building, right? So now I will talk about like a majority of the error which Netlify throws, right? And many of the like people face this error, right? So what the error is I'm talking about, that this build is probably gonna fail. Okay, and why is that so? Because when we were coding our React project, right, we had a lot of warnings, right? We had a lot of warnings in React, and we didn't really bother to fix those warnings, right? Because warnings are not really errors, right? They are for us to write a better to see that what can possibly go wrong, right? So we might have like some warnings in our code. So in local environment, like warnings doesn't really fail your anything, right? It doesn't like fail your build or all those kind of stuff. But in when you are going to deploy your website, like majority of the websites treat your warnings as errors, right? Like they treat your warnings as absolute error and then they fail your build, right? So what you have to do, you have to get a a way around that, and I'll show you how to do that. So let me open it. Let me open the deploy logs. It should probably fail. Okay, so it's building my project. So let's wait for 2-3 minutes. It will. Yeah, so as you can see that the build has failed, right? Like we couldn't deploy your site or blah blah blah. The build has failed, right? Like the website was not able to get deployed. Now let's go ahead and see the error. So you can see that there are like a lot of these are like warnings, right? These are like warnings which you have in your command, and then you will come here. When you will come here and see, it will uh, okay. So like we don't really have that thing which you yeah, so you guys can see that I am getting this warning which is saying that what it is saying, that treating warnings as error, right? So if anything if a warning is treated as an error, it will not cause the build to go through, right? So it is saying that treating warning as error because process.env.ci equals to true, right? And most CI servers set it automatically, right? So CI is like a flag in the environment of Netlify which is set to true, right? And when it is true, it will treat the warnings as errors, right? So that is what we are going to do. So in order to solve this issue, what we're going to quickly do, we're going to go to deploy settings, right? We're going to go to deploy settings. We're going to go to the build settings, right? We're going to go to the build settings in the build and deploy part, and we're going to just edit these, right? And in the build command, what I'm just simply going to write is like CI equals to false, right? Like CI is that flag, right? Which if you remember. So CI equals to false, right? So that don't read our warnings as errors, and then just simply yarn build, right? So that is what you have to change in the build settings in the build command part, right? And just hit save, and then just quickly go to this website, right? Okay, not this website, sorry. Quickly go to the site overview, right? And quickly go to this again, like this build field, and here you will find this retry button.
and then you can clear cache and retry with the latest commit, right? And then this build will probably go through, right? Because now our warnings will not be treated as errors. So let's wait for it to go through quickly. So it will take like a couple of minutes to go through, so we can wait for it. And then while we are waiting for it, we are pretty much done with will be done with the deployment of our website. So now in the next particular video, what we'll be doing, we'll be discussing if you are putting this project in your resume, how you can put it, right? What all points should you write in your resume if for this particular project, and then what questions can be asked regarding this project, right? If you are in an interview and you have this project in your resume, then what all possible questions can the interviewer ask you, right? So we'll be discussing all those things in the next particular video. So that will be a little bit of resume and interview type kind of a video for this particular project only. Okay, so yeah, let's wait. So yeah, build command has started. Yeah, so we again have that error warning, but we didn't get any error. Our build didn't fail, and you can see that the site is live. So yeah, the site is live. So now we can go ahead to the link, right? So we can find that link back in here. This is the link, right? You can go ahead to this link, and now your website will be pretty much deployed. Your website is now deployed in your this particular domain, and you can share this URL, right? So this is where your website is deployed, and everything is working just fine, right? So you can also go ahead and change this, right? You can also go ahead and change the name of your website. So wait a second. I think you can change it in the domain settings. Yeah, so you can go to domain settings, and you can just go ahead and click on options or edit site name. You can edit here, right? Something like typing master, something like that, which is not already taken by Netlify, right? So when you will save it, yeah, so now your URL will also be changed, and now your website will be deployed on your own particular domain, right? So yeah, so this is how you deploy your website using Netlify and GitHub. So yeah, so this will be the final video of this particular series, where we will be discussing how you can put this project in your resume, and then what all questions you will have to prepare if you are going in an interview with this particular project, right? So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So I have jotted down some points which I'll be going over, and this is pretty much will cover and summarize the whole thing which we really want. Okay, so firstly discussing how can you put this thing in your resume, right? How can you put it in your resume? So the major template which I suggest is like this. So write your name, right? Write the name of the project, right? You can give any unique name which you want, but at least not go very crazy, right? At least put a name which is simple enough, and also tells what your website really is, right? So if you have a e-commerce website, you can name it marketplace or something like that. So a name which is simple enough and also gives a hint of what this project really is, right? So a typing playground can be a decent name for this particular website, right? So because it has a word typing in it, which is giving a typing website vibe, right? So yeah, so that is your name of the project, and then you can put a link like this, and you can make this a hyperlink, right? And while making this a hyperlink, you can put your deployed link here, right? The link which you have deployed in the previous video using Netlify, you can put it here, so that anyone who is looking at this project can go ahead and look at the website, right? So yeah, put your typing playground thing here, right? And then the first line should on your resume should be describing, right? Should be used for how what this project is, what all have you implemented, right? So a short description of your project, right?
So you can write like implemented a multi-mode typing test website with the ability to save results for better analysis, right? So this is like a very crisp kind of a description, which is given like a decent vibe or decent description of your project, right? Like what your project is and what you have built. Okay. Then next two lines you can utilize to tell about the features which you have implemented, and also talk about a little bit of things which you have used to implement those features, right? So like you can say that use Firebase to implement login, sign up, auth, and also use the database to save results, right? Instead of you can you like write like use a database, you can write like use Firestore, right? Because that's the database which you are using, right? So in this particular line, we are talking about functionality of the project, which is that you have login and sign up authentication on your website, and you have also like a database thing which you are using to store your result, right? So it is giving like a decent vibe that you have used these things, right? And then you can talk about your React thing which you have used. So you can write about like use various React hooks and context APIs to implement major functionalities like themes and test nodes, right? So this is also like giving like a crisp functionality detail that you have used this thing and you have used this thing to implement this, right? So that is like also a good line to put it in your resume. Then last line should mostly be about like what tech stack you have used, right? What tools and technology you have used to make this project, right? So you can write like this, like tools and technology, and then you can write like you have used React, Material, UI, Firebase, Styled Components, and Toastify, right? Like all the popular names, right? Which like if you're somebody is looking at your resume, he might be aware about these things, and then he must be knowing that if you have worked on these things. And so yeah, so that is why like you should like put like popular names here, so that yeah the interviewer is aware about the tech stack which you have used. Okay, so yeah, so that is about like this is about like pretty much what you should need to put your project in your resume, right? So these are all the major things or major pointers which you can directly put in your resume, and you will be good to go. Okay, so yeah, now let's talk about the interview questions. So if you are going in an interview, what possible interviews can be really asked from you, right? So so I've divided into certain sections, right? So the first section which can be asked to you is all the questions regarding React, right? So like you have mentioned in your project that you have used React, right? So the most common question can be asked like, tell me all the hooks which you have used in your project, and then you can talk about all the hooks, right? Like use state, use effect, use ref, use memo, use context, use navigate, right? So these are like all the hooks which you can really go ahead and talk about. Okay, so read before going in interview, read a decent number of things about React hooks. Okay, so that is one thing. Then you have also mentioned context API. So obviously like this question will be asked. So you should be aware about like why you should use context APIs, what are the advantages, and then why you use it, right? And then like how you have used it, and then the whole structuring of it, like you have a provider, you have a consumer, right? Like the whole syntax and how the internal working is happening, right? So you should be aware about those things if you have putting context APIs in your resume. Okay, so yeah, so and then the structure of the project. So by structure of the project, what the interviewer is really intending to ask, like how you have structured your project, right? Like how you have divided your files, how you have coded, like how modular is your code, and all this kind of a thing, right? So you can talk to him about that. I have this many folders, and then I have really separated things ahead so that it looks good and it's easy to collaborate on that particular project, right? If like in future I want to grow this project, so yeah, I have taken care of modularity in this particular project, right? So that is the intent of this particular questions. Then questions can be asked like if you have used any APIs or not. So you can say that I haven't directly used any APIs. I haven't made any API calls directly like Axios or anything. I haven't done that, but I'm using Firebase. So Firebase under the hood takes care of all the API calls which has to be made, right? So I am not like making them myself. Firebase is taking care of all that, right? And then they can further want to go deeper in like the analysis or like the functionality which you have implemented. So they can go ahead and talk about like tell me like how you have implemented this feature, how you have implemented this feature. So if you have like really paid attention, or you have coded all this project like by yourself, you should be aware about like how the flow is really happening, right? Like how the code is really going, and then what all functionality is, like what piece of code is doing what functionality essentially. If you are aware with that, this is like pretty much good to go, right? So yeah, like read about this thing also, like, and like put extra focus on your typing box component, because that is like the major chunk of the website, right? That's like the most important component, and it has a lot of things going on in it, right? So pay extra focus on it and go through that component again, like before your interview. Okay. So yeah, this is like pretty much all the questions which can be asked regarding React. Then the questions can come regarding Firebase, right? Because this is like the next bigger part of the project. Like this is taking a bigger chunk. So you this can be asked, right? So like, what is Firebase? That's like the most common questions. You can tell them that it's like a self-managed or self-hosted backend service by Google, right? And then like, what all functionality have you used the Firebase, because there is like a lot of functionality, right? So we have only used like authentication and the database part, right? So yeah, and then they can ask you to like explain particular functionality. So you can talk about, so they can ask like, tell me how you have implemented login and sign up. So this you have to talk about like the actual functions which you have used, right? Like sign in with email and password, create user with email and password, like all those functions, right? So if you have those functions on your tongue, so like it will be like very good impression on the interviewer, right? So make sure to know the decent functions, right? Like all the functions used for setting the database, like the database function, like dot add, dot get, dot where, like dot order by, right? All those important functions which you have used, and then what functionality does those functions really implement, right? So make sure you know that before you are going in an interview. And then how Google authentication is working. Yeah, so you talk about like pop-up thing, like sign in with pop-up, which you have that function. And then the Google Auth provider, you tell them that there is like a Google provider class, we make an object from that class, and then we pass on that object, right? You talk about that whole authentication flow. So make sure you go over the code of that particular part, which like you are like fairly thorough through, right? And then if you're in an interview, it's an online interview, you can also tell them that I can show you quickly. You can quickly like have your source code ready before an interview, quickly jump over to that particular piece of code and quickly explain him that particular piece of code, right? So if you are able to quickly jump to that particular piece of code, it will give an impression that yeah, you have created this website and you know ins and out of this particular code, right? So it's like a very good impression. Then they can ask you like how you are saving the results. So you can explain like what Firestore really is, like it's a NoSQL type of database. Yeah, so yeah, like these are like all the questions which can fairly be asked from Firebase. So if you like are like majorly aware about the functions and how things are really working, and then we also talk about the Firebase loading part. So if you are aware with that also, then it's like pretty much all the things which is required, right? So yeah, so that is like all the questions which can be asked from Firebase. Then you can be asked like questions about Material UI, because it's like a popular library which gets commonly used. So they can ask you like what all components are you using. So you can talk about modal. You can tell them like text fields and all those kind of stuff, box component and app bar and all those things, tabs and all those components which we are really using. So you can talk that about. And then like styling or Material UI component, like how do you style them. So you can tell them like sometimes we need to target certain like props which are like internal. So you can show an example of the text field. We have targeted label props, input props and all those kind of stuff. Then you can say that we can also use like proper simple inline CSS like we have done with modal and box component. Yeah, so that is like pretty much about the styling of it. Then they can ask you like how you have plotted the graph. So you can tell them that I have used chart.js and this is how I have generated the graph data, right? You can talk about the graph data which you are really trying to plot. Okay, so yeah, that will be about the graph part. Then this question is like fairly asked like tell me about a feature which you haven't really implemented right now but you will like to implement it in future, right? So in this particular thing, try not to go very crazy, right? Like be limited, like only tell things which you can really try to implement, right? So you could talk about like store modes information in the local storage, right? Right now we are not storing the store like modes information. So you can tell them that I can like similar way like I'm storing themes, I can store modes also, so that when the user refreshes or comes back again, his modes are in place, right? Like what he has selected, right? So you can store modes information in local storage. I think you can remove friend request, not really important. We can implement leaderboard also, right? So like leaderboard is like you can. So you have like a bunch of users, you have like a bunch of results. So you can make like a simple leaderboard page where you can show the users based on the highest typing speed, right? Like you can sort through them, right? So that is the feature which you can implement, so that you can give like a button on the home screen where you can show all the top speed users which you have on your platform, right? So it will be like a pretty simple task. You fetch all the data, you do a little bit of processing, and then you are good to go. You will be able to implement leaderboard, right? So you can talk about all these two features, and then you can think of your own unique features which you will like to implement in this particular website, right? So I think, yeah, this is pretty much all the things or all the questions which can be asked if you are putting this project in your resume. So with this, I think, yeah, we are pretty much done with this project. So go through this project code again, right, on your own, and then try to implement it on your own, and then I think it will be a pretty good addition to your resume, and you will be able to talk decent in your interview. And then if you are able to give a good impression through this project, then yeah, I think it will be pretty good. Okay, so I think this was it for this particular series. So thank you for coding along, and then see you.